demonstrating an extensive brand environment where people can go in, have a look around, and have a little bit of fun with it. And we're really at the event. We can apply that then to our own work as well as the work of the work. So today we're demonstrating an extensive brand environment where people can go in, have a look around, and have a little bit of fun with it. And we're really at the event. We can apply that then to our own work as well as the work of the work. So today we're demonstrating an extensive brand environment where people can go in, have a look around, and have a little bit of fun with it. And we're really at the event. We can apply that then to our own work as well as the work of the work. So today we're demonstrating an extensive brand environment where people can go in, have a look around, and have a little bit of fun with it. And we're really at the event. We can apply that then to our own work as well as the work of the work. So today we're demonstrating an extensive brand
check, check. May I request everyone to please take your seats and settle down. We are told that Honorable Minister is joining us in just a few moments from now, and we will start the formal proceedings of the inaugural session. So if I may request everybody to kindly take your respective seats and settle down.
आप ना थर्ड रो में बैठ गई, थर्ड रो में, थर्ड रो उधर से
May I request everybody to please take your seats, kindly do not crowd the aisles. Do not crowd the entry or exit way. Honorable Minister Shri Dharmendra Pradhan ji is joining us in just a few moments from now, and then we will start the much awaited inaugural session. I know we're all very eager to hear him speak, address us, and that too in his own homeland, Odisha. So requesting everybody to please settle down as quickly as possible, take your seats, and once again a gentle reminder to kindly switch off your mobile phones or put it on the silent mode. मीडियार भाई और बंधु मान को मु अनुरोध करी कि से मने मझीर ये रास्ताटा को क्राउड करेनि एटा को खाली छाड़ी दियंतु आउ आपण मानकर निर्धारित जो जगह दिया है सेठी आपण पोजीशन नहीं जानतु किंतु एई रास्ताटा आपण मझीरे टिके खाली छाड़ी दियंतु.
The world is changing at a rapid pace. There is an urgent need to address critical global challenges. The G20 being a strategic multilateral platform connecting the world's major developed and emerging economies has a critical role to play in addressing these challenges and holds a strategic role in securing future global economic growth and prosperity. B20, poised for action. The Business 20 Emergent Group or B20 has a key role to play in this regard under the tutelage of overall G20 agenda. Established in 2010, the B20 leads the process of galvanizing global business leaders for their views on issues of global economic and trade governance and speaks in a single voice for the entire G20 business community. Destination India. India has taken over the G20 presidency in December 2022. Being the fifth largest economy in the world and one of the world's most prominent emerging markets, India is home to around 1.4 billion consumers, 63.39 million MSMEs and 104 unicorns, boosting rapid digital growth and sustainable development. The Confederation of Indian Industry or CII is privileged to be appointed as the B20 India Secretariat under India's G20 presidency. A shared and inclusive future. B20 India seeks to gather inputs from G20 business communities to address global issues through connected and collaborative efforts in all aspects of the global economy and to provide policy recommendations and launch initiatives on issues that matter. These priorities and focus areas will be discussed and deliberated under 7 task forces and 2 action councils. Let's work together towards a new era of future-ready partnerships in the global arena. The world is changing at a rapid pace. There is an urgent need to address critical global challenges like climate change, food security, equitable and sustainable growth, energy security, rising inflation besides others. The G20 being a strategic multilateral platform connecting the world's major developed and emerging economies has a critical role to play in addressing these challenges and holds a strategic role in securing future global economic growth and prosperity. collectively accounting for 85% of the global GDP, 75% of international trade, and two-thirds of the world population, making it the premier forum for international economic cooperation. B20, poised for action. The need is to shape up our economies and society in a more resilient, inclusive and sustainable way. The Business 20 Emergent Group or B20 has a key role to play in this regard under the tutelage of overall G20 agenda. Amongst the various engagement groups under G20, the business group represented by B20 is one of the most prominent ones. Established in 2010, the B20 leads the process of galvanizing global business leaders for their views on issues of global economic and trade governance, and speaks in a single voice for the entire G20 business community, with an average of 1,000 delegates from G20 countries, including top executives from leading multinational corporations. B20 accounts for around 2,000 participants, representing over 6.5 million businesses. Destination India. India has taken over the G20 presidency in December 2022. Being the fifth largest economy in the world and one of the world's most prominent emerging markets, India is home to around 1.4 billion consumers, 63.39 million MSMEs, and 104 unicorns, boasting rapid digital growth and sustainable development. The country has become
Namaskar, ladies and gentlemen. Please join a very warm and hearty welcome to our most honored and beloved Chief Guest and Honorable Minister, Shri Dharmendra Pradhan ji, Honorable Minister of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship and Education. We're extremely privileged and honored to have his gracious and benign presence amongst us today for this momentous occasion. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now extend a very warm welcome and ask you to also join me in extending a very warm welcome to Mr. Atul Kumar Tiwari, Secretary, MSDE, Ambassador Mr. Atul Keshav, President, USIBC, and Senior Vice President of South Asia, US Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Vipin Sondhi, Chairman, CI Mission on Tech, Innovation and Research and Future Mobility, and former MD and CEO of Ashok Leyland and JCB India, Mr. Chandrajit Banerjee, Director General CII, and Mr. Raghav Narsle, Managing Director of Accenture Research. An extremely warm welcome to all our distinguished delegates, government officials, students, and friends from the media. May I now request our Honorable Minister, Shri Dharmendra Pradhan ji, to kindly light the ceremonial lamp, and also requesting other esteemed dignitaries on the stage to join in lighting of the ceremonial lamp. As part of our tradition, new and auspicious beginnings always begin with the lighting of a ceremonial lamp. Thank you, Honorable Minister and distinguished dignitaries, for the lighting of the ceremonial lamp. If lighting of the ceremonial lamp is part of our culture and tradition, Atiti Deva Bhava is also an eminent part of our culture and tradition. And today we would like to begin this tradition by welcoming our Honorable Minister to this momentous occasion. And to do the honors, may I please request Shri Atul Kumar Tiwari ji to please welcome our Honorable Minister, Shri Dharmendra Pradhan ji. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your benign presence amongst us, and we welcome you to your own heartland, Odisha. A small word, ladies and gentlemen, about this beautiful Uttariya that has been presented. It is a Kotpad Uttariya woven by the indigenous tribal community of the Koraput region of Odisha, and it is made by using natural dyes, and it is also a very sustainable piece of textile. May I now request Mr. Vipin Sondhi to kindly do the honors in welcoming our other dignitaries. Mr. Sondhi, may I request you to please welcome Secretary, Mr. Atul Kumar Tiwari ji. May I request you to please welcome Ambassador Mr. Atul Keshav. May I request you to please welcome Mr. Chandrajit Banerjee. And request you to welcome Mr. Raghav Narsale. And now we would like to welcome Mr. Vipin Sondhi also with a traditional Uttariya. So we would also like to welcome you with a traditional Uttariya. Thank you. Namaskar, I am Sanhati Pani, extending a very warm welcome to the conference on Deep Tech with a focus on advanced tech in the future of work. The Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, in collaboration with the Ministry of Education, is hosting the precursor events to the G20 Working Group in Bhubaneswar in partnership with Deloitte, who is a knowledge partner, CII and USIBC, who are the industry partners. Technology is not just the future, but rather the present, which will help transform the future. The present times have made it absolutely evident and necessary to adopt technology in various aspects of life. The COVID pandemic literally pushed us towards technology as a form to continue life, even if we were limited in our own movements. We may not have been prepared then, but now with the valuable lessons learnt, some may even have been painful, but we are now prepared to approach situations with better preparedness. Advanced technologies are driving changes in the nature of work, from robotics, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and the gig economy are just a few applications of deep tech that are reshaping the workforce and creating what is called the augmented workforce. As a result, we must rethink the way as we design jobs and adapt to the new reality to ensure future growth. India, with its flourishing startup base in deep tech and a strong pool of STEM talent, is uniquely positioned to influence the future of work. To delve deeper into the theme and gather a well-rounded perspective on the advent of deep tech and its impact on the future of work, several panel discussions in this theme have been organized. Technology is indeed the catalyst to transform, which will help skilling and education to translate into economic independence and growth. Ladies and gentlemen, with these words, I would like to now invite Mr. Chandrajit Banerjee, Director General of CII, requesting him to kindly make his welcome address.
Shri Dharmendra Pradhanji, the Honorable Minister of Skill Development, Entrepreneurship and Education, who is not just only the chief guest for this great conference that we are having here. This conference itself is a brainchild of his, and it's such a great, deep honor and pleasure to be with him, with this phenomenal group that we have, and to be present with him in his own land. And of course, we see the warmth, the affection, the respect that he commands, and it's always great to be here. Welcome to you, sir, and thank you for being with us and gracing this very, very important occasion. Warm welcome to you, Mr. Minister. My welcome also to Mr. Atul Kumar Tiwari, the Secretary, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, who is spearheading this conference in terms of its content and organization. And always a great pleasure to work with him. Ambassador Atul Keshup. Atul's been with the USIBC, as you know, and again, a person well known in India and someone with whom it's always been a great pleasure working with, and many areas of work that we have chosen to work together between our two industries of the two great countries. And also with us, Vipin Sondhi, who is been contributing in a very significant way from the industry on the area of future of work, and especially the type of jobs that we really expect Indian industry and the world to come up with. And I'll talk about the world a little later. And of course, Raghav, who is from Accenture, who's going to give us a lot of insights. A phenomenal crowd, a group of people here from industry, of course, a big portion of the Indian industry, from many parts of India. The academia, again, which we always wanted to have that interaction between academia and industry, the multilateral agencies, which is a very important part of this conference today, and very importantly, our young friends and students. A very warm welcome to each one of you for this conference on deep tech with a focus on advanced technology in the future of work. And great to be in Bhubaneswar to really do this event. Honorable Minister, you are heading two of the very important ministries for our country, Education Ministry and the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. And this is really a part of human resources building for a country like ours, which is one of the most important focused countries, if I can say, in the entire of the world. And with these two ministries, you have been making some of the most path-breaking and some phenomenal, if I can say, policy changes in the last few years. And under your ministries, there has been serious discussions and impetus which is given to really impart skills to a huge number of people, the new skills, the emerging skills, and many credible steps, if I can say, have been taken. And of course, we all know about the new education policy, and it's great to also way that you have involved different stakeholders in the new education policy, the NEP 2020, in terms of its implementation as we go ahead. And one of the important stakeholder group to which I belong, the industry, is the way you have involved them in partnership is really of great value. Then also the National Curriculum Framework for School Education 2023, and we see that as it is implemented, that will lead to something like a huge development of agile and future-ready workforce, something that we are going to talk about. And I wanted to mention this because this has significant importance to the group, the discussants who are all present over here, and again achieved under the leadership of our Honorable Minister. Another important point has been the creation of digital university, and by getting various universities to come together and form the digital university is again something which is extremely unique. And what we always laud is the way you have again involved, partnered, listened to everyone as you have taken this forward. I could also talk about how under your ministries you have launched the new national credit framework, and its implementation again will really transform experimental learning to academic credibility. I could also mention about Desh Stack Portal, again something which is the world has looked at it, the digital ecosystem for skill building and livelihood under your ministry, which will really lead to so much of livelihood for millions of youth of our country. I could go on, sir, and one has been seeing so many steps which are which really supplements, buttress the way, the speed with which India is growing and changing, and these are exactly the steps which are required to have the human capital for which can really support the type of growth. Honorable Minister, today we would, of course, as we complete this session, we will come back to you with the recommendations that will emerge from it. But in this year, which is a very, very important year of G20 presidency of India, and as an institution, we are working on the B20 side, the B20 part of it, which is a very important engagement group. And to really work with your ministry has been of great, great value for the Indian industry. And in the B20, through our task force, there is a task force, there are 9 task forces, but there is a task force in the B20 framework, which is called the Task Force on Future of Work, Skilling and Mobility. And we have global membership in these task forces, which talks about it, which talks about mapping of the roles of especially the job roles that are coming up in the future. Second, the framework for skill harmonization for the G20 countries. So we are talking to the businesses of all the G20 countries, and universal labor information management system. So all of this are so important from our industry B20 perspective, and therefore the guidance that we will receive from this conference through your participation and with the leadership of our Honorable Minister, I think it will benefit us from the industry in a great way. But I'd like to just end by once again thanking and welcoming each one of you to this very, very significant and important conference. And I'm really grateful to the Honorable Minister for the way he has brought in so many stakeholders to partner in an initiative which will touch the lives of millions of people in our country. Honorable Minister, thank you very much again for your leadership. We really look forward to continuing this engagement deeply as we take the recommendations of this conference forward. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for also being here, and thank you to this wonderful opening session panel. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Chandrajit Banerjee, for your warm welcome address and also for touching upon some of the key initiatives of CI's industry perspective. Ladies and gentlemen, I will now invite Mr. Raghav Narsale, who is the Managing Director of Accenture Research, and request him to kindly set the context on the future of work.
Good morning, everyone. Honorable Minister Shri Dharmendra Pradhan, more than a minister, a collaborator, I must say. So thank you very much for that role. Secretary Shri Atul Kumar Tiwari ji, once again a fascinating collaborator. Shri Chandrajit Banerjee, Ambassador Atul Keshav, Shri Vipin Sondhi. On behalf of Accenture, let me express my deep gratitude for offering us the opportunity to set the context of future of work at this August precursor conference to the G20 Education Working Group. When we think about work, at least the two things that come to our mind is worker, workplace, and of course the third thing is factors of production. We all know that these factors of production, which are building supply networks, are highly intertwined and interconnected. But now what is very important is to connect the workers to the workplace. And this is very important, and why do I say so? Because our research, which was published in 2022 in the aftermath of the COVID crisis, which was based on a survey of about 5,000 workers across skills levels and about more than 1,000 C-level executives, suggests that only 1 in 6 workers feels truly connected to their work, their team, and organization. The same research reveals that just 1 in 5 workers is comfortable at sharing problems or raising conflicts with their colleagues. And this is very important because the work, you cannot take the workplace away from the worker. That's where his karma bhumi is, right? And that's very, very important. Also important is to build the growing relationship between human and the machines, especially in the aftermath of this crisis. We saw that in the COVID crisis, robots saved human life. We saw that humans need not be necessarily be operating from from their workplace to create tangible value, but they could use the power of digital and machine technologies, sit at homes, and clearly build that tangible value. We are seeing solutions to planetary challenges such as climate change, opening new job opportunities that can be materialized by combining the power of humans and machines. For example, it's humanly impossible to clean an extensive farm of solar panels. And I take the example of solar panels because we are becoming the solar capital of the world. So it's very important. So it's humanly impossible to clean an extensive farm of solar panels safely only with human intervention. But it can be done more productively and safely with humans supervising a school or a swarm of drones. That's a completely new skill that will be therefore required. How do you operate that drone over that swarm of, or as a swarm of drones over that farm of solar panels, clean them more productively, make them efficiently, kind of distribute power and create power. So therefore, the future of work must be about empowering workers to create a better connect with their workplace and the machines, but from a position of strength, serenity, and safety. And serenity is very important, especially given the volatility today that exists and the volatility which therefore impacts the worker. So to achieve this goal, workplaces must facilitate anytime skilling, which is being learning workplaces, empowering the workforce with desired hard and soft skills on the job, just in time, and also at the time when they desire. Anywhere productivity. So its first is anytime skilling. The second is anywhere productivity, which is about building flexible workplaces, enabling workforce to be productive regardless of where the work happens. And third, which is very important, is all-time motivation. So it's all about anytime skilling, anywhere productivity, and all-time motivation, which is about building responsive and inclusive workplaces where workers feel purpose-driven, cared for, and free to experiment and innovate. So how does one go about building such workplaces with deep technologies? Because that's the context today. So how does one really go about doing this with deep technologies so that the future of work blossoms? We recommend 3 actions which we live by as Accenture by example. The first one is build skills with deep technologies. So use deep technologies such as augmented and virtual reality to make the workforce live and experience immersively and become productive. You can come to a stall, but there are so many others also where you can see the same principle now being applied, and which was alluded to in the opening remarks of augmentation of the workforce. So in an experiment conducted by Accenture with vocational students bestowed with the responsibility of assembling real toilets, one found that the group of participants using virtual reality demonstrated an average 12% higher accuracy and 17% faster time to completion than instructional video participants. Insights from the post-exercise survey powered by a cognitive 3D analytics program also indicated a higher level of motivation among students using virtual reality about the usefulness of their training and interest to be trained. Now that's very important. The training can be useful, but will the trainee want to come back and get trained is the most important part of this journey. And that's where augmented and virtual reality really help a lot. The second part of this journey of building the workplaces that can blossom the future of work is cultivate skills for deep technologies. So in the first part, we spoke about building skills with the deep technologies. Now the second part is cultivating skills for deep technologies. So here, collaborate with national and international platforms to build talent pools that can use deep technologies responsively, but also responsibly, because that is going to be very, very important. It's not about just being able to use AI, but to also use it responsibly. Here again, Accenture is doing its bit. Hosted on the National Digital Skilling Platform, also referred to as the Future Skills Prime Platform, a joint initiative of NASSCOM and the Ministry of IT, Accenture has curated a deep learning 250-hour-long program providing a 4-level virtual curriculum aimed at students and professionals willing to carve a niche in the domain of AI and big data analytics. To seed a responsible mindset within the users of deep technologies, Accenture helped integrate the AI and ethics discussions in AI modules under the joint initiative with Niti Aayog for K-12 students under the Atal Innovation Mission. And the last part of this entire process of building a workplace, which is, to build that symbiotic relationship between building skills with deep technologies and cultivating skills for deep technologies, is that last action, which is about building a culture of lifelong learning. Continuous learning helps workforce adapt to changing job requirements, keeps them motivated, and increases their chances of professional mobility. Accenture has introduced a technology quotient learning series, which within the organization we call TQ, and that series is really so simple and effective that we kind of learn about different technologies on it, get conversant with it. I wouldn't say, we are the technologists, but we get conversant with it, we understand it, and then we know how it's applied to the work where we, to the work that we do. Lastly, I would just say and conclude that let's recognize that the G20 nations, and especially India, stand on the cusp of creating history with demography. I still remember a famous quote of a social philosopher, Auguste Comte, who said, demography is destiny. And if demography is destiny, then I think it's our agenda. And it's not only the agenda of the government, but it is the collective agenda of all the stakeholders who want to build the destinies of these nations to focus on building workplaces that build skills with technology, deploy technology to build skills while facilitating continuous learning and exchange. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Narsle, for setting the context for future of work, where technology plays an intrinsic part of the future. And you rightly mentioned that the future of work really lies in empowering the workforce. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now request Mr. Vipin Sondhi, Chairman of the CI Mission on Tech, Innovation, Research and Future Mobility, and also the former MD and CEO Ashok Leyland and JCB India, requesting him to kindly address us.
Thank you very much. Honorable Manya Mantri Ji, Shri Dharmendra Pradhan Ji, Secretary Shri Atul Tiwari, my colleagues on the dais and all delegates from industry, academia, multilateral agencies, government, and especially the students here. Namaste and a very warm welcome to all of you, and let me extend that on my behalf as well. My colleague Raghav has already explained and laid the context to this very exciting conference and laid out 3 recommendations for action. माननीय मंत्री जी, जब आप इस साल के शुरुआत में आपने बुलाया था, you highlighted the need of developing a national level roadmap for augmenting multidisciplinary research, innovation, skilling, employability, and greater academia and industry collaboration. You also stressed upon the need to bring a paradigm shift in industry-academia collaboration with a focus on technology adaptation, but ensuring that we follow a multidisciplinary approach. I believe this conference will provide a foundation and also act as a catalyst in building a strong academia, industry, and government linkage. As we go forward, this troika of academia, industry, and government must together devise innovative strategies so as to collaborate seamlessly towards building a self-sustaining ecosystem for education and skilling in order to build a future-ready workforce. Technology is now affordable, it is available, it is largely accessible, and given the enormous and instantaneous reach of the digital medium, we can leverage it to its maximum potential. This conference has been designed under your leadership, sir, with great thought, and we will do our utmost to ensure that the recommendations that come out will be implemented. Honorable Minister, I'm glad to share that the conference, we have a wide participation. We've got many senior policymakers from government, about 30-odd speakers from industry, 13 from academia, all of us together under this one roof and on a single platform. I'm sure that these 2 days will result in fruitful, productive discussions which could be instrumental in drafting a robust policy recommendation for creating a world-class, future-ready workforce. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sondhi, for your notable address. You stressed on the strong academia, industry, and government linkage, as well as partnership for a stronger and independent workforce. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now invite Ambassador Atul Keshav, President USIBC and Senior Vice President of South Asia, US Chamber of Commerce, to kindly address us.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I think I'm the only visitor from overseas on the stage, and it's my first visit to Odisha. So let me give this a try, and you tell me how I do. Suprabhata. Yeah? Suprabhata and namaskara to everybody, especially to my dear friend, respected Honorable Minister Dharmendra Pradhan. It is great to see you, sir. It's great to be here with you, sir. Thank you for all of your vision that has brought us all together. Really appreciate it. Friends, I bring you warm greetings from Washington, D.C., from the United States-India Business Council, where our 200-member companies have worked for 48 years to try to build the strongest possible relationship between the people and business and government of the United States and the people and business and government of the great Republic of India. Perhaps, since we are in Odisha on my first visit here, and I've had a wonderful visit, I should also mention that I bring warm greetings from Nisha Biswal, who wrote to me overnight and said how much she misses Odisha and how much she wishes she could be here with all of you. Friends, the Chamber, as you know, is heavily invested in the work of the G20. It is the official American business representative to the G20. We work very closely with CB and our CII counterparts, who are the Indian representative to the B20. And so it is a particular honor to be here at a G20 event being hosted so beautifully well by the government of India. Minister Pradhan, it is your vision, as I said, that has brought us here. Your friendship, your sense of possibility, and the realization of ambitious goals is hopefully what is going to inspire us as we work together during this important meeting. Friends, I should just say on a personal note, since this was my first visit to Odisha, and I have wanted to come here for many decades, I was very fortunate yesterday not only to see the sublime Sun Temple at Konark, but also to have the sacred darshan of Lord Jagannath at Puri. It was intensely moving and spiritual. And I felt so happy to be accompanied by my friends, Shri Rupa Mitra and Samir Guduru, who are in the audience from USIBC. Truly a landmark day. Friends, I also bring you warm greetings from all of our member companies. They truly believe in the future happiness, prosperity, and wealth and health of the Indian people and work every day to achieve that. The topic that we are discussing is important. Yesterday at the Konarak Temple, I saw the visualization center that showed what that beautiful temple looked like at the height of its glory. And it really gives you in concrete example what that must have been. The exhibition is fantastic, but what I want to paint for you today is not a model or a vision of what was, but a vision of what can be, and particularly offer a US-India perspective in that regard. Indeed, my friends, having worked on US-India relations for over 20 years in a personal and professional capacity, and now in this new incarnation as president of USIBC, I feel very confident in saying to you that I believe US-India relations are at a point of escape velocity. Why do I say that? Let's think back to January when the Secretary of Commerce of the United States and the National Security Advisors of the United States and India met at the US Chamber of Commerce in Washington, D.C. to launch a new initiative on critical and emerging technologies. This was the strongest possible endorsement of both the American and Indian governments that the future of US-India relations it resides in our people, and it resides in our knowledge economies, it resides in our powerful demographics, as you mentioned, and it reposes in our hopeful vision for the future of humanity. Indeed, why are we here today? We are here today because we believe in the minister's vision of seeing the young people of tomorrow receive the skills they need in order to be thriving, happy, contributing members of society. The world is changing, my friends. I don't have to tell you this. The pandemic taught us some extremely tough lessons, both for your country and for ours. Work from home, hybrid work, new kinds of technologies, a hybrid and flexible gig economy have all changed the ways of doing business. Things that would have seemed perhaps to us like science fiction just a few years ago are now reality. One of the things that is changing our world even faster and faster is artificial intelligence. And you look at the many news stories about ChatGPT, you realize the future of work is deeply unknowable and deeply unpredictable, but that requires us to introspect quite substantially to figure out what our young people need in order to be active, successful members of the future workforce. What is clear is that business can help this. Not only are India and America thriving democracies, we have promising demographics. We're going to grow throughout this century, which cannot be said by many other countries. But we have a huge repertoire of advanced skills. And we have a huge number of people who have the desire and the hunger to learn new skills and to apply those to the modern world. So, given India's demographic advantage and given ours, it is entirely reasonable that the US and India should focus on these topics. The good news here is that industry is absolutely aligned with what the government of India is trying to do, what the United States government is trying to do, indeed what the G20 is addressing as well. If you look at India's key sustainable development goals, one of which is to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. I would say that our 200 member companies, both American and Indian, are dedicated intensely to that purpose. And if you look at the skilling done by our companies, if you look at the investment in human capital, both in the corporate setting and also in corporate social responsibility, there is an intense amount of effort and energy by our companies to help uplift society and to make sure that people live better lives. In fact, just one USIBC member is working with 45,000 public health sector ASHA workers in Odisha to help minimize the incidence of malaria. And that's just one example across a galaxy of efforts in public-private collaboration between the member companies of USIBC and stakeholders in the government of India and other places. Friends, I believe, again, that the US-India partnership is on a track of escape velocity. Not only are we Quad partners, which is extremely important in the Indo-Pacific context, we also have many, many partnerships. When you think back to when I served here first as an officer in 2005, the amount and scope and breadth and depth of our collaboration is really, truly incredible now. And so there is very much that we can do. I mentioned the initiative on critical and emerging technologies. That is going to be I think, a foundational scheme in ensuring the technology convergence of our countries. But there's more yet. We have an implementation agreement for a research partnership between the US National Science Foundation and the Indian science agencies for collaboration on AI and quantum technologies, including advanced wireless technologies. We have bilateral defense industrial cooperation, space cooperation, next generation telecommunications, and so much else besides. There's the creation of a new joint task force of the Association of American Universities and leading Indian educational institutions, including IITs, which I believe will make even greater opportunity and recommendations for research and university partnerships. Many of our American tech companies are already playing a major role in skilling Indian talent in deep technology areas and working closely with the government of India, and that will also continue. In the coming days, I'm certain that there will be a plethora of initiatives that will focus specifically on furthering cooperation and facilitating the investment and infusion of capital into Indian deep tech startup ecosystems. And indeed, that is where the GDP of the future, the prosperity of the future, the jobs of the future will lie. As the Indian technology policy landscape develops further under India's visionary leadership, the opportunities for working together both at the G20 and the business-to-business levels are only going to increase further. I believe that 2023 is an inflection point for bilateral relations between the United States and India, and that this coincides so well with India's G20 hosting year. Friends, I'll close with that last thought. Between our two countries, nothing is impossible. We can do so much together, and we are poised for escape velocity. I want to thank Minister Pradhan for hosting this great event. I want to thank all of the participants, including our member companies. And I want to thank the people of Odisha for a truly memorable, marvelous, delightful first visit here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ambassador Mr. Atul Keshav, for your very warm address, and it is extremely heartening to know the wonderful associations, partnerships, and collaborations between India and US through the chambers. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to now invite Mr. Atul Kumar Tiwari, Secretary of MSDE, to kindly deliver his special address.
शिक्षा एवं कौशल विकास मंत्री आदरणीय श्री धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी, श्री चंद्रजीत बैनर्जी जी, श्री सोंधी जी, एम्बेसडर अतुल केशव जी, श्री राघव नार्सरी जी, इस सभा में उपस्थित हमारे छात्रगण, इंडस्ट्रियल कंसर्न्स, एकेडमिशियंस और आप सभी हमारे यंग मित्रगण। वसुधैव कुटुंबकम जो हमारे आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री ने जो हमें क्लेरियन कॉल दिया है, उसका एक बड़ा उद्देश्य है कि कैसे हम टेक्नोलॉजी का यूज़ करके जनता के वेलफेयर को हम बढ़ा सकें। और G20 एजुकेशन ग्रुप की जो हमारे जो डिस्कशन होते हैं, उसमें टेक्नोलॉजी पर काफ़ी फोकस दिया गया है। जिस तरह से हम लोग इंक्लूसिव, क्वालिटेटिव एंड कोलैबोरेटिव टेक्नोलॉजी एनेबल्ड लर्निंग के बारे में और बिल्डिंग कैपेसिटीज़, प्रमोटिंग लाइफ लर्निंग इन द कॉन्टेक्स्ट ऑफ फ्यूचर वर्क पर भी हमने चर्चा रखी हुई है। डीप टेक is at the core of shaping the future of work. It is one of the key sectors to focus for better understanding of the future of work in India, और ये एक संदर्भ है जिसके लिए हमने ये आज का वार्तालाप वर्कशॉप हमने ऑर्गेनाइज किया है। दी थर्ड G20 एजुकेशन वर्क की मीटिंग कुछ दिनों में शुरू होने वाली होगी है, और हमारे और आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के कॉल की इसको जन भागीदारी बनाया जाए और पीपल्स पार्टिसिपेशन बनाया जाए, और आदरणीय मंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में हमने पूरे उड़ीसा स्टेट में हमने इवेंट्स प्लान आउट किए हैं जो 1 अप्रैल से शुरू हुए थे, और इनमें अब तक लगभग 1 लाख से ज़्यादा स्टूडेंट्स और लोगों ने जो गवर्नमेंट डिपार्टमेंट से हैं, एजुकेशनल ट्रेनिंग इंस्टीट्यूशन से हैं, इंडस्ट्रीज से हैं, रिसर्च ऑर्गेनाइजेशन से हैं, स्कूल, हायर एजुकेशन, वोकेशनल एजुकेशन फैकल्टी, सब लोगों ने बढ़ बढ़ के इसमें बड़ी श्रद्धा के साथ इसमें भाग लिया है। आज जैसे आपने देखा आदरणीय मंत्री जी ने उसका उद्घाटन किया। फ्यूचर ऑफ वर्क एग्जीबिशन को भी हम लेके आए हैं, जिसमें लगभग 75 एग्जीबिटर्स हैं जो कैसे फ्यूचर ऑफ वर्क हमारे जीवन के तमाम पहलुओं को आधारभूत तरीके से परिवर्तन करेगा, उसके बारे में हमने ये एग्जीबिशन रखा है जो आप सबको काफ़ी पसंद भी आएगा और हमें आगे के बारे में सोचने में भी सहायता मिलेगी। इन एडिशन टू द डीप कॉन्फ्रेंस टुडे, हम लोग एक और कॉन्फ्रेंस कल कर रहे हैं जो सस्टेनेबल लॉजिस्टिक्स इन कोस्टल इकोनॉमीज़ में होगी। इसका भी फ्यूचर ऑफ वर्क से काफ़ी संबंध है। फिर हमने एक स्किल आर्किटेक्चर एंड गवर्नेंस मॉडल ऑफ इंडिया एंड सिंगापुर में भी हमने एक वर्कशॉप रखा हुआ है, और 26 तारीख को हमने बिल्डिंग कैपेसिटीज़ फॉर लाइफ लॉन्ग लर्निंग इन द कॉन्टेक्स्ट ऑफ द फ्यूचर ऑफ वर्क भी हमने रखा हुआ। ये सारी प्रीकर्सर्स मीटिंग्स हमारे वर्किंग ग्रुप मीटिंग जो अप्रैल 27 को शुरू होगी उसके पहले संबंध होंगे, और ये सारे इवेंट्स हमें एक अपॉर्चुनिटी देंगे ताकि हम रिफ्लेक्ट कर सकें कि हम कहाँ पे हैं, हम ब्रेनस्टॉर्म कर सकें कि हमें कहाँ जाना चाहिए, और हम कैसे कॉन्सेंसस के मेथड से इनोवेटिव तरीके से आउट ऑफ बॉक्स सॉल्यूशंस लेके हम अपने इश्यूज एंड चैलेंजेस को हैंडल कर पाएंगे। वर्क फ्यूचर वर्क के माध्यम से आज हमारी कंट्री में हमारी एक स्टडी की गई जिसके द्वारा ये पता चलता है कि हमारे पास टैलेंट सरप्लस काफ़ी ज़्यादा है, और आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो स्किल प्रवासी भारतीय दिवस में उन्होंने जो कहा था वो मैं इसका उल्लेख करना चाहूँगा। इंडिया हैज़ द अपॉर्चुनिटी टू बिकम नॉट ओनली a knowledge center but also the skill capital of the world. India has capable youth with skill, values, passion and honesty for work. India's skill capital can become the engine of global growth. इस संदर्भ में इस अमृत काल में हमें एक अपॉर्चुनिटी मिली है जो हम कैसे प्रॉस्पेरिटी लेके आएँ और कैसे पीपल को हम ट्रांसफॉर्म कर सकें टेक्नोलॉजी के माध्यम से। मेरा विश्वास है कि आज का कॉन्फ्रेंस हमें नए इंसाइट देगा, पॉलिसी डायरेक्शंस देगा, ताकि हम स्किलिंग के बारे में, रीस्किलिंग, एजुकेशन के बारे में और कैसे हम डीप टेक सिस्टम को लेकर आएँ, इसमें हमें काफ़ी सहायता होगी। I would like to thank my address by thanking our honorable, I would like to end my address by thanking Honorable Minister Shri Dharmendra Pradhan ji. उनके नेतृत्व में देश में पहली बार और नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी के तत्वाधान में एजुकेशन और स्किलिंग में आधारभूत परिवर्तन हो रहे हैं, और आज जो हम जिस जगह पे हैं उससे हम कहीं आगे बढ़ के जाएंगे, जिससे ये ट्रांसफॉर्मेशनल फाउंडेशनल चेंजेस से ही हमें डीप टेक को, फ्यूचर वर्क को आत्मसात करने में सहायता होगी। मैं आप सब की ओर से आदरणीय मंत्री जी का धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा, और उनके विजन के मुताबिक हमने ये वर्कशॉप ऑर्गेनाइज किया है। और इस संदर्भ में मैं CSIR IMMT के लोगों को, IIT भुवनेश्वर फॉर नोडल कोऑर्डिनेशन के लिए, all anchors standalone institutions which have supported the Jan Bhagidari event held across the state, NSDC and knowledge partner CIA Deloitte को और ISB को मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा। बहुत बहुत नमस्कार।
Thank you, Mr. Atul Kumar Tiwari ji, for your special address and sharing the various innovative initiatives of the ministry, both in skilling and entrepreneurship. Ladies and gentlemen, he's a proud son of the soil. His calling to serve his motherland came at a very tender age. One of the youngest MLAs at that time to be awarded the Utkalamani Samman for his extraordinary contribution to the society. Having been elected to the Lok Sabha from the Deoghar constituency, he was immensely contributed to the welfare of his constituency. He is very well known as the Ujjwala man, having implemented Honorable Prime Minister's vision for the Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala Yojana in record time, bringing much solace to millions of women in the country. IIM Ahmedabad published a working paper on lighting up lives through cooking gas and transforming society on this. As former petroleum minister, he has led some very key decisions in the hydrocarbon sector by bringing in a new hydrocarbon exploration and licensing policy. He has also led consumer initiatives like PEHEL, which is the world's largest direct benefit transfer scheme, and the Give It Up campaign. He has been driving India's energy transition, balancing India's energy demand and India's commitment to climate change mitigation efforts. During his brief tenure as Minister Steel, he has also launched the Mission Purvodaya in steel sector to drive transformation of Eastern India to the growth of the steel industry, which has a majority presence all over Eastern India. As Minister of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, he has launched many key initiatives focusing on reskilling and upskilling the manpower of India and focusing on bridging the skill gap for the Indian youth. Under his leadership, various national institutes like IIT Bhubaneswar, IIM Sambalpur, NIT Rourkela, IISER and the Skill Development Institute are changing the higher education scenario in the state. Under the national level, several premier educational institutes are creating the future of the country. Under his guidance and leadership, skill development, education, and entrepreneurship have found a cohesive collaboration which is bringing the youth and others wings to pursue the dreams and achieve economic independence and growth. Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed my proud privilege to welcome and invite Honorable Minister for Skill Development, Entrepreneurship and Education, Shri Dharmendra Pradhan ji, on his Janmabhoomi, Odisha, inviting him to kindly deliver the keynote address on this momentous occasion.
जय जगन्नाथ, नमस्कार. Shri Atul Tiwari, Secretary, Minister of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, our guest, Ambassador Atul Keshav, President, US IBC and Senior Vice President, South Asia US Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Chandrajit Banerjee, Director General, CII, Mr. Raghav Nasle, Managing Director, Accenture Research, Mr. Bipin Sondhi, Chairman, CII Mission on Tech, Innovation and Research and Future Mobility, distinguished dignitaries in the hall, senior officials from different Ministry of Government of India, Government of Odisha, my dear students, senior academicians of different university and institutions, my dear students and my friends from media. I welcome all of you in Odisha, in Bhubaneswar, in IIMT. IIMT is one among the premier science laboratory of our country, looking into new technology, new innovations in sector of mines and mineral. Our national leadership after independence envision the scientific development of our country, economic growth of our country. IIMT is one of the premier institute where we all are together here. I am here not as a guest, as a host. Rightly, the anchor said, in my Karma Bhumi, Janma Bhumi, in my home state, in the place of Lord Jagannath, in the Bhubaneswar, the temple city. We are here to plan the future of the job, reimagine the future of skills. We are all here on the sideline of G20 summit. India is now presiding over the G20 forum. And Odisha has a background of skill. Here in Bhubaneswar, the old Lingaraj temple is there. I am happy Atulji yesterday visited the Sun temple Konark and Lord Jagannath's temple Puri. They all are 1,000 years old. India has a empirical evidence of global trade and commerce in the different part of world, and Odisha was one among the pioneer state, premier state of global trade and commerce. In the coastal belt of Odisha, archaeologists are now coming out with fact habitation are 3,000 years old. That means, and recently one of my researcher friends showed me a picture. In the Sun temple of Konark, there is a statue of giraffe. Giraffe are usually found in Africa. That means 1,000 years ago, the local population has an imagination of giraffe. That means trade link was there between Africa and India. We all know there is a great linkage between Southeast Asia, present day Southeast Asia and Odisha. Sri Lankans are always proud their heritage from their linkage with Odisha. I am welcoming all of you in the great civilizational place of Odisha. And rightly we are discussing a very important topic, how the jobs will be created, how the interest of youngsters of the entire human civilization of next century will be thought upon in such an important place on the sideline of G20. I am thankful to Prime Minister Modi through his visionary leadership. Not only his stops at G20 forum only, important countries from the world will get together G20 platform. That about Prime Minister involved some of the agencies and countries. Taking forward that responsibility a little bit further, as we said, in India we always believe and we always plan for the entire universe. That's for our main theme of this G20 is Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. That means we have a global responsibility. Our motto is for one earth and one family and for one future. Now, when the G20 is moving forward in India, more aspiration and more responsibility concept is also coming up. When we are talking about more responsibility, recently Prime Minister organized a summit of global South countries. More than 136 developing countries came on one platform in the invitation of Prime Minister Modi with one motto. Prime Minister said to all these countries, tell me about your aspiration, tell me about your problems, tell me about your expectation from the so-called civilized section of the world. Unless until we plan about the entire humanity, we cannot function in isolation. So India's presidency is going to add new chapters, new diplomatic features in this G20 summit. And this G20 is going to deliberate in all aspects of human interests. And today we all are here on the sideline with third working group on education and skill summit. This workshop begins today. I am happy the local state government has also organized a 2-day conclave on the 21st and 20th and 21st of this month. And in a way, this is a week-long debate, deliberation, discussion on the area of future of the skills. And India is now implementing national education policy. As I said always, national education policy is not only a document of, it's not a brochure, it's a document, philosophical document for global responsibility. What will happen in future? Today's India's population is around, if we go by the today's population, India's population is around 141.7 crore. Out of that, the young population is around 35% of that population. From age group of 15 to 35, 34, 35% of that population is of this age group. By next, when India would be completing its Amrit Kal, by 2047, India will be having 25% of young population of the entire globe only in India. That means, in the morning when we were discussing with Atul, our good friend from USIBC, he was discussing with me about the changing geopolitics of the globe. China is the present day production center of the globe. Material is not going to influence the future of the civilization. Human nature is going to influence the human future. India is a natural place. India has talent. India has captive market with its new aspiration. India has its own resource. Essentially, India is a knowledge society. In the 21st century, there is a unanimous in the entire human civilization. 21st century is going to be a knowledge-based century. And India is going to lead on that, lead role on that. And fortunately, we all are implementing NEP. NEP has a mandate and responsibility to look into the global aspiration. This COVID-19 shows us a new challenge, put a new challenge in front of us. Work from home 5 years ago was a non-existent concept in the major part of the world. Today, work from home is a reality. People are working from their own home, from their own drawing room, from their own bedroom, during the different time zone, in the different period of the day. They're interacting with the different part of the globe according to the changing time zone. The automation, mechanization, digitalization, with disruptive innovation and technology, the old jobs are vanishing, the new kind of jobs are emerging. The workforce need continuous skilling, reskilling and upskilling. Sometime back, I talked to one of my close friends, the Deloitte's then global head, Puneet Ranjan. I asked him, what are you doing? He said, I am in a classroom. He was supposed to be retired by next month. I asked Puneet, why are you in a classroom? What are you doing there? In my concept, at age of 60, people are supposed to retire and enjoy. But he said, I am in a classroom. When I inquired further, he said, there is a mandate from my company, I may not get my retirement bonus. This is a changing world, friends. Every day we have to upskill ourselves. There is no luxury. There is no liberty in front of us. Today, our Co-Win app has created a global benchmark. Our digital UPI payment platform is gradually enhancing its base to the different part of the globe. If today there is 100 rupees transaction in the entire globe, in the digital platform, 40% are happening in India only. This is the new digital capacity of India. That means we have to upskill ourselves. And the technology has its unique nature. Nowadays, nobody is going to bank. In the mid of the night, the workman coming from his workplace to his home, he is going to ATM and taking care of his bank account. He is a techno-savvy person. Technology is a great equalizer. Our handset may be changed from hands to hand with its own price, but technology is one. No one is now concerned about talking time. Now people are concerned about what is the cost of data. These are the new reality in the world. The entire world is squeezing and shrinking. With this scenario, and new things are also adding up. Few days back, nobody was knowing about ChatGPT. But nobody is now not affected by ChatGPT. Everybody is affected by ChatGPT. Now this is a competition between God-gifted human intelligence and artificial intelligence. Which one will prevail on whom is a matter of debate now. Few years ago, nobody was knowing about hyperloops. Today, I am happy to see the exhibition organized by NSDC. The concept of hyperloops is there in Bhubaneswar now. That means, on the fraction of a second, I will ask, I'll think about a taxi, think about a mobility vehicle. On my glass, there will be a system. I'll just think, on the blink of a second, it will come to my doorstep, because I will think. My AI will catch my natural intelligence. The technologies are not far away. It will be on the reality. Shri is now doing all such things. I am giving command to Shri. Shri, go and fix an appointment with my dear elder brother Behra Sahab and check his appointment whether he is free or not. After a few seconds, Shri is talking to Mr. Behra's telephone and coming back to me. Yes, he is not available. Sorry. Mr. Behra said you are not permitted to meet him. This is a reality. Now further things will go out. This ChatGPT, AI and my natural intelligence will talk together. My dear friend Atul Kasab is available or not? I would like to talk to him. He will give me a command. This is all related to hyperloops kind of thing. This is not far away from city like Bhubaneswar. Nobody was knowing about the moonlighting. I was not knowing the concept of moonlighting. That means a person can work. All my IT friends are now laughing. Whether it's a bad thing or a good thing, it has time will say. Some company are on this opinion. No, this war ethics is compromised. Somebody are saying this is opportunity. Why a person intelligence capacity, intellectual capacity will be limited to one client only? This debate will go on. This is a new skilling system. This is a reimagining of jobs. Today in the exhibition we saw new technology on healthcare. new technology on mobility, technology intervention in agriculture. Today, agriculture means field, bullock carts, plowing instrument, and a poor farmer. Mark my word, within the next 3 years in Odisha's paddy field, Odisha's agricultural field, pant, shirt, clad, boys and girls will be working and operating a drone in that area. This is not far away, it's a reality today. I saw a section in exhibition where the handloom handicraft, conventional handloom handicraft with little bit of value addition, creating new imagination. The days are not far away when the poor weaver from Kotpad will get an order from White House. It's not far away. The Kotpad handloom or Sambalpuri handloom or Maniaban's handloom of Odisha, when go to Paris Fashion Street. Mr. Mishra is there, he will create, he will the first person. Mr. Rautra and Mr. they are the first pioneer person to catch that opportunity. It's not far away. All these things has to be discussed, planned, deliberate in this 6 days conference. Tomorrow, we are going to deliberate on maritime economy, on mineral-based economy. Do you know? Australia is a developed economy today. If I put together Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, Odisha's mineral resource production capacity, the material movement capacity, it will be equal with Australia. See the position of Australia and see the position of India, Jharkhand and Chhattisgarh. Logistics is the major bottleneck in Indian manufacturing industry. We have to think with a new approach that relates to future of the job. There is no dearth of quality manpower. In Bhubaneswar, if I can cite, IIT is there, NIT is also in Odisha, AIMS is in Odisha, Institute of Physics is there, IIMT is there, Institute of Life Science is there, ICMR is in there, IIM is also in Odisha, IJR kind of institutions are in Odisha. I am talking only about Odisha. And some of the premier private universities are also emerging in Odisha. That means there is no dearth of talent pool in Odisha. What lacks? It lacks a imagination. It lacks a information. It lacks a confidence building measure. That's the reason we all are here together to look into the future need, future challenge, future requirement of the human civilizations. And Prime Minister Modi rightly said, in future we no more needs degrees, certificates. Economy, commerce, trade, industry needs competency. Competency relates to skilling system. And this national education policy of 2020 envisioned in the similar way. The new credit framework has been implemented. I saw today in MAIT's exhibition, Academic Bank of Credit, DigiLocker, Skill India portal. These are the new orders of the time. And rightly, we all resolve in one point, unless until the academicians, the academic institution should know what is the requirement in the market, what is the emerging sector in the market. And industry should rely on our Indian institutions, whether it is government one or the private one. Unless until there is a marriage between these two institutions, there is another important institution, me and my dear friend Atul Tiwari. we have a notion, we know everything. Really, we know Mr. Tiwari and me putting together, we know little bit about the thing. Market is driven by industry. Institutions are here to produce quality manpower. Our job is not to create hindrance and hurdles. I promise we will not create hindrance and hurdles. When we are talking about future skills, future mapping, reimagination, we all have to come together, and three important institutions have to come together. We have to involve industry. We have to involve the new generation. Today, India is the number 3 country in the startup ecosystem. This is the opportunity. And semiconductor, energy, sustainable energy, especially area like solar and hydrogen, the healthcare area. This year's COVID, last few years, COVID has shown us a way. Our vaccine network, our medicine producing capacity, our medical equipment productions capacity. I am happy to inform all of you, recently our local Indian IIT Bhubaneswar and AIIMS Bhubaneswar has come together to create a collaborative course. Doctors who know the machine part of the healthcare system, and engineers of IIT should know the sensitivity of the medicine part of the knowledge ecosystem. This is the recommendation of National Education Policy. I urge upon the academician, I urge upon the startup persons, startups, young friends, those who are really involved in the startup system. Now in the 21st century, our responsibility is to create job provider, not job seeker. India's young population needs more job. If everybody will be job seeker, who will be job provider? The startup ecosystem has shown us a way. The young and talented persons of India can be job provider to the entire global requirement. Global South is depending on you. The entire African country and Southeast Asian countries are depending on you. Let us come together, and I am happy to conclude with these words. With lot of aspiration, lot of enthusiasm. One of my friends said the demography is the destiny. Now, Lady Destiny is with India. With this kind of young population and this kind of collaboration, let us convert this opportunity of G20 deliberation to our opportunity. Let us redefine the definition of skill. बंधुगण स्किल रो अर्थ नुहे ITI पास करथुबा बंधु माने, स्किल रो अर्थ नुहे डिप्लोमा पढ़िथिबा पिला माने, स्किल रो अर्थ नुहे केवल स्क्रू ड्राइवर, मोटर मैकेनिक किंबा मोबाइल शॉप रे बसिकी रिपेयर करिबा काम. New imagination, reimagination of skill means operating hyperloops. New imagination of skills means managing. I saw a young professionals in Bhubaneswar few days back who is providing legal service to its global clients and earning. His turnover is more than 3 crore in a financial year. This is the new skills. आमको इमती भाबिबा पाई पड़िबो. Internet, mobility, global connectivity give us an opportunity to think about the global requirement in Bhubaneswar, in Odisha, in any part of India. With our internal strength, India's strength is its mathematics. India's strength is its deep tech learning. Machine is now to the Western world, to the developed economy. machine is the answer. But Indian civilization is always given us inspiration how a human being can think bigger things. This is the civilizational root of our society. बंधुगण यहीं पे भारत को एक अवसर अच्छी. Rightly Prime Minister said, if we can plan properly, India can be the global hub for the skilled manpower of the global requirement. We have to come together. I am happy with Ministry of Skill Development and Education, with Government of India's entire whole of government approach, industry body like CII, USIBC, institution like ISB, our local education institutions, and consultant friends like Deloitte, we all are here together to deliberate, discuss and reimagine not only our own requirement, the entire requirement of entire globe, the whole requirement of entire globe. I congratulate all of you. I am happy to inform, and today is a very auspicious day, Akshaya Tritiya. In Odia, believe in Lord Jagannath's, as a disciple of Lord Jagannath, we all believe today is the most auspicious day of the society. Today, the chariot building work starts. Ratha aji to arambha hue. 1st April was the foundation day of Odisha. This group has started this interaction with Odia society, Odia youngsters from 1st April. I am happy to inform more than 1 lakh youngsters has been involved in this Jan Bhagidari movement. With leadership of Prime Minister Modi, we will be successful, more aspiration, more responsibility, and Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam will be fulfilled, and NEP is the one of the primary instrument, primary catalyst to fulfill this achievement. Again, I congratulate all the stakeholders, welcome all the stakeholders in this conference. Thank you, friends.
Thank you, Honorable Minister Shri Dharmendra Pradhan ji, for your noteworthy keynote address. And as you rightly said, that Odisha has long had a history of skilling through its art, architecture and history, but now those skills need reimagination. Sir, you are indeed our pride at the center, and we at Odisha could not be more proud and inspired to be a part of this vast Vasundhaiva Kutumbakam G20 family. May I now request everyone to please put your hands together once again in gratitude of Honorable Minister's immense guidance and inspiration to all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now present a token of our appreciation through handcrafted mementos. So may I firstly request Secretary Shri Atul Kumar Tiwari ji to do the honors in presenting this memento to our Honorable Minister. A beautiful handcrafted Talapatra painting or palm leaf painting. May I request Mr. Vipin Sondhi ji to please do the honors in presenting the rest of the mementos. Firstly, to our Secretary, Mr. Atul Kumar Tiwari ji. Thank you. May I request you to present the next memento to Ambassador Mr. Atul Keshap. The next one to Mr. Chandrajit Banerjee. Mr. Sondhi, may I please request you to present the next one to Mr. Raghav Narsle. The beautiful palm leaf handcrafted memento. Thank you, Mr. Sondhi. We will now present a memento to Mr. Vipin Sondhi. And finally, before we wrap up, may I request Mr. Vipin Sondhi to kindly make his closing remarks.
On behalf of CII, I'd like to thank the Honorable Minister, Shri Dharmendra Pradhan, for initiating these precursor conferences. Sir, the passion, knowledge, imagination comes straight from the heart in your Janmabhoomi. We look forward to, under your able leadership, to guide us as we reimagine jobs towards a future-ready India. I'd like to thank Secretary Mr. Atul Kumar Tiwari and his team of dedicated officers who worked tirelessly in transforming this idea into a reality. I would particularly like to thank Ms. Sonal Mishra, Joint Secretary, and Ms. Archana Mayaram, Economic Advisor, whose extreme hard work and many a recce here have resulted in this conference today. I'd like to thank officials from the Ministry of Education for their support in putting this program together. My thanks to CB, the DG of CII, of rallying all of us in industry together in bringing the best speakers for this conference. My sincere thanks to Ambassador Atul Keshup, President USI BC, for gracing us and, in your words, as the only overseas speaker. I'd like to thank Raghav Narsle, Managing Director, Accenture Research, for setting up a very succinct yet impactful context to the future of work, and to the NSDC team led by Mr. Ved Tiwari and Mr. Manish Mishra for organizing the conference and the exhibition. And on behalf of CII, most of all to all of you, the attendees, the delegates, media, I hope you will have an engaging, productive, and fruitful days ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you. With this, we close the inaugural program. May I request everyone to please remain with us in the auditorium. Kindly remain with us. We will begin the panel discussion just a few moments from now.
Meet Rajni, a 35-year-old urban home business owner. She owns an Aadhaar card and operates through her current account for her business needs. She has started accepting payments via UPI for her business but cannot pay via UPI as she does not have a debit card. One day at the market, she met her friend Shalini at a store. Hello Shalini, how are you doing? I'm very well. How are you doing? Rajni, why are you paying via cash? Do you not have UPI? No dear, since I don't have a debit card, I have been unable to pay via UPI. Well Rajni, did you know you can now register with Aadhaar too? With over 125 crore Indians now having an Aadhaar card as a primary identification, NPCI has enabled the usage of Aadhaar cards alongside debit cards to register and empower citizens to use UPI as a mode of payment. You don't need to carry bundles of cash to shop anymore. Wow, that sounds amazing. But how can I use it? Sure, follow these simple steps to register. Download the Bhim UPI or any UPI-enabled app. Select Bank. Choose to set a new UPI PIN on the UPI app. Select Aadhaar-based verification. Accept the terms and conditions. Validate by typing in the first 6 digits of your Aadhaar number. Once Aadhaar is validated, enter your new UPI PIN. Enter the OTP received on your registered mobile number with UIDAI. Aadhaar OTP is auto-read and validated by UIDAI. Bank OTP is auto-read and validated by the bank. Now you can enter your PIN for UPI and confirm the same, and it's done. With this one-time validation and setup, you can use your UPI to make payments to any merchant across India. Thanks, Shalini, for making my day. UPI empowering payments to everyone. Meet Rajni, a 35-year-old urban home business owner. She owns an Aadhaar card and operates through her current account for her business needs. She has started accepting payments via UPI for her business but cannot pay via UPI as she does not have a debit card. One day at the market, she met her friend Shalini at a store. Hello Shalini, how are you doing? I'm very well. How are you doing? Rajni, why are you paying via cash? Do you not have UPI? No dear, since I don't have a debit card, I have been unable to pay via UPI. Well Rajni, did you know you can now register with Aadhaar too? With over 125 crore Indians now having an Aadhaar card as a primary identification, NPCI has enabled the usage of Aadhaar cards alongside debit cards to register and empower citizens to use UPI as a mode of payment. You don't need to carry bundles of cash to shop anymore. Wow, that sounds amazing. But how can I use it? Sure, follow these simple steps to register. Download the Bhim UPI or any UPI enabled app. Select bank. Choose to set a new UPI PIN on the UPI app. Select Aadhaar based verification. Accept the terms and conditions. Validate by typing in the first 6 digits of your Aadhaar number. Once Aadhaar is validated, enter your new UPI PIN. Enter the OTP received on your registered mobile number with UIDAI. Aadhaar OTP is auto-read and validated by UIDAI. Bank OTP is auto-read and validated by the bank. Now you can enter your PIN for UPI and confirm the same, and it's done. With this one-time validation and setup, you can use your UPI to make payments to any merchant across India. Thanks Shalini for making my day. UPI empowering payments to everyone.
Greener tomorrow. It's not a dream, but a belief. A belief that leads to change. And change, that's the need of the hour. India has pledged to achieve net zero emissions by 2070. Reduce emissions intensity of GDP by 45% by 2030 as compared to 2005 levels. Achieve 50% cumulative electric power installed capacity from non-fossil fuel energy resources by 2030. India's energy saving schemes have led to emissions reductions of 267.9 million tons per year, resulting in estimated cost saving of $18.5 billion. India has been ranked among the top 5 performing countries in the 2022 Climate Change Performance Index. We have strengthened our distribution network, established one nation, one grid, one frequency, resulting in one market. Green Energy Corridor Transmission Plan developed for 500 gigawatt non-fossil fuel capacity by 2030. India successfully achieved 100% household electrification in a record time of 18 months with the Saubhagya scheme, the scheme for universal access. We have emerged as a country with the fastest growing renewable energy capacity in the world. Solar energy. India ranks 4th globally in the solar power capacity. Large solar parks have led to rapid solar capacity addition. India has a huge potential of floating solar projects. The country has achieved 5.6 times growth in rooftop solar installed capacity in 5 years. India ranks 4th globally in wind installed capacity. Offshore wind targets to achieve 30 gigawatt wind capacity by 2030. We have 46.85 gigawatt installed capacity in large hydropower.
May I request everybody to please take your seats, as you know that we are running behind schedule and we would like to start the first panel discussion of the day. If I may request everyone to please take your respective seats. Our speakers for the session are already here, and we'd like to start it right away. So please, requesting everyone to please settle down and take your seats as quickly as possible. Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to the first panel, which is on India's prospects in global semiconductor ecosystem. May I request you all to join me in extending a very warm welcome to our session chair. We have Mr. Vipin Sondhi with us, we have heard him during our inaugural session. A very warm welcome to you, Mr. Sondhi. We would like to extend a very warm welcome to our speakers from the industry. We have Dr. Charan Gurumurthy, CEO, Fabrication Semiconductor from the Tata Electronics. Mr. Jaya Jagadish, Country Head and Senior Vice President of AMD India. Mr. Inderdeep Singh, President and Managing Director of Continental Device India Limited. Mr. Kishore Balaji, Executive Director, Government and Regulatory Affairs from IBM South Asia. From the academia, we have Professor Shripad Karmalkar, Director, IIT Bhubaneswar. Colonel Amit Verma, Chief Administrative Officer from IIM Ahmedabad. From our government representatives, we have with us Mr. Nishit Gupta, Scientist E from MIT, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India, and Mr. Ashwin D. Gowda, Managing Director from the Karnataka Skill Development Corporation, Government of Karnataka. But we can start the session, right? Or will you wait? So we will just wait for a few minutes before we start the session. We have planned a few panel discussions during the course of the day, and this is being chaired by Mr. Vipin Sondhi. With the rapid advancements in microelectronics, quantum computing, and artificial intelligence, a strong semiconductor ecosystem is critical for India to become a global leader in this sector. The country's highly skilled workforce and rapidly expanding domestic market makes it an ideal location for semiconductor manufacturing. The government's initiatives such as the Program for the Development of Semiconductors in Display Manufacturing Ecosystem in India are creating a favorable environment for the growth of the semiconductor industry and attracting significant investment. The adoption of 5G technology is expected to boost mobile broadband speeds and provide reliable connectivity for IoT devices, and nanotechnology is poised to revolutionize the way we manufacture and develop materials. Finally, haptics powered by semiconductors can provide realistic touch feed for the virtual reuser's experience. With these words, may I now invite our session moderator, Mr. Vipin Sondhi, requesting him to kindly make his opening remarks and moderate this pertinent session. Over to you, Mr. Sondhi.
Thank you, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I hope people outside will come back into what is going to be a very interesting session. Namaste and good morning. On behalf of MSDE, the Ministry of Education, along with the Confederation of Indian Industry, Deloitte and ISB, and on my own personal behalf, I extend a very warm welcome to all of you for the panel on a product that is equally, if not more important to international trade today than oil. India's prospects in the global semiconductor ecosystem. And it's a privilege to have a distinguished panel of speakers here today. May I extend a very warm welcome to all of you for joining us, and I shall make the formal introductions as we go along. I've got 5 points for the consideration of the panel, including your own, of course. First, without semiconductors or chips, as they are popularly known, our modern world would not be possible. Chips power our smartphones, our laptops, our computers, our cars, televisions, our defense systems. Chips are therefore central to our life today. Second, consider the semiconductor ecosystem or supply chain as it exists. And if I might quote from Chris Miller's book, a typical chip might be designed by the Japanese-owned UK-based company by a team of engineers based in California and Israel using design software from the US. When a design is complete, it is sent to a facility in Taiwan which buys ultra-pure silicon wafers from Japan. The design is carved into silicon using some of the world's most precise machinery produced by just 5 companies in Netherlands, Japan, and US. The chip is packaged, tested in Southeast Asia, and sent to for assembly into a computer in China, unquote. What the common person sees is only the end product. So no other facet of any economy is so dependent on so few firms. This is the ecosystem that we need to integrate with. Third, the government's proactive initiatives, such as the Program for Development of Semiconductors and Display Manufacturing Ecosystem in India, are creating a favorable environment for growth of the semiconductor ecosystem, which has caught the attention of the global leaders and large Indian conglomerates. Fourth, looking ahead, India has the potential to be at the forefront of the next generation semiconductor and technologies such as AI, IoT, 5G, nanotech, haptics, and quantum. And finally, and most importantly, our highly intelligent and skilled workforce, all of you, and the rapidly expanding domestic market make India an ideal location for creating a semiconductor design and manufacturing ecosystem. Technology needs a mass market to drive costs down, and big tech would not exist today if the cost of processing hadn't fallen dramatically. On that note, I'd like to invite the panel to share their views on this principal issue briefly for 3 or 4 minutes before we get into Q&A. May I request Nishit Gupta, Scientist E. Maiti, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. Nishit is the Director Technology, India Semiconductor Mission, and Scientist E. Ministry of Electronics. He's involved in the broadening the research and innovation ecosystem in microelectronics, semiconductor, VLSI, and related areas in the country. Over to you, Nishit.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for having me here. So very quickly, briefly, so sir talked about the Chris Miller book reference. So just to, add on the complexity, any production of chip actually crosses the border, international border, roughly 70 number of times. So it's basically integrated, diversified, cross-border ecosystem that this semiconductor ecosystem has. The entire electronic supply chain today stood at roughly $3 trillion. And our Honorable Prime Minister has given us a target of targeting roughly 10% of it in the next coming years. So personally, I feel that this is a very complex task until unless we increase our semiconductor share in the market. So thanks for bringing this topic to G20 forums because it deserves its due prominence. So today I would like to specifically highlight the achievement of the Production Link Incentive PLI scheme, which has actually led to the significance and prominence of electronic manufacturing in the country, specifically in the area of mobile manufacturing. So I would like to give you some facts that in the last 90 months, India has seen a 12x growth in the mobile manufacturing, starting from roughly 4 billion in 2014-15, going to crossing roughly 40 billion in 2021-2022. And in terms of exports, India was doing nearly zero exports in 2014-15, roughly 90 months ago. And now we have crossed roughly 6 billion of mobile phone exports, which are produced in the country. More importantly, I mean, 90 months ago, we were actually importing all the mobile phones, or maybe more than 80% of it. And now we are just importing roughly 5% of it, and the coming time, which is going to reduce further because of the PLI scheme incentives and all. So I don't see any reason that we cannot create a significant success story in the area of semiconductor in the coming time, as we have done in electronic manufacturing. As Sir has said that we have announced this semicon policy worth 76,000 crore, which will be touched upon in the coming part of this session today, and which has a number of different schemes that will be discussed today in the next session, right?
Thanks, Nishit. Very optimistic, so that is a good note to start on. Can I request now Professor Shripad Karmakar, Director, IIT Bhubaneswar. Professor Karmalkar is the Director, as I mentioned, of IIT Bhubaneswar, having an expertise in semiconductor devices and education. He's received many awards, the 2006 Vikram Sarabhai Research Award, the 2007 IBM Faculty Award, the 2021 VLSI Society of India Best Faculty Award, and many others, including the President's nomination to the IIT Council. What is very interesting is he's multilingual, can read, speak Bengali, Hindi, Marathi, converse in Telugu, Tamil, and to an extent Sanskrit. Professor Shripad, I don't know which language you're going to use for this forum, but over to you.
Thank you for that introduction. I come from academics, so my job is to tell you how to generate talent in the area of semiconductors. To do that, in fact, my predecessors have already talked about the 76,000 crore India Semiconductor Mission. We want to generate talent to feed this and mission and make it successful. We should understand the unique nature of semiconductor technology. In next couple of minutes, I will try to impress on you what is unique about semiconductor technology. Now, the first important thing about semiconductor technology is that its products become more and more easy to use as the technology advances. This is contrary to other technologies. Like, for example, you take automobile technology. It is easy to ride a cycle. You need a license to drive a scooter, car, and then spacecraft, you need more and more skilling. Whereas in semiconductor technology, other way around. As the technology advances, the product becomes more and more easy to use. So even a layman can use a mobile phone, which is a very advanced instance of advanced technology. Now, what is the price that you have to pay for this? The price is the processing conditions which are required to make a semiconductor product are very stringent. Just to give you an idea, you need water which is ultra clean. Tap water is a certain level of cleanliness. You have to reduce the contaminants in the water by 1,000 times in order to make it usable for semiconductors. Consider air. If you see outside air and compare that to air that is required for semiconductors, you have to clean it more than 1,000,000 times in order to make it usable for semiconductors. You take the material semiconductor itself, it has to be 99.99999% pure, right? That is really very high level of cleanliness. So this is one of the reasons why the semiconductor technology requires a high level of capital. So this is one of the unique features that easy to use products are obtained by a technology which is highly capital intensive. The next aspect of this technology is highly multidisciplinary. You need people such as metallurgists to mathematicians, electrical engineers, physicists, chemists, name anyone, including economists, right, to develop this technology. And yet another aspect of this technology is that it is materials oriented. India exports software. India sends satellites into space. India makes supercomputers. But when it comes to components like devices and chips, India imports them. And you know why? India even imports technology for making sewing needles, dry batteries, and so on. So what is common between sewing needle, dry batteries, and semiconductors? All these are materials-oriented technologies. Now, this is where we are weak. The 76,000 crore India Semiconductor Mission is exactly trying to strengthen this particular part. I think with those few comments, I will stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Uniqueness of semiconductor technology, very good. Products, capital intensity, skill intensity, and of course the supply chain. I now turn over to Mr. Inderdeep Singh, President and Managing Director, Continental Device India Limited. He's been chairman of CII's Northern Region, associated with the Young Presidents Organization, the Electronic Industries Association of India, and the All India Management Association, and is deeply involved in the field of education, including schools, vocational trainings, universities, etc. He did his MS Electrical Engineering and MBA from Washington University, US. Over to Mr. Inderdeep Singh for his initial remarks.
Thank you very much, Vipin. And I just want to leverage and piggyback on the comments made by Professor, Director of IIT Bhubaneswar. First of all, I think I want to start by thanking the Government of India for finally recognizing this industry, which is an extremely important industry, not just for India, but across the world. We've been in the industry for many decades, and I think in the last few years, realizing the importance of the industry, the government has put a lot of focus on this, put a lot of schemes together, some of them being the SPEC scheme, the PLI scheme, put together the ISM, which was mentioned by the director recently. And we finally have also some improvement, enhancement of the educational programs to help give impetus to this industry, which the government is working very closely with the institutes to try and develop a good modern curriculum. The semiconductor industry, semiconductors in general are a meta resource. They're used in anything and everything. You may not see them, you may not feel them, touch them, but they're present everywhere, somehow or the other, whether it's your phone, your car, your charger, your battery, these days your phone, your TV, you name it. There's some semiconductors somewhere or the other. And these are now in not millions and billions, but trillions of units all around the world, and increasing in the scope and capability and volume. So the semiconductor industry relies on many different verticals and segments, one of which is design, and I think India has done a fairly good job in design-related semiconductor teaching, and a lot of international and domestic companies are doing a lot of work in the semiconductor design. But I think we have fallen a little bit behind as far as wafer fab is concerned. There's also assemblies, test, and related things related to equipment, manufacturing of equipment that will help us make this product within the country. Materials, very, very specialized materials. I think Vipin mentioned some part of the complex chain and the very, very few people around the world who have mastery of the technology. And I think that's an area that we in India have to really focus on. Services, a lot of services that go along with this industry. I think there's this big, big scope for doing services related to the industry. And I think for young students here, there's an ample scope, not just in equipment, materials, and services, but even things like clean air, clean design, water treatment, facilities, materials, you name it. It's a huge, huge scope. There is an interdependence across the world, which was found out much to the difficulty of industry. When a water problem happens in Taiwan, the world is affected. When there's floods in Malaysia, the world is affected, because these supply chains go through these different parts of the world, and we're also highly interdependent on them. You might have heard of Moore's Law, which talked about doubling of the density of transistors on a silicon chip. Used to be every second year, then every 18 months, and I think we are now reaching a point where we are going to reach the limits of physical, the physical limits of the atomic structures. We are, I think, now working on 2 nano around the world, and I think atomic size of half micro and half nanos, we're almost at that limit. So what will happen to this technology going forward? Moore's law has been in place for several decades, but in addition, there's also Rock's law. Some of you may not know of Rock's law, which is Arthur Rock, that with each passing complexity of change, the cost of doing business in this industry also goes up geometrically. So that's also something to keep in mind, and that's one of the reasons this industry is getting more and more becoming smaller, because people who can afford to be in this industry is reducing. Last point I'd like to make before we go into the main discussion is that there's scope across the board. I think Professor already mentioned. We need PhDs, we need MTechs, MScs, we also need diplomas and ITIs and 12th class pass, because manufacturing, we need all kinds of resources and in all kinds of disciplines and fields, whether it's materials, whether it's chemistry, whether it's engineering, whether it's solid state, physics, you name it. There's a whole host of opportunity available. So I think the young people here are in for, you have to stand up and be counted. You have to be ready to and willing to do continuous and lifelong learning, as you heard in the first session, to make sure that we can take this industry and make India a big place in the global semiconductor world. Thank you.
Thank you, Indradeep. Recognition by the government is great, and what you've pointed out is enormous potential for young people to get educated and move into so many opportunities that semiconductor design and manufacturing gives us. Can I now move on to Ms. Jaya Jagdish? She's the country head and senior vice president, AMD India, winner of the 2020 Rising Woman of Influence Award by the Global Semiconductor Alliance, which recognizes and profiles the next generation of women leaders in the semiconductor industry who are believed to be rising to top executive roles within their organizations. Over to you, Jaya, for your initial remarks.
Thank you, Vipin. Good afternoon, everyone. It's indeed my pleasure to be part of this panel discussion with the eminent panelists. So I have been part of India's semiconductor industry for almost 2 decades, 18 years. And AMD India really started its operations in 2004 by starting its design center in Bangalore. Back then, it started really with a handful of engineers who had to be taught the nuances of processor design and had to be trained. From there to now, 18 years later, we are a pretty central part of overall AMD, and every product line that AMD has a stamp of Indian engineers, and we are a strong 6,500 plus in Bangalore and Hyderabad. While I emphasize the growth of AMD in India, it's not just one company that has grown and thrived. There are multiple organizations who have set up their operations in India and have grown and thrived. So there's a huge potential that India offers. While I talked about the growth over the last 2 decades, what we have seen, the growth that has happened in the last 3 years has been unprecedented. There's this huge potential with focus and momentum that's being built by the government of India to strengthen the semiconductor industry is humongous. And talent is something that India thrives on. Talent being the backbone of any industry. India has a huge potential to not just suffice the talent needs for India, but can actually become the hub for the world. So it is really where the government, academia, and the industry can really come together to help us realize this potential. We have a huge growth opportunity in front of us, and I really feel quite bullish about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jaya. Thank you very much. Talent, the emphasis on talent, and therefore, again, the opportunity for young people here to educate themselves and skill and reskill themselves. Dr. Charan Gurumurthy is our next speaker, is the CEO of Fabrication Semiconductors of Tata Electronics. He was mentioning that he's just flown in a few weeks ago to India. His expertise spans semiconductor technology development, high volume manufacturing, global supply chain, factory startup operations, and technology transfer. Dr. Gurumurthy has a PhD from Cornell University, holds many patents, 55 plus patents, and 15 publications to his credit in the field of semiconductors. Over to you, Charan.
Thank you, and very happy to be here. And I come from a manufacturing and research background. Been in the United States for 30 years, as you just mentioned. I returned to India a few weeks ago. And I'm a strong believer that India can be a pioneering semiconductor, not just on the design space, but also in the manufacturing space. And my returning to India is also attesting to the fact and my strong belief that we can make a very powerful impact in the global ecosystem with respect to semiconductor manufacturing. And there is a popular, our national poet Subramania Bharati once said, Sendridivi Rettikum and the Kalachalvam Yavum Konarthanukku Serpir. It's a Tamil. It loosely translates as go on all 8 directions and bring the best of the world back to the nation. I strongly believe that with the fantastic talent that we have in India, sprinkled with a few domain experts from the diaspora and a good policy support from the government, we can make a big difference in the manufacturing space in semiconductor. The goals that we have and the aspirations are very challenging and at sometimes might even look impossible. What I've learned in my career is when your goals look very impossible, then you shouldn't change your goals. You should change the path you take to achieve your goals. So I think while it is challenging, while we'll have to roll our glass and get there, I strongly believe that India has the foundation capabilities to become a strong manufacturing ecosystem in India. And so I strongly believe that in a few years we will be talking about Atmanirbhar Bharat with respect to semiconductors, and look forward to having greater discussion with the panel today. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Gurumurthy. Again, your optimism is great, especially on the talent and India's capability. Also that don't change goals, change the path that you set out to achieve these goals if they are challenging. I next move on to Ashwin Gowda, Managing Director, Karnataka Skill Development Corporation, Government of Karnataka. He's an IRS officer of the 2011 batch. He started his career in Kerala. He's worked in various wings of the Income Tax Department and in 2018 became the Deputy Secretary to the Chief Minister of Karnataka. He's been the MD of KSDC since 2020. Over to you, Ashwin.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, a very good afternoon to all of you. So today we are here to discuss and deliberate on the growth prospects of India, of our country in semiconductor industry. And semiconductor assumes a lot of importance because it is industry agnostic. It cuts across all the industries, right? And it is also, semiconductors also at the center of geopolitics as how nuclear technology was few decades back. Right? Having said this, actually, see, some of the facts are like this. India still depends on imports for its semiconductor needs. Almost only 9% of its needs are met locally. But with the support of government's initiatives like, India Semiconductor Mission 2021, product linkage, linked incentives, design linked incentives, we are expected to double this by 17% by 2026, right? So, for this sector, definitely skilled workforce forms the backbone, and the skilled workforce requirements for within the semiconductor manufacturing and designing industries depends on various factors, like the type of the industries, the specific industry segment, the type of the products that are being manufactured and designed, and the type of technology that is being used. And since the students are here, I would like to mention briefly about some of the skills that are required for a career in this sector. See, semiconductors are basically into two. One is manufacturing and one is designing, right? So for manufacturing, basically you should have the knowledge of semiconductor materials and processing techniques such as wafer fabrication, packaging and testing, and then knowledge of There's equipments and tools used in semiconductor manufacturing, including fabrication equipment, metrology tools and testers, and experience with the product, the process improving technologies such as Six Sigmas, and then understanding of safety protocols in a clean room environment, and your familiarity with industry-specific software applications such as MES, that is manufacturing execution systems, and then ERPs, and then CAD tools such as EDA for IC verification and simulation. So all such, apart from that, you also require skills like problem-solving skills and strong communication skills and ability to work in a team environment. So of course, to provide all this, the Government of India and Skill India initiative has trained, almost 1.5 lakh candidates in this particular sector itself as of now. And we have the sector skill councils, and with them, we have developed almost 50 plus job roles in the electronics sector. And the content and curriculum for all these job roles are being developed with the support of industries. And if I have to give the example of Karnataka, we have partnered ourselves with industries for development of content and curriculum, partnered with industries like Electronic City Industry Association for assembly line operators, for manual soldering technicians, and then with Keynes Technologies, which manufactures flex PCBs, very few in our country, and then Bharat Electronics Limited for internship and apprenticeship opportunities. So from training, from education, from skill training to apprenticeship, and also for gainful employment, currently we are working with, and the government stance is very much clear. That is, to adhere to the developmental changes and to provide a system favorable for industries to prosper. And, with this, actually, the government has also, working with several models, working with the industry associations, industry bodies like ISA and large conglomerates to utilize their training infrastructures and to provide training to the students. So, that's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Ashwin. That's very good. Of course, geopolitics is a major thing in semiconductors, as it was, as you mentioned, in nuclear, oil before that and after that as well. And also for laying out what a very progressive state government is doing to nurture skills and make the system more and more easy for the semiconductor ecosystem to develop. Let me now move to Kishore Balaji, Executive Director, Government and Regulatory Affairs, IBM South Asia. Kishore is currently, he leads all of IBM's policies and regulatory engagements with the federal and state governments, credited for having architected an industry-wide digital literacy program that today is adopted by the government as the National Digital Literacy Mission, and which has trained over 10 million people. Over to you, Kishore, for your opening remarks.
Thank you. Thanks for the kind introduction, and pleasure to be part of such a august panel here, and exciting to be at this moment right here in Odisha. I think I'll take off where Ambassador Kashyap left. I think we live in some extremely unprecedented times. Everything that we saw in science fiction movies and we read in comic books as we grew up is happening today. We see, we hear of man walking with an artificial heart in a bag, bionic limbs, and whatnot. At the heart of all of this is a semiconductor, and it's heartening to see the government of India pulling together all its might to become a superpower in the semiconductor space. Now, for people on the panel and some associated with the semiconductor industry, may appreciate IBM and IBM's work that we do in the semiconductor space. And for those of you who are not initiated to that, IBM leads the 2 nanometer process technology, which is used by several of our partners worldwide. We've also, over the period of time, been extremely integral part of the government of US and the government of Japan semiconductor strategies. Now, I will make an intervention, brief intervention in 3 things that I think we should do to get this humongous task of our lifetime out of our way. 1, focus on skilling. While, like Ashwin spoke, it's very, very important to address the manufacturing skill availability in India to enable this mission to succeed. But we shouldn't lose focus of the inherent design strength that we have, and we should continue to nurture that to try and see how we can move up the value chain to solve for semiconductor in some of the emerging areas. The second, we should continue to push for R&D. We should continue to develop the R&D ecosystem that brings together academicians, startups, students like you, and industry to put India on the global semiconductor R&D map. On that prospect, IBM continues to work with several institutions like IIT Roorkee, IIT Gandhinagar, IIT Mumbai, so on and so forth, and we look forward to collaboration to extend this R&D might of India. And lastly, there needs to be supporting ecosystem that is created to enable both the demand side and the supply side issues with the supply chain in mind. Like, how do we look at materials? How do you look at equipment movement, gases, and so on and so forth? Here again, a new breed of skilled youth is required to ensure that these supporting ecosystems are also well staffed for us to put India truly in lead when it comes to semiconductor industry. Thank you.
Thanks, Kishore. The 3 points very clearly, skilling keeps coming up. The R&D push is critical in all areas, semiconductor notwithstanding, and supporting the ecosystem and making sure it's well staffed. Thank you, Kishore. Let me now move to Colonel Amit Verma, Chief Administrative Officer of IIM Ahmedabad, is a military veteran, donning multiple hats ranging from the Head of Operations, Indian Army, Director Strategy and Planning, to now the Chief Administrative Officer at IMA. He's a senior functionary who provides total administrative support for all activities of the Institute. Over to you, Colonel.
Thank you, sir, and Jai Hind, everyone. What views I would be presenting is more as a practitioner and user of technology, and in that, in Army, I have seen the value that tech gives you. It saves lives. And that is possible because we make it and we use it. India has to aim big. If we have to look at our target, I would say maybe 100 billion of the 600 billion pie in the next decade, because this is going to be India's century. It's a knowledge-driven century. It will require support from all these stakeholders, and many of the august members who are sitting in the panel, they represent just that. What we would need is to make tech accessible. There's a quote from, if you have been a great fan of Star Trek, advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. That's what tech is. It just is there. And if it is there, it has to work for you. I'll give you an example of a Naga soldier who had not been exposed to technology much beyond, say, a mobile. But when he was presented with a drone, he learned how to operate it. He learned how to analyze the feed coming off it. He learned how to stabilize the feed through interference across power lines. And today, when he is retired, he is doing yeoman service to his community back in the Northeast by providing them medical supplies by a drone system. Now, that's practical application of tech. If we have to make tech work for us, we have to demand more. We cannot settle for hand-me-downs. We cannot settle for joint ventures where we get tech which others are discarding. That's not how it works. Tech will have to give us a competitive advantage. It will have to give us the tools to get things done, because it's just a means. We all remember the movie 3 Idiots when Rancho is asked the definition of a machine. He says machine is anything which makes human work easier. I would say deep tech has to be something which makes the impact of human thought better. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Colonel. And coming straight from the heart, you're donning a Naga jacket and gave an example, a fantastic example of a Naga soldier making an impact with drones. So thank you very much. Let's move on to the Q&A, and let me start with Nishit. Nishit's understood, of course, that we all know that the union government announced the semicon policy last year to provide dedicated thrust to the semiconductor ecosystem. What has been the progress, and how do you see that moving forward, the actual execution of that policy from your point of view?
Okay, thanks. Picking from the opening statement of the Ashwinji, so although we claim that we have roughly 20% of the overall VLSI designer across the globe, which are designing roughly, thousands of chips for more than 200 companies in the country, we still are importing roughly more than $10 billion of ICs from abroad. And more than 60% of it is coming from the China. Now, this is a problem statement. Now, to address this problem statement, the Government of India has announced this semicon policy of outlay 76,000 crore in December 2021, which actually holistically covers the design, manufacturing, R&D, and talent ecosystem of the country. Now, this is not the first attempt that India is making. I mean, earlier also, I mean, there are a couple of more events, attempts India has already made in the past. However, this is the most holistic attempt that India is now making with a dedicated policy framework, which is driven from the top and coordinated at all levels. So just to give the glimpse of the policy, what exactly is it? So if you are a company, foreign or domestic company, which is intending to set up a semiconductor manufacturing base in the country, so what Government of India is offering on the table is they're giving 50% of the cost, upfront cost of the project. On top of it, state government is giving further 20% of the cost. So you have upfront project cost of roughly 70% of the table in the beginning itself. On top of it, you will also get a support of roughly 2 to 2.5% of doing the R&D, development of talent for internal use, and you always have the support for the existing PLI scheme. So the Government of India is offering a scheme which is nowhere across the globe. The kind of incentive that is being offered here is significant. For the fabless design, to capture the fabless design ecosystem in the country, so there's a scheme, dedicated scheme with the name of Design Link Incentive, wherein the Government of India is saying that if you are a student or an entrepreneur who is willing to set up a chip design company or you want to venture into a chip design business, you have a three-tier support framework available for you. The first is that the Government of India has set up a chip-in center at CDAC Bangalore with state-of-the-art EDA tools from prominent vendors like Cadence, Mentor, and Synopsys, which can help you designing a chip up to 5 nanometer. You can access those chip design tools remotely from anywhere, sitting at Odisha only, and start your journey. Once you start designing a chip, the Government of India is also offering the 50% of the project cost in the reimbursement manner to each applicant. And once you start selling those chips in the market, 5 to 7% of that will be incentivized on top of it. So this is for the chip design. Apart from that, there is one more program which is not part of Semicon India, but I would like to definitely highlight because this is touching base with the skilling. So Government of India last year has announced the Chip to Startup program, which intend to generate 85,000 manpower at BTech, MTech, and PhD level in the next 5 years. In various design area. So as part of it, we have issued a call for proposal, and this month we are going to announce roughly 100 plus colleges which will be part of Chip to Startup program. And all those colleges and startups will be given access to these EDA tools and incentives for the next 5 years. So there are a good number of institutions from IT, from Bhubaneswar and Odisha which are part of it. So those will be announced in April itself, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nishit. Very, very clear. I'll summarize towards the end. Professor Shripad Karmarkar ji, as a prominent expert in semiconductors who's made significant contributions to the sector, we'd like to hear how can India advance semiconductor innovation by leveraging advances in microelectronics, material sciences, and so many other areas. Over to you.
So, Nishit already mentioned how government is trying to create an environment where things can improve as far as semiconductor is concerned. I come from academics, so I'll focus on talent generation. In my introductory remarks, I already pointed out what are the unique features of semiconductor technology. Let me add something more, which is directly, which has a bearing on the way we train manpower. If you compare different material technologies, like glass, steel, and semiconductors. So what is the difference? If you see glass and steel, there was a lot of empiricism historically, and the science came much later. Whereas the semiconductor technology is completely reverse. First the science came, and only then the applications have started coming. So one of the things while training people in this area is that they have to undergo a training program in which they have to be willing to deal with abstract theory, and multidisciplinary nature. So this is one very important thing. So you need this kind of a training. You cannot just be an empiricist and then develop expertise. The second thing someone already mentioned, and I want to emphasize, communication skill. See, this is really important, particularly in the area of semiconductors, because it's a multidisciplinary area. A chemist has to talk to someone who is in the area of electrical engineering, and so on. So unless they have good communication skill, which actually means that you should be able to talk not in terms of the jargon of your area, but to a non-specialist. You cannot do much as a team. So this is particularly important here. The other thing that I want to also mention is we have to distinguish between two types of semiconductor devices. One is the chips, which many people have focused on, and discrete devices. Now, the semiconductor products, if you see, they are spread over three main areas: automotive, communication, and computers. In automotive field, you require discrete devices that are called power devices. These are somewhat easier to fabricate as compared to chips, which require very fine feature size. So we must develop our ability to fabricate these devices. This will be a little easier than going in for chips, for which we need to wait until some big companies establish their fabs here. Apart from that, I think other points people have made already, like we already have design strength, we can further use it in a better way. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Saab. Over to you, Inderdeep. How well is India placed in establishing a domestic semiconductor ecosystem, given the dearth of domestic manufacturing of components? I know it's a challenging task, but over to you.
Thanks. Yeah, we are in a difficult situation. I think there's no question about that as far as components is concerned. It's been the bane for the industry that we still end up importing almost all our component needs, and we have to change that. There's no question about it. There have been some significant initiatives taken in the past that actually helped develop the component ecosystem across the entire industry, not just in semiconductors. I'll give a reference to one such, which was the Center for Development of Telematics. One of the big programs and outcomes of that was that a large number of component companies got set up. Unfortunately, the technology being what it is doesn't last beyond a certain period of time unless you keep reinventing. So we lost some of that, but some of the the promoters have stayed on with that business, and I think that has been that type of approach is something we really need. The other such similar thing was CDAC and the Center for Development of Advanced Computing, which also spawned a lot of component ecosystem. And recently, I think we have large projects where the demand is going to be good, which is going to help create the investors' desire to invest and hope to get some decent return. So whether it's mobile phone related, and I think really Professor Kamalkar mentioned mobility. I think in the mobility space, India has a huge potential to get into developing the ecosystem. And government schemes such as FAME will actually help get there by insisting and ensuring that the benefits of FAME go to those who are doing domestic sourcing to the extent possible. So more such schemes, I think, will really help develop the ecosystem, not just for the semiconductors themselves, but across the component base. And I'm hopeful that more such schemes and more such large volume projects, LED bulbs and lighting, for example, we are seeing a lot of development of supply chain items which never used to be available here come in. And I think mobile phone chargers, for example, you'll see a lot of that happening. Set-top boxes, there's a whole bunch of different products which are large volume products which will create the type of demand that investors would like to see to be able to take the investment decision to put their money in hope of getting good returns. So I'm very hopeful that these types of initiatives, along with the government's specific schemes such as FAME, will help drive the investment into component manufacturing.
On that optimistic note, thank you, Inderdeep, for articulating what is a challenging task, but I'm sure we are up to it. Jaya, as the chairperson of Semicon India Future Skills Talent Committee, could you highlight the key recommendations of the committee, and also how will the industry-academia gap be narrowed?
Sure. I had the honor of being the chairperson for the committee, and I worked with 13 other eminent leaders from the government, industry, and academia. The goal that was given to the committee was to come up with a set of recommendations to strengthen the semiconductor industry or ecosystem in India, with the goal of making India a hub for semiconductor talent globally. It was a pretty lofty goal, and it was indeed a great experience working with all the leaders from various sectors. The first step was to really look at the demand and supply and construct a roadmap for India's semiconductor ecosystem. So we divided the entire ecosystem into 5 sectors: design, system design, foundry, ATMP, and display. For each of these sectors, we actually came up with a demand and supply to identify the gaps. One thing that was quite obvious was there was really no gap in terms of headcount. We have about 500,000 graduates in India, who are engineering graduates who are available. The gap really was in skill set. If we can convert the raw talent into skilled labor, I think India can easily become the talent hub for the world. So the next thing was to really divide the requirements into short-term and long-term. While the curriculum changes are recommended, it will take about 4 to 5 years for these changes to creep in and the graduates to really come out. So we need something for reskilling and upskilling for the short term. So we've come up with strong recommendations for each of these sectors in terms of short-term certification or training. Another gap that we noticed was also on the practical training. While theory, a lot of good theory concepts have been covered in the material or the content that's taught, it's really the labs or the practical training, the application of what you learn, that's where some of the gaps were. So we have in the recommendations included all the practical lab exercises for each of the courses that you handle. And these lab exercises are closer to the work that is done in the industry. Another aspect for any growing industry is R&D. While the short-term and long-term coursework addresses employability, R&D cannot be ignored. Innovation becomes the backbone of growth for any industry. So we have done an in-depth analysis on R&D aspects as well for the semiconductor ecosystem. And we have had recommendations to build a R&D, semiconductor research and development center modeled after Albany Nanotech or IMEC. Another part that the committee did was also to look for some benchmarking. So in Malaysia, they have Penang skill set development centers. So we did a detailed study of how these skill set centers operate. And I believe in our recommendations, we have recommended that those centers in Malaysia be used as a benchmark and recreated in India. So overall, we have given a 70-page report with recommendations, a comprehensive set of recommendations to make India a talent hub. Last but not the least, while the short-term and long-term courses cover the technical core of the ecosystem, there are several important but peripheral things that the committee has also taken a look at and recommended. Startup ecosystem, evangelizing and making semiconductor a career path, a preferred career path for the students, how to bring about more women in participating in the employment and having their careers in the system. How do we develop tier 2 cities and the ecosystem so we can leverage on the talent from those cities? These are all peripheral or rather very important, but do not touch the core of the technical competence. We have had several recommendations to make improvements. So with that, I think it's a pretty comprehensive report that we've given. now onwards to implementation of these recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jaya. Very comprehensive indeed. Charan, let me move to you. The Tatas, interestingly, has chosen to take the lead in downstream industry with OSATs. Could you please share what prompted the group to focus on downstream? Are there any inherent advantages that India has? And what are the challenges in setting up the country's first OS80? Over to you, Charan.
Thank you. First, I want to start with a clarification. The Tata strategy goes multi-pronged, and so we are going to work on wafer fabrication, the foundry, and we will be in assembly and test, and we will do card assembly and system integration, and we'll do final assembly, test and packaging, as well as component manufacturing. So we have strategies that go across all these thrust areas, and we are going pedal to metal on all of these. And different vectors take different timescales to mature. So it may appear that we are going full speed on one versus the other, but in reality, we are pushing all of them simultaneously. And just to touch upon assembly test, which was your primary question, in the case of assembly test, we are going with the fundamental premise that we don't want to be just another player in the assembly and test world. And we don't want to be another cost player. We want to be a leader, and we want to be a technology leader. So it becomes compelling for our customers to partner with us and work with us. And so towards that, why do we think assembly test is an oligopoly. There are only few people in the world that do this successfully, large players in the world. And so why do we believe that we'll be successful in India? There are a few key vectors. Number one, we want to bring in, we are actually started that process and further along. And so we will be in revenue in assembly and test beginning this year. And so we have put in best-in-class talent. I already touched upon that we bring in a few people with domain expertise from Indian diaspora, from outside. In addition to similar to what Jayaji was talking about, we are working with universities to put in integrated programs, and so that half the curriculum gets done in India, the other half of the curriculum gets done overseas in Taiwan and other places where they could get practical experience. So when they come in, they can hit the ground running. So in addition to that, even a technician in a silicon foundry or even an assembly test factory, we cannot just get somebody out of a technical school and put them on a manufacturing line. So we are bringing in certificate programs with multiple universities, so that even our technicians will get some level of background training on how to work in a clean room, what does ESD means, and all those basics, so that when they come in, they have a comprehension of why this manufacturing is very different from regular manufacturing. Semiconductors, by the way, is the most complex thing that human being does in the world. And if you are looking at in the front end of a semiconductor, you are dealing with dimensions that are like 2,000 times smaller than that of the diameters of your hand, of your hair. And so we're working on that type of technology, really requires skilled people. So with the talent that we can build locally, as well as the domain expert that we can, from Indian diaspora, we can get from outside, we strongly believe that we will have a best-in-class talent. The next thing is we will have best-in-class equipment. We are going to compete with people who are having depreciated equipment and can be a great cost player. And the way we will address that is we will bring in equipment that are fundamentally higher productivity, they have artificial intelligence, they can self-correct itself, they can self-learn itself, so the number of assists required for this equipment is a lot lesser than that of a traditional equipment, and also they could occupy lesser space, so we could have better factory utilization, etc. So best-in-class talent, best-in-class equipment, and the biggest thing is we will bring in differentiated, advanced, first-of-a-kind technology to India. So that will be a compelling factor for our customers to partner with us. And in addition to that, of course, we are getting excellent support from government at the central level as well as the state level. And we combine that with that of safety is job one in the semiconductor industry, and also sustainability and social governance is a top priority for the semiconductor industry as well as for the Tata Group. So these are the key factors that makes us believe that we will be successful. And we have been very encouraged by the kind of support that we are getting from our potential customers. And so we see strong growth opportunity here. There was a mention about geopolitics, right? That helps us certainly, but I looked at it as a short-term effect. And so we need to go beyond all short-term effect and create a supply chain resilience by geographical diversity of the supply chain in the semiconductor industry. So we will bring that value addition to the semiconductor industry. And that's why we believe that India is uniquely positioned to succeed. And there was also last part of your question that said, what are the hurdles that we have to go through? While I don't fundamentally believe there is any showstopper to make assembly test or foundry to be very successful in India. Certainly there are a lot of risk factors and there are some hurdles to go through. And particularly related to assembly test, there are two hurdles that I see. One, we are yet to build a vibrant local ecosystem from an equipment, materials, design standpoint, right? So you need that, and we need to work hard on building that ecosystem. Just to give you an example, even foundational things from an assembly test standpoint, printed circuit board or lead frames, we have to go import it. So we need to work on collectively changing that. And as we scale, we need to motivate our key partners. Either we do it by ourselves or bring our key partners to set up shops in India with good incentives so that we could build a vibrant ecosystem locally. So that is one key thing. The second thing is we also have to think about from a customer point of view. There will be hesitancy to move into a new geography with new set of players. So the way we can address that is to come up to scale and come up to the maturity level on the technology the fastest we can, and come up on leading edge technology so that customers feel like they want to partner with us, work with us, and collectively invest in each other and have a strategic partnership so that we can all be successful. So those are few things that we believe are roadblocks, but roadblocks are by no means showstopper. So I'm hoping that the next few meetings that we will have, we will share success stories from this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gurumurthy. Very, very articulate. Ashwin, over to you. You've articulated some of them, but policy initiatives to develop a local ecosystem in Karnataka?
See, the policy initiatives with respect to skilling, you must be knowing that the semiconductor industry is constantly evolving with a lot of technological advancements and applications of IT. I mean, AI, ML, IoT, then robotics, 5G technologies, quantum computing and all, right? So this requires a strong foundation. So this requires a strengthening of the engineering formal education system itself. So as part of the NEP, Karnataka government has taken initiatives to come up with credit-based electives, wherein the courses on VLSI and embedded systems, layout designings, then IC designing engineering, all these courses have been provided to the students so that they can take it up and upskill themselves. And similarly, the Skill Development Corporation, with the support of RV Engineering College, one of the premier institutions in Bangalore, so we have developed e-Kaushalya. That is a platform wherein the candidates can access, since the students are here, you please listen to me. So you can access these content on AI, ML, IoT again, and fundamentals of VLSI. Everything is there, so you may access. It's free of cost for all of you. And then one of the other policy initiatives is basically to engage industries, to promote industry-academia collaboration, especially in development of content and curriculum. And we have engaged the Electronic Sector Skill Councils, and they've also come up with a proposal of training almost 10,000 students. So we'll be training them. And then with respect to this, training, when it comes to training, the policy initiative is to engage more and more of the existing infrastructure available with the industries themselves. So as I told you in the beginning, with LCRs, with the Keynes Technologies, and with VEL, we are developing and utilizing their training infrastructures and providing more and more training. And then with the companies like Aimtron, we are also coming up with a 6 months internship and apprenticeship opportunities for our ITI students, right? And then training centers again. So this is to promote the public-private partnerships. I know Karnataka has taken the major initiative in terms of engaging Tata Technologies. With the support of TTL, we have spent almost 4,600 crores in upgrading 150 ITIs, wherein the electrical vehicle and then advanced plumbing, robotics, and 3D printing, all these technologies are being taught to the ITI students. And since Mr. Charan Gurumurthy is also here, I would suggest that we can also, just like TTL, we can also engage to utilize, to come up with a training center in Fab 2, especially utilizing at least, under CSR and also utilizing your older machineries, something of that sort, right? So these are the basic initiatives, and Karnataka, the government of Karnataka is very much aware, and we are also promoting the companies to come forward and set up their fab base, and initiatives have taken place, and companies are coming forward to set up their base in Mysore too. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashwin. Lots of opportunity, obviously, that the state governments are really putting their best foot forward, especially Karnataka. Kishore, with IBM being a leading technology incorporation, can you please let us know more about the IBM's experience with the US CHIPS Act and the enabling role it can play to support development and of an ecosystem in India?
Sure, I think I'll keep it very brief and happy to have follow-through dialogues with members in the ecosystem. So IBM has been a very prominent voice in the CHIPS Act with a vantage to push for more investments in R&D. Now, as part of the initiative, we also helped build an American coalition, American Semicon Innovation Coalition, if I may, which is a semblance of more than 160 organizations cutting across startups, academia, and so on and so forth. Now, one of the core visions of this group is to see how does America constitute its National Semiconductor Technology Center. There we are participating sheerly by virtue of having run a similar facility in Albany Nanotech in collaboration, in public-private partnership with the state of New York, where we bring in all sorts of ecosystem players like startup researchers, students, and whatnot into the center to have collaborative R&D efforts. I'm glad to say every day, more than about 3,000 people work in this collaborative space to further the cause of semiconductor in the US. And this becomes a nice reference design to scale such centers across US. Back in India, we have a deeper understanding of having run the center for the past 20 years, and we remain extremely keen to contribute to any thinking or setting up of such facility in India with all the best known methods that we have digested over the period of time.
Very encouraging. Thank you very much. Amit, you're an expert in strategy and planning. It'll be very interesting to hear what academic, research, and industry partners can position themselves so that we become a leading player in global semiconductor industry over the next 10 years.
When we started the day today, Manya Mantri Mahoday spoke about it. The way ahead is together. It cannot be done only by research. It cannot be done just by collaboration. It cannot be done just by manufacturing or a focus which is going in one direction. It has to be like a radium atom, radiating every direction, waiting for somebody else to pick up the spark and take the reaction on. We have the talent. We have global talent which has been working outside in similar challenges, and they have seen the industry grow. At 600 billion, I think there is an awesome opportunity here. And if Indian startups, which number just about 20, can even hit 100, the 100 billion target that I spoke about earlier is definitely possible. The challenge which comes to you is that this is not an easy sector to get into. Government support, which has started at about 10 billion right now, would have to continue for close on to a decade before tangible results come back in. And some of the companies which are the representatives who are here and have said that they are going to commit to the process, that's extremely heartening because they believe in the India story. The challenge for us would be to get heroes on the table. If this hall had Virat Kohli standing here, it would be packed. But we are talking about semiconductors, and that's not as popular. We have to make tech popular. We have to put tech in the hands of every child, that they start believing in the Indian tech. My younger one is 9 years old. He can manage Discord, Roblox, Fortnite, and a PS4 and a Nintendo Switch together, and he's not even 10. This is the generation which is going to grow in the next 10 years and drive the India story. थोड़ा daring करना पड़ेगा. I'll just say it like that. थोड़ा daring करना पड़ेगा. We are very safe in whatever we are talking about. We are being very nice about it. I believe, and as the experts will bear it out, it's a volume game. There are hardly any margins here, and there are people who are already doing better at it. There are companies which have been doing this for close on to 5 decades. If we are going to beat them, we have to beat them on volumes. The internal market of India has to become insular. We have to be Indian, we have to buy Indian, and in whichever product we are holding in our hands, be it a phone or a tablet or a computer, if it has chips made in India, the true Swadeshi, if it has chips which are made in India, I think that is the way we will be able to gather everyone together. There has to be that flagpole, a flag which is flying and everybody is rallying around it. The academia has to reach out to the end users. The end users have to interact back with the academia. There has to be total synergy. Scholar warriors, warrior scholars, they have to mix so much that you should not be able to tell the difference. And then the tech which comes out will be uniquely Indian. Nobody planned in the government for Hyderabad and Bangalore to become what they became. Somebody there said, we are going to make a change, and they made it. Similar would be the story when it comes to deep tech. We have to remember that there is a big, big India out there, which demands that it should get the tools, the technology that it can drive, that it can use to get forward. Indian Navy has just placed an order for 1,700 crores for a fire control system to BEL. It's going to create 4 lakh man-hours. Immense employment opportunities for MSMEs, and if we can buy fire control systems for our Navy from BEL, why can't we buy our phones from them? Thank you, sir.
Great. Thank you very much, Amit. We've run out of time, so I'll quickly summarize. One most holistic attempt being made by the government, both central and state, to set up a semiconductor ecosystem in India, including significant incentives and colleges coming as part of the, important for colleges to come in as part of the chip startup ecosystem. 2, creating talent, abstract and multidisciplinary. Important that communication across disciplines, so the very skill of communicating will be an important part. 3rd, components, very challenging but no option. But large projects like mobile phones and mobility will drive creation of the component industry. 4th, India can become a hub for semiconductor talent in India. Short and long-term recommendations have been made. Need for a focus on practical training, need for a semiconductor R&D system, need for benchmarking. How do we bring women and tier 2 cities also into the loop? 5th, manufacturing is extremely complex, and therefore even technicians will need far more intensive training prior to bringing them onto a workstation. We will bring in, as Guru said, bring in differentiated, first of its kind technology into India and sustainability and supply chain resilience. We are uniquely positioned as India to make it a success. And finally, important to bring academia, industry, government to collaborate towards the cause of semiconductors in India, the future of skilling and jobs, enormous opportunity to all the young people. Please join in on this bandwagon. And thank you very much to the panelists. Exciting discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sondhi and Session Chair. Thank you so much for spearheading that very pertinent session. And a heartfelt thanks to each one of you speakers for your time and expertise with us. Before we break for lunch, we would like to present mementos to all our panelists. May I request Mr. Sondhi in his capacity as chair of the session to do the honors in presenting mementos to all the speakers. Due to lack of time, I will not personally take each name of the speaker, but sir, if I may request you to start felicitating our speakers on from your left please come forward. I request ushers to kindly come forward with the mementos. We are very pleased to have Madam Jaya Jagdish with us, the only women power on this panel, but we are so pleased to have your presence, and thank you for sharing your expertise with us. We'll request speakers to come forward for a group photograph. With this, ladies and gentlemen, we conclude the first panel discussion and session of today. We will now break for lunch. May I just bring to your notice that lunch is at 3 different venues as per the color coordinate of your badge. Red, orange, green and purple badges are the VIP F&B, which is on the left of the auditorium. The blue, yellow and along with media is the garden area, which is opposite the auditorium. And finally, brown and grey is the exhibitor lunch area. This is just for seamless coordination of lunch. The menu is going to remain the same. May I also request everybody to please be back at 2:30 p.m. for the rest of the panel sessions that we have through the day. Enjoy your lunch.
Is it working? Is it working? Should I say it loud? I think it is working fine. Huh, for me it's fine.
Check. Hello. hello, 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 hello.
Go to the display on CMP machine and click on Pump 1 button. Click on Start button. Click on Conditioner button. Click on Head button. Exit the display and click on the pinch and grab the wafer to collect it from the table. Then place it on the head in the CMP machine. Click on the machine doors to close them. Click on the green button named Chucking next to the go to the display on CMP machine and click on Previous button. Click on Auto Mode Operation button. Select any recipe from the list. Click on Start button.
A very warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our post-lunch panel discussion, which is on the world of digitalization. A very warm welcome to our eminent speakers who are going to be part of the session. Dr. BVR Mohan Reddy, founder, chairman, and board member, Scient Industry. A very warm welcome. He has kindly consented to moderate the session. May I just request everybody to please settle down, take your respective seats. A very warm welcome to our eminent speakers for this session. Dr. Ashutosh Chadha, Director and Country Head, Public Policy and Government Affairs, Microsoft India. Mr. Jayant Banerjee, Chief Information Officer from Tata Steel. Dr. Shankar Venugopal, who is the Vice President, Mahindra & Mahindra, and Dean of the Mahindra Technical Academy. Dr. Snigdha Chitnis, Head of Strategy from the Made Varsity Online Limited. And from the academia, we have Dr. G. Narahari Shastri, Director, CSIR Institute of Minerals and Materials Technology. Mr. Abhishek Gupta, Chief Operating Officer, Yuva Generation Unilimited from UNICEF. Mr. Shobna Sosale, Senior Education Specialist from the World Bank. And from the government, we have Mr. Abhishek Singh, CEO of the National E-Governance Division, CEO Digital India Corporation from the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. Ladies and gentlemen, may I please request you to kindly join me in giving a very big hand to our eminent panel here. For the lack of time, I'm going to skip the introduction of the theme of the panel, and I will straight over hand it over to our session moderator, requesting him to kindly make his opening remarks and moderate this session. Over to you.
Thank you. Well, very good afternoon to all of you, and welcome to this session, which is runs as a third layer. The first layer being it's a precursor to reimagining the future of work and skilling. The next level is that deep technology with focus on advanced technology and future of work. But primarily what we're going to talk about in this panel is about the world of digitization. We have 8 eminent panelists along with me, and we have an hour of time. So we need to be extremely careful, cognizant of the fact that we like to finish off in an hour's time. And I'll come down to lay the rules of the land, and that is going to be initially I request my panelists to make a 3-minute opening remark, 2 to 3 minutes. At 3 minutes, I would certainly come to intervene to say we need to stop now. And then there will be a set of questions I have with me, which will be posed to you. My request is stay to the question and answer it in about a minute's time. And then we'll probably open the floor to the audience for a few questions. And finally, we'll have a closing remark from each one of you for about a minute. If you do the math, it'll turn out to be about 60 minutes at the end of it. Assuming that I have about 5 minutes at the first to make my opening remarks, primarily to set the context and the stage for today's discussions. So if you look at the topic for today is the digitization, the world of digitization. To me, the world of digitization has still not arrived. It is still emerging. It is emerging very rapidly, all right, but we still do not believe the destination is anywhere close by. People talk about digitization became very, very accelerated during COVID. True, digitization became accelerated to a very great extent, but still the new dimensions that are coming in makes us believe that there is a long journey ahead of all of us. One might ask this question, what makes people like me believe that the journey is far ahead of us? Because I believe that still if you look at technology at this point of time, there is tremendous amount of acceleration that's happening. Technology so far, we talked about becoming smaller, cheaper, faster. Gordon Moore talked about this way back in 1976. But what are we seeing now? It continues to be at the same pace. Looking at technologies like quantum computing, looking at technologies like 6G, or looking at technologies like nanotechnologies, genomics, and so on and so forth. All of these make me believe that still there's a lot to unfold. Equally important is to acceleration of technology, we're also seeing a fairly large amount of amplification that's happening. Compared to what we have seen, the traditional applications in the past are there, but it's far, far beyond that. To me, it's human ingenuity, human imagination is the only limitation in terms of applying technology to the benefit of the society, the businesses, the industry, the economy, all of them. So where does India stand at this point of time in this environment that I described so far? I think we have, without any denying, done an outstanding job. We have seen this opportunity far ahead of people, and the fact is that we have created such great public digital infrastructure. We have also created fairly large number of public platforms, public digital platforms that are associated with them, are making us believe that there is a fairly large amount of progress that has happened already with India, but a lot more to catch up. What have we done so far? If you look at starting off in public infrastructure, the Aadhaar that came by, or otherwise you have the Jan Dhan or the Beam, several of them. And so did private sector make use of this infrastructure that was there. Today, I'm sure everyone in this audience, everybody on the panel, are absolutely beneficiaries of what's happening with digital technologies. The banking I have not gone to a bank for the last 5 to 6 years. I have not gone to see a movie for almost like 5 years now. Everything is now on the OTT platforms. So is the case that we are now seeing ride sharing. Not ride sharing in several forms and formats it comes by, or the e-commerce that is today so much prevalent with all of us. So there is enormous amount of progress that this country has done, as we've seen in the last few years. The acceleration has been quite dramatic. But what we see is a big challenge or the opportunity that comes along with it is the pace at which AI is overtaking the world. And India is not left behind. We are seeing a fairly large amount of patenting that's happening in AI from India itself. There are as many as the last NASSCOM report that I saw, that we had about 5,000 patents that were filed in the last decade, out of which 94% of them were just done in the last 5 years. And certainly what we're also seeing is that the AI is largely driven by machine learning and computer vision. So those are the applications which are becoming very, very prevalent all around. We can see enormous amount of benefits that will occur, are already occurring to the society, but we see more amount of it happening as we move forward. Whether it's in agriculture, it's manufacturing, it's transportation, education, health, banking, weather, mining exploration, there's no stop to it. But along with this opportunity comes the challenges. The biggest challenge that we have is, do we have the skills for the future of this work that's going to be emerging as we speak. And this skills that we are talking about is not going to be stagnant. It can't be stationary. It will be continuously evolving over a period of time. To me, I think earning a degree once in your lifetime is past. You got to earn, maybe it's called micro degrees, every 3 years, every 2 years. We don't know how world will change. We also are looking at challenges that are there in terms of the disparities in society. Is the digital creating a bigger divide with the people? So there are several challenges that are there associated with the opportunity that we have. So what we have done today is put together an outstanding panel for you, a panel of 8 eminent people. And the MC talked about the names. We have Mr. Ashutosh Chedda, who is the Director and Country Head of Public Policy for Government Affairs at Microsoft. We then have Mr. Jayant Banerjee, Chief Information Officer of Tata Steel. And then it is Dr. Shankar Venugopal, Vice President Mahindra & Mahindra and Dean of Mahindra Technical Academy. We have Dr. Snigdha Chitnis, Head of Strategy, Medversity Online Limited. We have Dr. G. Narhari Sastry, who is the Director of CSIR Institute of Mines and Metals. We have Abhishek Gupta, who is the Chief Operating Officer of Yuva Generation Unlimited. Then we have Ms. Shobna Susale, who is the Senior Education Specialist at World Bank. And finally, Mr. Abhishek Singh, who is the Additional Secretary in Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology and the CEO of the India Semicon mission. Let me start with Mr. Abhishek Singh. So can I request you to make your opening remarks, Mr. Singh? You can take this one.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Reddy, for putting the topic in great perspective. So, given the eminent panelist on the panel, I would be brief. So what I would like to say is that while the importance of digital public infrastructure and the basic building blocks for our digital transformation that we have seen in the last few years has been laid down very clearly by Mr. Reddy, we need to think of what next. Like we all are beneficiaries of the identity platform, which has enabled a faceless kind of governance. We all, I think almost everyone in the audience is a user of UPI, which ensures that we have a cashless kinds of system. Then we all are also in a paperless domain, that how DigiLocker has ensured that all our documents, whether it's our driving licenses, our academic credentials, our Aadhaar, our income tax records, our insurance records, our health records, all are part of a digital repository which we can access whenever we want and can also be verified by any third party. So this cashless, faceless, paperless kind of governance established, and on top of it, we are building sectoral public digital platform which is helping people access better services. So for example, for healthcare, we are building the Ayushman Bharat digital mission, which would allow people to discover health facilities through the health registries, to the doctor registries, to the hospital registries, to the pharmacy, to the laboratory, to the chemist. So the entire gamut of health services can be discovered, services can be accessed, the prescriptions or the records or the test reports or the X-ray reports, CT scan reports, all will be available in digital platform. They'll become a part of your electronic health records available on your device. And with your consent, you can share it with a third party. And then it will also be interlinked to e-pharmacies, which will ensure that end-to-end health services are offered to that. And with the open APIs that they are being provided by the Ayushman Bharat Health Mission, one would be able to access insurance services. The analytics that will come on will help the government to take better policy decisions. So this is the entire gamut on which, and the framework, of course, is the basic building blocks that we have built in. Similarly, in the agriculture, better services for farmers. How do you ensure there are reduced input costs for farmers? How do you ensure that we are able to provide better services to farmers? By ensuring that they get complete advisory from experts based on data that emanates from, say, the soil that the farmer is cultivating in, the sensors which can provide the data about moisture, which can interlink with the data that's coming from the Indian Meteorological Department with regard to rainfall that will happen, connect with the crop that is being sown, the cycle, the stage in which the crop is there, how much water is required, and advisory can come on the mobile phone of the farmer with regard to for how many hours he should do the irrigation. for how many hours he should do the pump. So this all brings in a lot of data analytics, a lot of artificial intelligence, brings in value-added services. Since we are the G20 meeting is about digital education working group, I'll quickly mention about the work that's being done in education, the education records, the academic bank of credits, the skilling certificates, the NCVET's framework for skilling, how all of it is being today available in digital format and with the consent of the user shared with anyone. So today when anyone applies for a transfer from one university to the other, he can transfer his credits that he has earned in one university to the other through the academic bank of credit system. So this all ensures that better services are being offered. And to the next level that we are going in, there's a project called Bhashini about which I would like to mention. What it is saying that India, as we all know, is a very diverse country. How do we ensure that services are not only available in English or Hindi, but in every language, so that if somebody is in Bhubaneswar, he should be able to access services in Odia. And not only that, how do we enable voice-enabled services? So the Bhashini project is enabling that, the APIs that have been published, the language translation models that have been published, the speech-to-speech, the text-to-speech, these interfaces have already been built in. And this is allowing people to access voice-based services in their own native language and get the response back through voice. So just like we talk to the Alexas in the series, we are able to do the same thing. Hey, and it's already live on the Umang platform, for example. Hey, Umang, can you tell me how do I get a driving license? And then it will quickly tell you what are the steps required to get a driving license, where to apply, how to do that. Hey, Umang, can you track my passport status? It will ask you, what is your reference number? You give that, and then it will be able to do that. So voice-enabled services will ensure that we actually make services available to every Indian. Today we take pride that 875 million people are connected to the internet. But we also know that when we say that, there are another 500 million people who are not connected to the internet. For them to take benefit of the digital transformation that is happening, we will need to have services in all languages and voice-enabled services. So this is the direction we are moving in, and the kind of focus that we have on artificial intelligence, and this year especially we are the chair of the Global Partnership on Artificial Intelligence. A lot of such solutions will come in, and I'm sure that with the partnership with academic institutions, industry, research academia, we'll be able to build up such solutions that can be scaled up, replicated, and adopted all over India. So with this, I would just like to, yeah.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Singh. That was good inputs to us on how further we are creating public infrastructure. Let me move on to Mr. Ashutosh Chedda. I'm sorry.
Thanks, Vivek. And I'll build up on what Mr. Singh said. And actually triangulate my opening remarks across three areas. One is the entire digitization, which is not just happening in India, but across the globe. The fact that how can we leverage technologies to actually enable people to get access to the third triangle part of my triangle, which is global opportunities. And I think that's the secret, or the secret sauce of digitization. You have digitization which enables infrastructure, as Mr. Singh talked about. On top of that, you have enablers, and some of these enablers are the platforms like we talk about, Bhashini, etc. But if I would look at some of the global opportunities which exist, and that's where it connects with everything about skilling and opportunities for every single citizen to leverage challenges, address the challenges, and leverage the opportunities. And let me give you a couple of examples. Mr. Singh talked about Bhashini, where an individual can actually converse in their own language. Imagine, and we talked about AI. Now, imagine if you have a layered approach. You have data about education. On top of that, you have Bhashini as a language or a language translation platform. And on top of that, you use an open AI solution, where a student who's possibly missed a class, and I'll use any topic, let's say I missed a class of thermodynamics yesterday, and I have an exam tomorrow. I need an answer on what's there in my subject, because I need to be able to answer the quiz tomorrow. It can give me an answer. Let me take it a level further. I am the parent of a child who missed the class of thermodynamics yesterday. Can I be explained in my language, because I'm not a native English speaker? Can I be explained in my language what is thermodynamics all about, so that I can explain to my child that, so my child can take the exam. And the third persona could be the teacher who wants to say, I want to take a class, or I want to conduct a quiz on thermodynamics, but not typical thermodynamics in terms of what is thermodynamics, but how do you apply it in real life? Can you give me a suggestion? That's what the power of technology, the power of this digital infrastructure, and the power of the digital public network that we are creating can come together and do. More importantly, it will not replace the teacher, it will not replace the parent, it will not replace the student. It will support these individuals. And when you do it in their local language, the multiplication factor or the multiple effect is massive. Let's look at another opportunity. I'm a coffee beans grower in Kenya, and I want to export coffee beans, processed coffee beans, to another country. I want to find out where are the opportunities, what are the rules and regulations, what are the processes. I can guarantee you that any one of us who's familiar with searching the net can go and find those, but you've got to then read through reams and reams of paper to figure out the processes, the rules and regulations. And if you are not an English speaker and you're a local language speaker, you will have a lot of problems. And that's when you start giving money to consultants. I'm not taking away the jobs of consultants, please. But this is what technology can enable. But at the same time, when we look at all of this, we have to ensure that digitization happens responsibly. It takes care of issues like privacy, it takes care of issues like IPR, it takes care of issues like security, and also, importantly, we don't get bogged down by the concept that this will take away jobs. It will actually augment jobs. It will create new job opportunities. And that's where I'll stop with EVR, because I think there's one more concept which I'd like to introduce, which could be later, which is the concept of innovation corridors.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Ashutosh. We'll then move on to Mr. Jayant Banerjee. Jayant.
Thank you. So Mr. Singh and Mr. Chadda gave a lot of examples and clearly articulated that how technology is giving us opportunities today. Now, I would like to make a subtle distinction between digitization, digitalization, and digital transformation. I'll explain why. Digitization is fundamentally computerizing the existing processes, and along with it, its inherent inefficiencies, and hence it makes it more inefficient. So digitalization is the correct word, because digitalization, what it does, it gives us the opportunity and also necessitates to reimagine the current way of doing business, current processes, and then computerize that or digitize that. So that is fundamentally required. Digital transformation is a completely different ballgame. It starts with a business case at the center of it. It starts with a business KPI. I'm not saying it has to be only an industry or a business. It can be a social KPI as well. But it has to be driven by a qualitative or a quantitative value mechanism and a measurement mechanism that the technology has to fructify into that business case. Then only the change will happen. And that's very important. Now, if you look at, in today's world, how digital transformation is happening, in my view, that we should make investments in 3 different technology macros and in a specific order. I think most of my fellow panelists thus far have already spoken about AI, but I will precede that with cloud, data, AI in that sequence. Because cloud will give us the infrastructure to access data, huge amount of data at the point of consumption. Data taxonomy will give us the single version of truth. I think Mr. Singh's examples are a real example of that how the single version of truth, the integration is coming at the user finger points. And then you move into AI. AI I am loosely using as advanced analytics and AI, lot of technologies, which will use it to create insights, use it to create simplicity for the user, for the local citizen and all that. So that is how a transformation framework works. Now that brings me to the second point that I want to emphasize is technology promise and technology delivery. There is a gap today. And we all talk about the Gartner hype cycle in the technology world. And this gap is, fundamentally, we can call it a gestation period or a maturity life cycle. Now, what happens is that, as Dr. Reddy mentioned in the beginning, I would say, in today's context, put quantum computing, or say AGI, artificial general intelligence, metaverse, all that maybe 15, 20 years from now, maybe 10, 15 years, right? It will take that time to mature. Whereas your 5G, 6G, NFTs, blockchain, AR, VR, narrow AI is already there, generative AI is happening today as we speak, is all in the 2 to 5 years short-term range. So it's very important to understand this gap. And it is important to focus on how to use technology to apply to a business context or a social context to create value for an individual or for a business, whoever the stakeholder may be. That brings me to the third point that I want to emphasize on competency. So there are 3 degrees of competency that are unfolding. The first degree of competency is that a technologist need to understand technology really well. That's the deep tech. But it is not enough. How the technologist will now apply and contextualize technology to the business context or the social context becomes extremely important, and that's a competency by itself. That needs to be developed, and that's very, very important. I would underscore this. The third degree of competency is that the user function or the consumer side, how to make them digitally responsible, how to make them a responsible user of technology. That is very important, because by world statistics, 30% of technology is used once it is delivered. 70% just lies on the rack somewhere. The money is wasted and the business case is never fructified. The value doesn't come because the user does not know how to use it or does not feel to use it. That's the compulsion we need to create. So that is the 3 degree of competency I would like to touch upon as we move into the future. With that, I will pass it on to
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jayant. We then move on to Dr. Shankar Venugopal. Shankar, you have a mic with you.
Friends, I come from a very different world from the world of automotive and farm products. I work for Mahindra. So when I look at what we have done in the digital space in terms of creating value out there, it's been a very, very exciting time, because all of you can relate to the kind of urban mobility problems that we all face day in and day out when we commute between home and work. Cities like Delhi have suffered from the pollution, from the tailpipe emission of vehicles. Cities like Bangalore have suffered from the traffic jams that we have to navigate through day in and day out. And of course, the good highways where the infrastructure is really good, people tend to drive faster than what they should, lead to accidents. So variety of challenges do exist. And we started dabbling with a whole bunch of digital technologies to see how we can solve these 3 problems at least. Making it clean, making it safe, and also making it convenient. And in the last 4 to 5 years, the kind of learnings we have in terms of adapting digital tech for mobility has been tremendous, actually. It's very fulfilling also to see some of these complex problems can very easily be solved when you adapt these technologies. It's like this Aladdin's genie out there say, masters, tell me the problem, I'll go ahead and solve it. That's the kind of feel you get sometimes when you work with these tech. Because traditionally, automotive industry, we were all mechanical engineers with using very limited digital tech till about 5-10 years back. Now, there has been a lot of reskilling where we all trained ourselves to use digital technology in the automotive space. I'll just share 2 examples to highlight what are the key learnings from our experience so far. One is around choosing the right problem. The other is about moving away from linear incremental thinking to more exponential nonlinear thinking. These 2 are very, very important lessons that we learned based on our journey with the digital tech so far. When the Google, Waymo of the world were looking at self-driving cars in city roads, we took a slightly different problem. We picked up a self-driving tractor, a small compact tractor suitable for Indian farms at an Indian price point, which can be driven remotely by a farmer standing under the shade of a tree. So you may wonder why. We have enough people in the villages. Is there a need for an autonomous tractor in a village? But honestly, friends, if you've been to a village in recent times, there is an acute shortage of manpower. The farmer is there, but he doesn't have people to work. And even the farmer has to go to the nearby town to sell the produce or get something. Many times it's a farmer's wife or daughter who gets to drive the tractor. So how do we make this tractor? Anybody tried driving a tractor? It's not easy, especially when it's coupled to an implement. It's quite difficult. It needs a lot of skill to drive a tractor, that too in a small farm. That's why we brought autonomous driving technology to a farm tractor. And the innovation that we focused was to package it at the Indian price point. Because the technology is ready, but how do we do the right innovation, solve the right problems to make it affordable to an Indian farmer? That was the first experience. Second one was about when you talk about individual technologies, like somebody talked about the Moore's law, things growing exponentially, there are at least 10 to 15 such exponentially growing technologies which are readily available to us today. So if I take AI, if I find, say, 1,000 applications for AI, and if I take IoT and find another 1,000 applications for IoT, when I bring AI and IoT together as AIoT, it's not 2,000 applications, it's 1,000 into 1,000. So I need to really have a much broader knowledge of where all I can use the technology that I'm building so that I'll be able to leverage it most effectively. And since the technology is growing exponentially, I should choose problems which are 10x and 100x improvements rather than just 2x or 5x improvements. This takes a lot of time because we are so used to linear incremental thinking. Making the shift to nonlinear exponential is not very easy. But friends, believe me, the technology is ready to do the job for you. So my two key takeaways from the digital journey so far is choose the right problem and shift from linear incremental to nonlinear exponential. Then you'll be able to see very quick benefits from your investments in digital tech. That's been our journey so far.
Thank you very much, Dr. Venugopal. We heard technologies like Ashutosh Chadda, we heard steel, Tata Steel, Jayant Banerjee, we now heard auto industry. Let's move on to healthcare. Dr. Snigdha Chitnis, your turn now.
Yeah. So all my eminent colleagues have spoken quite exponentially about digitization and its effects on various fields. I'd like to add a small note on my area of expertise, and that is healthcare, and more specifically healthcare education. Now, the digital revolution has brought about unprecedented changes in all specialties, right? And healthcare is no exception. So if you look at healthcare and the effect digitization has had on it, I think it's just widespread. Starting from wearable technology like our smartwatches, which now are competent enough to monitor our heart rate, to basically remote patient monitoring and tele-ICU, we have come a long way. Mr. Abhishek Singh has already talked about Ayushman Bharat Health Mission and the effect that it will have on public health through the leverage of healthcare informatics. It itself kind of shows the extent to which digitization will change healthcare. I'd like to add a few examples as to how, as to the changes that get me excited. One is the remote patient monitoring or the tele-ICU. I think if you were to ask somebody a decade back if an ICU could have been mobile or it could be placed in a remote location, it would have been, you would be the laughing stock. But currently, given Dr. Sanjeev Diwan, who was supposed to be part of the panel, he is pioneering eNext ICU or the tele-ICUs that have been pioneered by Apollo hospitals. It shows that it is possible to have an off-site command site of intensivists or intensive care nurses who monitor distance ICUs through audio and visual aids. And it just shows, see, India is facing a major shortage of specialists, especially intensivists. And things such as the tele-ICU allow a decrease in mortality, a decrease in morbidity through a remote patient monitoring. Another thing about remote patient monitoring, I like the fact that, it allows chronic illness patients such as cardiac or oncology patients to be treated from the comfort of their home. But the main thing that gets me really excited is healthcare education, because that is my domain. And I love how digitalization has completely changed it. And I should give a little credit to the pandemic, because before the pandemic, healthcare education was more about patient-doctor interaction. And during the pandemic, that was exactly what we were not allowed to do. The patient-doctor interaction had gone to the minimum. But this allowed us to look at more creative options towards healthcare education, like the use of online platforms such as Zoom to have webinars, or more interestingly, virtual simulation, where a student learned how to examine, how to diagnose, and even primarily treat through experiencing it virtually through simulations. So, for me, the thing is healthcare education and healthcare itself has always been treated as something that has to be humanized. And there was always a fear that digitalization would dehumanize healthcare. But I think if if investment made in time and effort will rehumanize it and actually bring about better patient outcomes. Thank you.
So we heard so far a perspective from the government. We heard the industry speakers. Let's move on to the academia and the multinational panelists to express their opinions. Let me start with Dr. Narahari Shastri. Mr. Shastri.
Thank you very much. And actually, there is no field which is not impacted by the digitalization. And it's all up to us to capture these opportunities enabled by this digital technologies and digital transformations. For example, as a natural scientist, I work 50% in chemistry and 50% in biology, but neither touching a test tube nor going into the laboratories, trying to utilize the computational techniques to understand. And things were changing quite a bit in the last 30 years, or 35 years when I started doing research. When you look at the drug discovery, people thought that the Human Genome Project will solve many problems. In 2000, Human Genome has come, and the problems only multiplied. The more number of questions were there, and then things have opened up. If you look at Human Genome as a book, the genome editing has become editing of that book and writing, and there are several technologies that are there in the stem cell research, genomics, proteomics, next generation sequencing, microbiota, now the bacteria, viruses, and how they interact with various organisms and zoonotic diseases. There is a lot of data that is coming up. So it becomes so difficult for the biologists to make contributions unless they adopt the new technologies. That is either computational modeling or artificial intelligence, machine learning, IoT, text mining, image processing, so on and so forth. And similarly, the chemists were always fascinated by synthesizing more and more complex molecules. There is a target, there is a very complex molecule, and then people about 30 years before, they are very much focused on synthesizing a very complex molecule. Now, this has become trivial. How to synthesize the molecule has become a trivial thing, and what to synthesize has become very important. So the types of questions that one asks in chemistry and biology are going much more beyond the conventional territories that these subjects have asked. For example, they overlap into agriculture, healthcare, medical care, which is very different from healthcare, nutrition, and how the immunomodulation is going to take place. And when you try to look at the zoonotic diseases, the current pandemic have really told the way in which the virus infection, transcription, translation, and how viruses go from one organism to another organisms, from zoonotic diseases to the viral infection, has thrown so much data, and the fundamental science has created new space in the knowledge which sort of make the boundaries between basic science, translational science, applied science very, very amorphous. And this is very much required now, that people should ask the right questions, fundamental questions, and the industry, academia, innovators should work seamlessly on a single platform. Unless this happens, it will be very difficult for us to solve some very important problems which are of relevance either in agriculture or in healthcare or, for example, any other issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Shastri. Thank you very much. We then move on to Mr. Abhishek Gupta, Chief Operating Officer of Yuva Generation Unlimited from UNICEF. Abhishek, you're this side. Yeah, take this, Abhishek.
Thank you, Mr. Reddy. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thank you to Ministry of Skills and CII for inviting me here in this event. It's great to be here. I'm representing UNICEF, so it's on me to make sure that I bring the voice of young people into this conversation, and particularly young women into this conversation. So I am also not a deep tech expert, so I'm going to focus on what part of digital can really enable young people to realize their potential. And just focus on that part in these 3 minutes that Mr. Reddy has given to me. So firstly, from our limited experience, one thing that we realize is that whatever technology that we build, it has to be young people centric, youth centric. It has to keep the youth at the center of it, not make it for them, but make it with them. Now, that might mean a lot of things. One of the examples, Mr. Singh started by saying that 875 million people in India are connected and 600 odd are not. But if you were to go deeper, sir, if you would find that within 875, probably males have much larger access to the internet. So much so that maybe the young women in the house gets the last access to the mobile. That's probably a shared phone. And if you were to think from young people's perspective, then you would want to make your technology something that is extremely low bandwidth, so that even if the young girl in the house is getting the phone after that 1 GB per day limit is over, she is still able to use the phone. So will we be able to do something with WhatsApp, which can work on very, very low bandwidth? That also tells you about the device side of it, which is that if your portals are built in such a way that they cannot be accessed easily on mobile phones and require laptops and computers, then a very large number of young people are not going to be able to access it. So make it mobile first for sure for your Bharat, so to say. The other thing that we definitely want the technology to look like is that it need not look at silos. Young people need multiple things. Young people need education, they need jobs, they need careers, they need to volunteer. And all of that cannot be looked in silos. I can't be having hundreds of options for young people and they have to go around looking at things. If I get a chance next round, Mr. Reddy, I would like to talk about an aggregator platform called Youth Hub that we are building, which is trying to solve these problems. But I'll stop here right now.
Thank you, Abhishek. The last panelist is Ms. Shobna Susale, Senior Education Specialist at World Bank. Madam, can we hear you?
Thank you very much. It's a great honor to be here. And I want to thank the August panel for
are great reflections that made me think how much I love and how much I hate technology. And I'm sorry I'm saying the two, because I love it because it's got infinite possibilities, and I hate it when I don't have access to it. And I just found that I had some problem this afternoon that I had to work through. So it cuts both ways. But I'm here to give you a few of my reflections. It's not reflections of my organization, just to provide the disclaimer. As a bank, we have a portfolio globally of about 23.61 billion, and we work in 178 countries. I've had experience in 14 countries across 5 of the 6 regions in the bank, except for the Latin America region. So I come from a perspective that is very much oriented to how the brain is the best computer that was created. And we have to do everything to make sure creativity is not expunged, and we are able to reimagine and utilize technology to the extent possible. And therefore, our journey really starts at early childhood development. And to that extent, if we don't energize the brain, if we don't cultivate it, we don't nourish it, and we don't give it what is required from the ages of 0 to 6, you've already lost a generation. So we firmly believe that any investment that happens at the higher level, at careers that have very high technology base, please do think of the women, and please do have early childhood creches close by so that they can go and take care of their kids. It's going to make a huge difference to the next generation. Secondly comes the digital skills and the literacy part in school, where you have many stakeholders. We know we have teachers, we have administrators, parents, the community, and ultimately the beneficiary, that's the student. And the job of the teachers, administrators, parents, and community is to support the reading, writing, and arithmetic of the kids. Now, we are noticing more and more that students are saying, I need to send a message, and they do a typing hand to my grandparent, but they don't show that they can write. So their tactile abilities, their motor skills to write is missing. So if they have a computer that does not have power, like I did this afternoon, they do not know how to write. So it's a problem. So we need to nurture that from a very young age at basic education level. So I posit that at the primary education level, let's just focus curriculum largely on getting the kids to learn about topics and build concepts and build the precepts of understanding what knowledge is all about. Then comes the importance of STEM education in careers, especially at the upper and lower secondary education. STEM education is critical if digitalization needs to be the future and if digital transformation requires the knowledge of people. So STEM education is highly necessary, and the curriculum in there, we've noticed, is very male-oriented, and also not because females can't do the work, but because of ingrained behavioral and attitudinal elements in the system. So teachers themselves don't believe, they segregate, that girls can do certain things and boys can do certain things. So it might be well worth it to see that the use of technology is gender agnostic. And that is where the curriculum development part of it plays a big role. And comes the evolution at the end of it all, the chat GPT, the AI, etc. And what happens with the future of work? Above all, I think by the time you come to undergraduate education or the bachelor's level education, if the cake is well made, if the recipe is good, and it has been good in the past, don't change it. Just tweak it at the edges to introduce curriculum at upper and lower secondary education that begins to tease the imagination and the creativity of kids, and then they go into a level where they're learning the engineering precepts or the technological precepts that they're able to understand and apply more in an agile manner. So the importance of education curriculum at the upper level to make it technologically oriented is to actually give them the basic concepts that's really clear. Most of STEM education does that, and we need to continue more of it, and we need to continue it for more students, make it available to more. So I just want to end by putting out some precepts that perhaps might help to think of curriculum development from the perspective of bringing together government, bringing together the private sector, and bringing together the academic institutions together, especially in the technical skilling areas. And this is going to require a lot of working together so that you come up with all the sectoral taxonomies that are required, the things that the sector skills councils are doing, which are critical. And these are all going to require looking at how to get micro-credentials off the ground, about using very good technologies like blockchain to make sure that micro-credentialism is done in a more agile manner and you don't have fraudulent degrees or diplomas. So there is value addition in it, but it is also scary because it's very precise. And I think to get the behavioral change from where we are to where we need to go is going to require curriculum that is very different for teachers, facilitators, and it's going to be very different for administrators and parents and the community. So curriculum is not just about skilling youth, it's about reskilling the older generation and upskilling and upgrading the knowledge of everybody. So this is a collective effort. So here are the precepts: assimilate, accumulate, and aggregate. How do you come up with a curriculum that can do that at the micro level and at the macro level? Educate, elevate, and emulate. So when you educate, you also elevate the thinking of people, bring them out of the place where they are in, and then if they do not understand, you can start emulating. Then you include, bring all these sectors, including those who are mentally challenged, tactile challenged, sensory challenged, into the fold because they have immense creativity. So you include, inspire, and innovate. Thank you.
Thank you, Shobna. So the word which was not surprising, but most extensively used by the panel so far was all about artificial intelligence. And the word which surprised me that it is not used so extensively, and I resisted from using it, was ChatGPT, which finally Ms. Susale used it. And actually, I was trying to use ChatGPT as an example of how fast technology is accelerating. Those of you who may not know this statistic, I believe to get to first 1 million users, it took just 5 days for ChatGPT. It took 2 months to get to 100 million users. The other popular ones like TikTok took 9 months to get to 100 million users, whereas Instagram took almost 15 months before they got 100 million users. So that's the pace at which the technology is accelerating. So going back to our most used artificial intelligent word, I'll go back to Mr. Abhishek Singh. He talked extensively about how public platforms have been created. One of the platform, Mr. Singh, all of us are aware, is also the Airavat, which is the AI research, analytics, knowledge assimilation platform. Tell us more about how our youth could get benefited from this particular platform.
Thank you. Thank you for, in fact, the views of the panelists have kind of covered almost all the dimensions of the world of digitalization. But coming to AI and Airavat and how it can help us help us meet the aspirations that we have in the field of artificial intelligence, two things I would like to mention. One, when it comes to like AI rankings, the Stanford AI Index ranks various countries on their AI Readiness Index. There we rank fairly high. We are, I think, the number 2nd at the Stanford AI Readiness Index. And we are very high primarily because of two reasons. One, we have a large number of AI-trained workforce in the country, and the number of AI-related startups that we have in the country are very high. These two dimensions, we rank much higher than the other countries. But the dimensions on which we are much behind, especially the countries like China and the United States, are the amount that we spend or the amount we invest in research and the compute. When it comes to like research papers or citations, we are much behind the other two countries. And when it comes to compute, we have very limited opportunities of supercomputers and high-end computing that our researchers, our startups, our entrepreneurs, our students can access to run their algorithms. So to address that challenge, Government of India along with CDAC has taken up this initiative of building up the Aravat supercomputing platform, which is, I believe, so far they have built up 290 AI petaflops, and it's go up to more than 800 AI petaflops. That would be a facility that will be available for academic institutions and students and entrepreneurs across India to run their algorithms, to build their AI models, to do that. And as we all know, we spoke about ChatGPT and large language models which are required. They require a very high compute. And very often, if you don't have access to that compute, if you don't have access to such computing infrastructure, you can't build your models, you can't refine them, you can't write those algorithms. To meeting this, the facility that CDAC is building will address this gap that exists. And the potential, the use cases, the solutions can be immense. We all have heard about ChatGPT. And I would just mention some of the work that with a 30-second demo of what some of the team members that we have who are working on the Bhashini project, as we mentioned, and they're working on large language models with using the compute that's available, is that they have integrated the Bhashini APIs with WhatsApp APIs and also with OpenAI. And what it does is that creates magic in the sense that most people in the country find it difficult to access a website or download an app, but they're very comfortable using a WhatsApp kind of interface. So I will just, so like this is, yes, time, just, so this is a WhatsApp interface, and on this, if you just ask a question, like for example, suppose I want to know about any government scheme. So for demo, we'll just say कि प्रधानमंत्री किसान योजना क्या होती है और इससे किसी को क्या मिलता है. I just typed this out. I spoke this. No, I didn't type also, because most people consider using voice. And what it does is that it will convert it into text. It is immediately converted to text. प्रधानमंत्री किसान योजना क्या होती है इससे किसी को क्या मिलता है. And then what it will do is that it will put this to a large language model and extract the answer from OpenAI. And then it will also convert to voice. So, okay. Yeah, so it does that. And if you play this.
मुझे लगता है कि प्रधानमंत्री किसान मान धन योजना आपकी आवश्यकताओं के लिए सबसे उपयुक्त है. प्रधानमंत्री किसान मान धन योजना 2 हेक्टेयर तक की खेती योग्य भूमि वाले 18 से 40 वर्ष के बीच के छोटे और सीमांत किसानों के लिए एक अंशदायी पेंशन.
So basically what it does, for want of time, I'm not going. See, it does that with the voice question, you are getting the reply back in voice. And this addresses the issue of inclusion, which Shobna also mentioned, because most people will not have a smartphone. Most people will not have connectivity. But even if they have a feature phone and they can call up a toll-free number and put their query in voice and get the reply back in voice, that would be really empowering people. That would be really mean ensuring the benefits of technology reach each and every one.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. I've been alerted by the organizers that we ran out of time. But in fairness to all the panelists, 30-second closing remark. We'll start off with Dr. Snigna at the extreme end.
That's a very, very tall order to finish everything in 30 seconds. Absolutely. I would just say, given the fact that digitization has arrived in the healthcare sector, I would say that I would hope that digitization is able to make healthcare available for all, accessible, affordable, and effective. And I certainly hope that it gets the proper investment of time and effect. And I certainly hope it gets more than 30 seconds of talking time.
Thank you, sir. So I'm going to make just quick 30-second pitch for a platform. see, young people they don't follow a linear path. Sometimes they might need jobs first, then skilling, then they might need volunteering, or at some point in time, they might need career guidance. Uh, what if you had a tech tool that could hold your hand as a young person at 10 years of age and keep holding your hand till you were 24 and support you in any which way that you want to help you realize your potential? Youth Hub that is being developed by UNICEF is one of the such tools. At some point in time, we would like to demo that tool to anyone who might be interested. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Abhishek.
Yeah, very quickly, we've always talked about affordability of technology, accessibility of technologies. There's one more important thing. It has to be applicable. And when I'm saying applicable, it needs to be applicable in the way that I work and I live every day. Don't ask me to change the way I do things, because then it is not something which I can adopt easily.
Thank you. Jayant, please.
Okay. So, Mr. Shobhana talked about tech democratization. I would like to just highlight that before tech is democratized, you need to democratize data. And before you democratize data, you have to democratize infrastructure. It is cloud, data, AI. That sequence is very important. Otherwise, it will never happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A couple of things on curriculum. It's very important to teach youth about cybersecurity and cyber safety. Do not think your data is safe. Be very careful and learn more about it. Thank you.
Thank you. So the education for the future, we have to develop the type of skill set which may be not easy to put it into a machine. Machine learning and artificial intelligence are very important, but still there is a lot of scope for the human intelligence and human skill set. So we should know that there is a paradigm shift, that the type of scientometric measures that are there, the type of degrees that one has, the type of marks that they have, may not be very relevant in the future. And we may probably have to look for the human intelligence and then see that how we can put the artificial intelligence and IoT to solve our problems. So this is very important.
Thank you. To sustain the growth of our economy, it's very important for us to move people and goods around in a very clean, safe, and convenient manner. And we also need to produce more food to feed the growing population. That's why we chose the mobility and also the farm productivity areas for application of digital tech. And the only key learning here is the true opportunity for innovation here is at the convergence of multiple technologies. Don't look at AI or IoT in isolation. Try to see how you can bring combination of 3 or 4 of these digital technologies together to solve the problem. That's where the real innovation opportunity lies.
Thank you. Let's give a big round of applause to all the panelists. We really ran out of time. I've just been an hour right now. Let me conclude by saying it's been very valuable inputs that we've got from our panelists. There's a lot more that we can discuss about. There are many issues which are to do with ethics, which are also ethics, governance, the rules, laws of the land, many more to come by. And we'll probably have other opportunities to talk about them. But finally, I want to thank the organizers, the Department of, or the Ministry of MSDE. Mr. A.K. Tiwari is, just seemed to have stepped out. I'd like to thank him and his team for organizing this event for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Reddy, for spearheading the discussions on this very pertinent topic of the world of digitalization. And thank you to each one of our speakers for deliberating on the various aspects of digitalization, the challenges faced and the possible solutions to make technology an enabler in further skilling and upskilling as well as education. So thank you so much. But before we conclude the session, I would like to request Dr. Reddy to do the honors of presenting the mementos to all our speakers. So starting from your left, if you can give the mementos, the small token of our appreciation to our speakers. And we'll request everyone to kindly remain with us. We will move on immediately to the last panel session of ours, which is on the startup. We'd like to present a memento to Dr. Reddy as well. Can we please present one to our session moderator? May I request everyone to kindly come forward for a group photograph, please. Request everyone to please remain with us. The last panel discussion is on new age startups. Ladies and gentlemen, we will just take a few moments to do the necessary table arrangements, setting up the table arrangements for our next panel. So while we do that, we'll request you to kindly wait just a few moments before we start the final panel discussion, which is on the new age startups. request everyone to please settle down? We are now about to begin the last panel discussion on new age startups. Requesting everyone to please settle down. May I request everyone to now please settle down. We will now start the session. May I request people in front of the stage to please take your seats. So, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to our much awaited last but not least session, which is on new age startups. So without further ado, I would like to now extend a very warm welcome and invite on stage our session moderator, Mr. I. Vijay Kumar, co-founder and CTO of Crayon Data. May we please request Mr. Vijay Kumar to join us on stage. Can we please have a session moderator, Mr. I. Vijay Kumar, co-founder and CTO of Crayon Data, to please join us. May I also invite our eminent speakers for this session, Mr. Bodhisattva Sanghapriya, founder and CEO of IG Drones, Mr. Ashank Desai, founder and former chairman, of Mastech, Mr. Shankar Ghosh, Managing Director, Accenture, and Chairman of the CII Eastern Regional Startup Subcommittee, Mr. Swayam Prakash Baral, Managing Director of Swadesh Infra Marketing Private Limited, Ms. Lisa Mahapatra, founder of Hofeto, Mr. Subhashish Mishra, founder Bookgenie, Dr. K. Uma Maheshwar Rao, Director of the National Institute of Technology, Raulkela, Dr. Mahadev Jaiswal, Founding Director from the Indian Institute of Management, Sambalpur, and Dr. Omkar Rai, Executive Chairman of Startup Odisha. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you all to extend a very warm and hearty welcome to our eminent panel here. I'm going to straight away hand it over to our session moderator, requesting him to kindly make his opening remarks and moderate this session on new age startups. Over to you.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Good evening and welcome to this panel on new age startups. We have a mix of representation here. We have startup founders, which forms one group here. We have academia, who actually educate you in skills and knowledge. We have corporates, and we have the policymakers. So this is a blended, mixed group to look at startups from different angles. Given the time constraint and the number of people we have on the panel, almost like T20, what I would like to do is to look at the promoters group or the startup founders group first, to listen to them, what their experience is or what their stories are. Then we come to the academia, who incubate them most of the time. Then to the corporates, who give them the connection to market and maybe some kind of mentoring. And then to the policymakers, who enable those ecosystems. Since we have very diverse audience and very diverse group here, I want to just set the context on some of the dimensions which I think are important. I'm not sure whether we can cover all of them in this panel discussion, but I hope to cover some of it at least from different groups here. With that, let me just start. I look at the overall theme of the event, which is future of work, and maybe the role of deep tech or skills in that sense. From my perspective, I would look at a couple of dimensions just to understand like a conceptual frame. And after that, I will pose some questions to each of the groups here. First of all, we use the term new age. And the term new age is defined to be digital today. And in general, it includes AI. I have to caution you that 99% of the terms or companies which use AI may not be actually using AI per se technically, but that's the label that is being used. And it covers a lot more scope and area than what technically qualifies as AI. But that's a label everybody uses because that's a consumer view, right? It is like internet and web, right? They're not the same, but it is generally used as synonyms. The second one I would like to look at is how is the market focus. Generally, new age startups have been equated with metro startups. We assume that they come from cities or metros. That may not be true. The other reason or other dimension to classify them as, are they global or are they very focused on local or Bharat? We see a good mix today. Then comes to the workforce dimension. Does a new age startup use a different type of workforce? Is it the typical go-to-office kind of workforce, or is it a hybrid workforce, or is it a fluid workforce? I think that's something one can explore when you look at the journeys of the startup founders here. The last one, which is perhaps very unique to India, while it is valid everywhere else, but a little more complex in India, is culture. The culture in a startup can be very different because it mixes very different types of generations and technologies, especially when they go online. So what does online culture mean or online cohesion mean? And how does physical meetings help, or will they scale? So a lot of questions on cultural cohesion in a new age startup is something one has to look at. So I would say from a technology angle, what stage in growth? From market, where do you focus? From workforce, the type of blend you have in terms of skills and online, offline. And the culture with respect to global versus local or regional. I think are the dimensions I would look at very carefully when you analyze a new age startup. With that, let me start with actually the only lady on the panel on her experience of running a company, which is an online business, but the fulfillment is in physical world. In other words, your order management, your design is online, but the realization of fulfillment or delivery is actually physical. She's from Orissa, educated in Orissa, but works in Bangalore. So perhaps it'll tick all the boxes and women in STEM, right? So I think with that, I would ask Lisa to share her view of running a startup in a very different format and with a slightly different mix, and what has been her experience and what are her insights in this. Over to you, Lisa.
Thank you, IVK. It's a pleasure to be here, first of all, back to my home state of Orissa. Again, you know, I live in Bangalore, and I built my startup. It's called Hofeto. It's based out of Bangalore. It's headquartered in Bangalore, but we are present all across the country. To come back to the question that IVK asked me about, you know, about the kind of workforce that we have and how we are able to leverage technology. Like my audience is a white-collar audience. My customer is a white-collar customer who is a very suave technology consumer, and who is looking at a great UI design for his or her consumption. However, my supply chain or my logistics or my backend, the guy who services my consumer is a blue collar. And so it's east and it's a mix of east and west. On one end, we are trying to enable the consumer who is again tech driven, and on the other end, we are trying to enable the blue collar worker who is non-tech driven. And we have built a digital platform for the B2B2C model. So business to business is basically my supplier network, the SME network. The manufacturer, the small manufacturer who has like a 400 square feet workspace and who manufactures furniture. Or a small design studio who does designing, again, low on technology. How we kind of intersperse the two is a journey of my last 7 to 8 years of my startup journey. It didn't come as a eureka moment for me. We started with very basic, designing tools, very basic CRM solution for our audience, which is the supplier network, the blue collar worker. And eventually we improvised and evolved into this. The insight of the learning, I would say, is, to look from his or her point of view, who has minimum exposure to technology throughout his or her life, and how he or she would adapt to a very, very laymanish solution, which is very user-friendly, which is an idiot-proof kind of solution that he or she can adapt. So how we are digitizing and democratizing the market is by giving a very idiot-proof technology solution to our supply chain network. That's one. Second is enabling the gig economy. This is what we learned during COVID, or the gray collar economy, I would say. So there is, in between the blue and the white collar economy, there is the whole gray collar which has evolved, So who we have enabled and who is kind of an interface between the blue and the white collar. So it's not just technology, but technology at the end of the day has to be consumed, has to be run, has to be finally done by people. People have to use it. So usability, UI, user interfaces are very important. Second thing is, we believed a lot of collaboration. We built a community. So collaboration and community are the two pieces that are like core idea behind our startup. So if I learn something, I teach to someone, and then she or he teaches to someone else. That is how community thrives. I wouldn't be able to teach everyone around me, my whole team, or the network of vendors that we have created, or the networks of suppliers that we have created. So how we coach them, how the knowledge transfer happens is basically building a community that is again enabled by technology. And community can be built on a WhatsApp, on a Telegram, on a physical meeting like this, and many other mediums. But at the end of the day, people are behind it. How people nurture the community, how you collaborate in a community, that is of most importance. So I believe digital is a piece of it, but people are the backbones of enabling digitization, enabling the blue collar or the gray collar workers to take it forward. So it's kind of a pay it forward model, the community model, wherein one collaborates with other, and you know, the gray economy, the gig economy kind of teaches the blue economy, the blue collar, and anyways the white collar is more of a consumer side, so that is the easier part. That is what I would like to add here. Thank you, IVK.
Thank you, Lisa. I'll come to Bodhi now. In fact, when I read about your profile, and I do know about your company, it's an element of surprise for me that the India's best-known drone company doesn't come from a metro, it comes from the heartland. And it is difficult to believe that there are many drones companies in India, but you supply to one of the most demanding customers, Indian Defense, right? By the way, I sit on the selection panel for edX. But I have seen that it is not very easy to get through. So my straight question to you is how is it that you were able to build such drone technology from an institute or from a region? Generally for people from metro, they don't associate networks and ecosystem linkages for such regions. So what's the magic or secret sauce?
Good evening, everyone. I'm Bodhisattva Sangapriya, founder and CEO IG Drones. So very interesting question. So how we are able to crack that ecosystem, that kind of technology, so just in setting in Odisha, how we are able to develop such kind of advanced grade technology. So what I always believe in technology, what my perception about innovation, it's simple. Innovation is not somebody's birthright. So what I believe, so I have a simple formula for the innovation. So it's I plus I is equal to I. So what these three I stands for? So first I is interest, the second I is internet, and the third I stands for innovation. If you have interest and if you have access to internet, that means access to information, then definitely you can be an innovator. So we are talking about new age technology, we are talking about digital technology. Then this should be the key agenda for the innovation benchmark. So I'll talk about a bit about my past journey. So while in university back in 2014 and 2015, me along with like 40 team members, we started building rockets. Everybody laughed at us. So like we always treat rocket science as something out of box. Everybody laughed at us. We failed 100+ times. And finally we were able to launch our rocket, and our rocket reached to an altitude of 14,000 feet AGL, and it became Asia's first multi-purpose student rocket. And subsequently, that rocket project completely undertaken by ISRO. And we developed that rocket project in a hostel backyard without any resources. And when ISRO high-level team visited our facility, the first question was, show us your rocket lab, show us your propulsion lab. And we didn't able to convince them that we have developed such kind of rocketry technology just in our hostel backyard and in an abandoned canteen. So I always believe in the frugality and the principle of MLM. So it's not multi-level marketing, it's actually more from less for more. So if you have that kind of attitude, that kind of ability, and with the access to internet, you can actually develop that such kind of technology just by sitting in a remote place. And we have developed in a place called VSSUT Bulla, my institution, my alma mater, the first engineering college of Odisha, and it's the one of the so Bulla is like one of the remote part of the state and one of the backward region of the state, you can say. But still we were able to do it only because of the access to internet and by the eagerness of my team. And similarly, the journey of IG drones is like pretty similar. So we never ever believed that we are developing the technology for Odisha, we are developing the technology for the India. We always believe that we are developing the technology for the globe. It's a make in India, made for the globe technology. That's why we're able to bring in new and new innovations in every 6 months. We have launched India's first indigenously developed drone simulator, and it was launched in presence of Honorable Prime Minister in Defense Expo Gandhinagar. And we have launched India's first 5G enabled drone, and nobody is able to replicate our technology till date. and it was launched in presence of Honorable IT Minister Yasin Bosinobji. So every day, my team is continuously bringing new innovation. We start for innovation, we start for creativity. This is what we always believe in. So IG Drones stands for innovation. So talking about the ecosystem and the community, so I always believe in the community, believe in the ecosystem. The type of ecosystem when we started back in 2018, back in 2017, there was no such ecosystem even in Odisha. But with the course of time, the government and other stakeholders, the industry, definitely they came forward. And now we have a very matured ecosystem that is up to the mark to the national ecosystem, and definitely the leading ecosystem just like Gujarat, Maharashtra and Karnataka. So Odisha is growing and Odisha is shining. And definitely I'm proud to be an Odia entrepreneur and a Odia startup. If Odia startup can go out, and currently we are headquartered at Delhi and with 5 regional offices. We started from a remote place called Sambalpur. Now we have 5 regional offices all across India, and we have 150 team members, and we are a proudly a K2K company. So it's a basic principle. We always believe in a K2K principle. So what is K2K? So it's a Kashmir to Kanyakumari, Kutch to Kohima. So power of technology and the power of community, we have developed our solution in such a way that just give us a location and just within 48 hours, our team will reach to that location. It's the power of tech and the power of community. So I always believe in that, and my entire team actually works on that direction. So it's not necessarily all technological revolution will come from metro, and so I believe so people from tier 2 or tier 3 cities and students from general background, not necessarily from the engineering or maybe from very elite institutions. I always believe that those people will actually bring the true disruption in Indian technological ecosystem.
Thank you, Bodhi. So let me shift gears to Swayam. So here the question is, I have a very specific question. Since it is a blue-collar work, little bit of knowledge on the specific processes, I'm keen to understand how do you integrate knowledge system with blue-collar or field force or hard hat businesses, given your experience in the field structures.
Thank you, Vijay. I think you have asked me a question where it is directly into also skilling, which is the major theme, and I'll just start from where what Bodhisattva was just saying, the ecosystem, the resources, and the willingness. Bodhisattva kind of boys are like me and him. We are all first generation businessmen. And when we started, we have only the willpower. Their resources were limited. And like a tier 2 city back, few years, we didn't also have the ecosystem which was supportive. So starting a venture in such environment was a lot challenging, because you are also struggling with the getting the skill forces apart from the other resources that we are looking for. But the entire ecosystem got a shift on 15th August 2015, when the Prime Minister started the startup mission, mission. And ever since that, if you see, I was reading one of the articles that the startups in India have raised in the last financial year, 2022 alone, 10 billion of funds. And that doesn't, that includes also the startups from tier 2 cities. And all those startups could do it because they have built on their empire with the right kind of human resources also. But what they're lacking right now is with the mentorship. The mentorship, which is because of the first generation entrepreneurs, the lack on various aspects where they need handholding. And little bit of mentoring will help them to understand the financial models. Like, we are talking about the deep tech startups, when people come up with passion, Like, they see some challenges, okay, this is what I want to solve or I want to get into it. So they come with the technical ability, but what they lack is that the understanding the financial model, understanding the market, how to scale it up, and all those aspects. So mentoring is one factor which will definitely change the startup or boost the startup ecosystem in India, and the aim that we are making to, the economic progress that we are looking, unless we bring in those first generation entrepreneurs and reduce the startup mortality, then only we can succeed in achieving our economic goals. And I'll tell you one of the examples. I was in ISC, and there is one passionate group of youngsters. They have their startups in space trafficking. That how they're going to, there are so many satellites are going, and there will be collisions. And those expensive stuffs, if a company is affording to send a satellite and at some point of time it gets into an accident, so to give them the solution, like how soon they can shift their orbit. But I understood them, but then when I came to the financial modeling part, when I interacted, I realized that they are lacking on that field. So the mentoring part, which we have been asking, and being in CIA also, that's what we have been asking. And overally, this will help us and sustain our startup, and it will strengthen the startup ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you, Swayam. I will now come to Subhashish. So I have a very specific question for you. You run an online business from Bhubaneswar. I'm keen to understand, most of the online travel startups start in Delhi or Bangalore or somewhere else, and not a place like this, but you started here and you compete with people who are actually well established. What has been your experience in hiring talent, in getting those skill sets, in defining, because it's a tech-enabled platform, and if you can also focus on women in STEM in your team, I think that will be very helpful for everyone to know how you run a startup. It is digital, it is online, it is deep tech, but how do you solve the talent problem? The general answer we always get for non-tier 1 is that there is no talent, right? But you perhaps are a good point to prove the other way. Yeah?
Sure. Thanks, Vijay, for asking me this question. And I'll start with what exactly we are doing, and being in Bhubaneswar, how this has been very advantageous for us. So first of all, this entire startup idea came from one of my very, very personal experience, that all of you know these online travel agents like Make My Trips or Booking.coms of the world. So the problem that we solve today is when you book rooms from these platforms, the hotel for every $100 you spend in this platform, the hotelier is just getting $70. So we come as a disintermediary. Through our technology, the hotels can save these $30. So that's what we do through deep tech. Now, initially when we started this idea, I had a big, inclination that I'll start it in Bangalore. We had offices in Electronic City and so on and so forth. But then, thanks to one big mentor that, Swayam was just mentioning, mentorship is very important. I choose to start this startup right here in Bhubaneswar. And proud to say that in 5 years tenure that we have raised 2 rounds of fund, and none of the, initially I would say you were talking about the online thing and how the culture sets in. So the first round of angel fund we raised from Mumbai Angels and Let's Venture way back in 2019. I remember none of them I have met physically. It was all an online deal. Around 30 investors invested in our company that time. It was an angel round. And later on, I met 2 or 3 of them later, but none of them. So that's the power of technology and online. So coming back to today, as we speak, we serve more than 4,000 clients sitting here in Bhubaneswar. Our entire operation, technology, and client success team sits here. We have international clients in UK, in US, in APAC, all this area we have our clients, and we serve them right here from Bhubaneswar with a very, very low cost model. And very proud to share that this last financial year we first time showcased profit. So it's a very pride moment for all of us and for all of our stakeholders, including investors. Talking about the talents, let me share with you my design head today, like the person who designs, conceptualizes the design. He is not even a 10th class pass. I think the previous job that he was doing was a waiter in a hotel in Calcutta. So let me share with you, talent is available everywhere. This person comes to us, I remember in 2018, with a 6,000 salary, today is getting more than a lakh of salary from us. And the entire UI or UX is designed from his team. Coming to the gender mix, being in a Bhubaneswar, so I strongly believe that it's always, innovation comes from the place where mindsets meets and culture classes. So I have a wonderful HR VP, and my instruction to her is, let us not just have Odia, people around in our office. We should have cross-cultural people. So we hire talents from Punjab, we hire talents from Kerala, we have talents from Himachal. So it's a wonderful mix of people, and culturally they are mixed. Woman plays a very, very vital role. Being a CEO and founder of the company, the 5 people, those who report to me, 2 of them are women. One is our VP HR and my operation head. Both of them are girls. And 50% of our workforce in Bhubaneswar we have more than 100 people working for us, and 50% of them are women today with us. So that will be all for from my side as is.
Thank you, Subhashish. For making optimum use of time, I'm going to put the same question to the 2 academicians on the panel here. It's a very famous academic debate that whether entrepreneurship is taught or it is inborn. Now the question for both the T school and the B school, I would say that what will you do in your institute so that you have companies which you see today come from your institutes, both from a technical school perspective and a business school perspective? Yeah, with you first. Your alumni is right next to you.
Thank you very much. And then good evening, all of you. And it gives me an immense pleasure to be present here to share some of my ideas on these startups. I know that there is no one here in the crowd who doesn't know what is a startup. They all know, because we have been using from the foodies to the movies through Netflix and then Amazon, and to the hotel booking and to the drones which we have heard. We all know that it's all the era of startups. But having said this one, let me remind the crowd and then panelists, my co-panelists here, that Infosys, which we have seen that it's a multi-billion company. At one time, it was also a startup by Mr. Narayan Murthy from IITs. And then every company has to have an entrepreneur. To become an entrepreneur or enterprise, everyone has to have the first step, and then that step is the toughest step for a startup to really incubate into a business enterprise. Having said this one, let me just touch upon a few points that I just wanted to give my opinion about these startups. Startups are not limited to metros, sir. New age startups are not, again, limited to the metros. Startups do not have boundaries. This is seamless. One idea can change the world, and one idea has been changing the world. So therefore, there is no boundary to a startup. That is, they belong to a metro or a rural or even a village. It is just now we have heard that a 10th class boy can really have, a 10th class girl can really have absolutely an idea which can change the world. To having said this one, I just wanted to, not taking too much of a time, we all have suffered COVID-19. And it was the time which the entire world has really been hit very hard, and people were hiding in the rooms. But there was one girl who belonged to second year electrical engineering, who did not want to go home, and then she created an app on the mobile. I'm not taking her name, I'm not taking the institution from where she has done it. I was the director at that time also. She has created an app on the mobile connecting all the doctors, all the hospitals, all the hospitals having the vacancies in ICUs and with the oxygen supply. She has even connected all the ambulances and the drivers and makeshift ambulances to the extent that she did not even leave the mortuaries also, right? And then crematoriums also, she did not even leave them. So now overnight, her app became, and she became, an icon in Dakshin Kannada. Okay, so now one doesn't need to have an education. One doesn't need to really have, again, a skill. It is the grit, it is the ambition, it is the perseverance with which one wants to think different, stand different, take the responsibility. Often what happens is that the people misunderstand that responsibility is to identify a problem. A startup is not to identify the problem. Startups are the ones who give us the solution. They stand tall and give us the solution. A startup can really become an enterprise and then an entrepreneur and then become a very big enterprise. That's what the example which I gave as the Infosys. And then another example which I can give you is that two wife and husbands, together they started as the tuition teachers, and then today Byju's. Byju's is one of the biggest startups or the companies established in education sector. And then I think 3.5 million people have really registered, and then 550 million people have registered in that one, and then it is today there in 5 countries. So now there is no boundary, there is no limit to a startup. And we all have to really appreciate the idea the startup companies or the people have, and let us all give a big hand to all those who really inculcate the idea of trying to start a startup. Let us encourage them. With these few words.
Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Good evening. In order to talk about entrepreneurship, I'll just use a framework. There are 3 stages in which this entrepreneurship in the modern age comes. The first stage is research, because I come from an academic institution. Research is the first thing, where, just for example, we are talking about the internet. The TCP/IP, the core technology of internet, was invented in 1943, which became a product called ARPANET or internet in 1960, and that is innovation. And then the first business use of internet happens in 1990s, dot-com bust. That's called entrepreneurship. And now after 30 years, we are talking about entrepreneurship based on the new age technologies. And new age technologies entrepreneurship is again based on 3 disruptions, 3D disruptions. The first disruption is due to digitalizations. The second is due to decarbonizations. And the third one is democratization of business. And that is what the startups we are talking about. Now, at business school, of course, we have incubation center. And a lot of institutes have incubation centers, and they're promoting startups and creating incubators. We at IIM Sambalpur have taken a very unique initiatives. Sambalpur location, it is our institute in the Bulla, which is again having the highest density of educated people, and also having a very highest density of weaving communities. We discovered more than 17,000 families depends on the weaving fabrics, and which is world class. And they are not able to compete in the new age market. So we have taken this project, and that is to begin with, and then we have a plan to roll out countrywide in all the segments, including other part of Odisha and other part of the country. And for that, we have taken 3-stage initiatives. The first stage is we have signed MOU with Flipkart and then SIDBI, and then with Sorbonne Business School, Paris, University of Paris. Idea is, first step, we are doing business education, entrepreneur educations to those master weavers, which is starting on the 29th of this month, where we will be educating them how to sell the product in a digital platform. And then stage 2 is we will be onboarding them in the digital Flipkart platform. And then stage 3, we will be also doing market access creations through University of Paris, in the Paris and Milan international centers in the fashion market.
this is a pilot project, and we have given the project name weaversvalleys.com. It means all the weaving sectors in the country will be interconnected and being brought to the digital platforms, and they all will be given business educations in collaboration with various partners of our institute. We will be signing MOU with all other business schools in the various parts of the country. And then we'll be onboarding them on digital platforms, and then also providing them the market access in the top cities in the country as well as international market. Idea is that right now India is the third largest ecosystems, just because we have crossed about 1 lakh startups. But if you take this directions, that to make part of a democratization of the business, maybe more than 30 lakhs such business can be created over the year, and then India can become maybe #1 startup ecosystems in coming times. So this is the direction which we have taken. Of course, we are also doing many other initiatives in terms of promoting other kind of incubations, but this is right now the main project which we are doing in life. And the first step, that is 29th May, the education is starting, entrepreneur educations. And then on 29th April, and then 6th May, we are having a programs with University of Paris at Delhi campus, where we'll be talking about and signing about MOU for globalizing this product into the international market. And Flipkart is already on board, and which is already started working on onboarding these weavers, master weavers, to make into the access to the digital platforms. So this is what is our initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will now come to the market and policy enablers. I have actually the same question for three of you, so that you can get time to discuss your experience. So Ashank, you are from Mastec. You worked a lot in the Western region, Corporate Connect, so both on the policy side, on the market access for startups. And so is Mr. Ghosh on the Eastern region, also represents Accenture, and Omkar represents the state. So I have just two questions for you to respond. One is, entrepreneurs are very opportunity driven. So they pick up a topic and area which interests them or where they think they can make a difference. But the state or the region might have a thematic view on what the startup should focus on, because you're trying to do a top-down or what we call normative view of thinking, because you think the regional ecosystem is well developed in that area, so I should leverage it, which is right. So I would seek your comments on this thematic versus opportunistic debate when you want to develop an ecosystem in startups. The second point is, what has been your experience in the connections to corporates, because they are normally used for first access to customers, second maybe access to talent in deep tech, and perhaps mostly funding, right? Not necessarily in that order, but they expect at least 2 out of 3 to work. What has been your experience? Because West, East, and the state, for completeness, I represent South. So, but I will be a moderator here and not add any value here on that side. So Ashank, we'll start with you.
Thanks, IVK. Good evening to all of you. Thanks for organizer to invite me. So, its first question answer is very simple. I think it should not be decided by the state focus what it should be. It should be opportunistic. Opportunistic in the sense that 1,000 flowers boom. I don't think Orissa government had any idea what he was doing, or Karnataka government wanted to help Lisa and so on. So to my mind, I don't think it has to be top down. It has to be very clearly 1,000 flowers boom. But I'll spend more time on the second part, which is very important. It's extremely important because I have worked with close to, I think, 200 or 300 entrepreneurs incubated at Sign at IIT Bombay. Then CII has been doing great work, and I have been driving Corporate Connect for last many years. So my statement is, for every Lisa or every Bodhisattva or, our colleagues on the other side, for every one of them, there are 20 or 50 others who have not reached their potential. So I think we need to work that on them. They obviously don't need help. We didn't need ISRO help, as he said. But I think there are others who may still need ISRO help. The point I'm making is, we need to make this connect very, very strong between industry or what I call customer connect. And I have seen so many of them failing because of these 4 steps that have not happened. Number one, industry or customer should tell what are their real challenges and what are their real issues. If we tell this to the students, and that's my request to the academia here, I keep on telling them, please invite industry or customers or anybody who tell what are the problems. That will direct many of these entrepreneurs sitting there in your institutions to take right problems. I have seen time and again, all the time, all of us have seen people are solving the wrong problems and trying to find solutions, trying to find customers to those. If we had done that, large number of failures would have prevented. That's one. After finding a right problem to solve, next stage is prototyping. At IIT, for example, we give them laboratory assistance, we give them consulting. Not that everybody needs it, but if they work with the industry, industry can provide them the prototype lab facilities if they work together. And that is one of the very important reasons people say today, entrepreneurs tell me why they join incubators. So we have to make that prototyping easier, lab access easier, consulting easier in those early stages. So that is stage 2. Stage 3, of course, is you have to sell ultimately. And who is better person to buy than customer? Very obvious statement. So the point I'm making is if you are working with the customer or industry or B2B, you have at least an assured. And 60% of entrepreneurs fail because of customer access, as we all know. And if we solve that problem through Industry Connect, there is everything that you can get. So that is stage number 3. To have those first 3 stages, of course, there is a funding issue which industry can also give, but funds can come from many others. So it's good to have industry fund. But what's more important to me, IVK, is having a joint ventures or having, connect to solve a problem would be a very powerful way of industry. And last and not the least, as you said, is a talent. But again, talent is an issue which industry may have enough numbers, and if they give something to the startup when they work together. And I have seen in each of these stages, successes and failures. I must say, having said that, our connection between entrepreneurs and industry is not very high. It is changing fast. Industries are having heads of entrepreneurship, heads of innovation, and very many people are working. We ourselves, I as a IT player is working with many entrepreneurs today. A CII has a center at Hyderabad, as you know. We picked up 1 or 2 entrepreneurs. We are working with them, which is a good start. But I think much more needs to be done. We are in IT industry, so we have found 1 or 2 entrepreneurs who are doing something in deep tech, so on. So the point I'm making is our prime objective is to make this connect stronger. And there's a lot to do there. I don't think time permits me to tell how to go about doing it. But what I have seen, if it happens, it will be very, very successful way and good way to increase the probability of success.
Thank you, Ashank. Shankar, on the eastern region and Accenture in specific, maybe you can cover.
Thanks, Vijay. First of all, good evening to all of you, to all the respected dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, and truly heartening for me to be here and seeing the encouragement, engagement from the audience right from the morning. Excellent question, IVK. Before I get into the question, I want to provide certain facts. Last 10 years, if we look at, there is something called disruption, Global Disruption Index. Global Disruption Index 2017 to 2022, last 5 years, it has increased by 200%. You can imagine the disruption globally has increased by 200%. Same disruption index, if I talk about 2011 to 2016, it was only 4%. Okay? So why we are talking about new age startup and deep tech, that clearly answers the root cause is, disruption has gone up significantly. Point number one. Obviously within India, a lot of things have happened. Our Honorable Prime Minister has come up with the Startup India during 2016-17. And 2016-17, the number of startups in India was 746, if I recall. And today it is 77,000. So 100 times increase in the startup. Not only that, today, there are 108 unicorns from India. So out of every 10 global unicorn, one come from India, right? So essentially, that's a huge achievement, and we should be incredibly proud about it. And truly, this is very exciting time for all of us, unprecedented time, because through this G20 presidency, you would be able to collaborate and place India as a successful, not only the skill provider, but also job provider. And that's the change which is going to happen. Now, talking about the Eastern region and global, I had the opportunity to work with globally many startups. And in terms of the industry and startup collaboration, I have seen that, from my organization also, we have participated in open innovation in terms of giving the industry challenge to the startup, also, helping them with the access to the fund, access to the, the right client so that they can nurture their ideas. But many things which are happening, if we want to talk about, right? If you see globally, Starbucks, through their app, they are transforming the loyalty program. Loyalty program is very natural for any, company like Starbucks, any retailer. But they're transforming their loyalty program to using to NFT, non-fungible token, leveraging a blockchain platform. And through that, the customer spend, through their spend, they can actually acquire new token, and they can store those tokens in the digital wallet, and they can, consume that, based on where they want. So essentially, they're transforming the whole loyalty program to a community, right? And that's a fantastic example about, transforming customer experience through blockchain. Since it is a deep tech forum, I'm providing some of the example. Let's talk about Hyundai. They have collaborated with one startup, IonQ, which is the quantum computing platform. And what they're doing, they're actually, analyzing the lithium-air battery to improve the efficiency and reduce the waste. And this requires, significant high, power of computing. That's why they're using the quantum computing platform, right? We are talking about 5G today, which is 1 Gbps. But, Toshiba, JP Morgan Chase, and a startup called CN, they have successfully tested a platform which in real life can handle 800 Gbps, which is the answer to the security threat if, the cyber security, the non-compliance, those, the threat maker if they use quantum computing. So I provided example of blockchain. I provided example of, quantum computing. Multiple other examples I can actually talk about. But going back to the question, in Eastern region also, depending on, the region, depending on the state, obviously the ecosystem maturity is different. And that's only the question of time. However, in Eastern region also, there are fantastic startup ideas which not only have come up, but they are making a lot of difference. Let's talk about one startup from Eastern region who are into bioplastics. And globally there are enough examples of biodegradable plastic, but that cost 3 times of the normal plastic, and therefore not very viable. This startup is actually making plastic which is heat resistant, thermostat, water resistant, and guess what? At the same cost of what a plastic cost. So essentially, this is, and their biodegradability is kind of lot lesser, even as compared to the global plastic. So lots are happening in eastern region as well, and we heard multiple, startup founders, they're talking about it. And I will conclude briefly with a very important aspect is that the ecosystem in terms of bringing the academia, bringing the industry, bringing the policy makers, and of course bringing those startups together. We are working on it through CII. I chair the startup task force, and lots have been planned, lots have been achieved, and it's truly exciting time because many things we are going to achieve in next couple of years.
Thank you, Shankar. So I come to you, Dr. Omkar. You incubated space as STPI DG for a long time. Now you're incubating ideas. So as the head of startup mission for the state of Orissa, I think you have an ambitious target, I think 5,000 startups by 2025 or something. So what are your views? I think there are about 14 or 1,500 at the moment. 1,500. So if I see your growth path in the next 2-3 years, do you have any views on how those startups will be mapped to the regional competencies? At the same time, how they leverage the global networks? So I think it'd be good to hear your views since you are the man on the spot.
First of all, thank you very much for this opportunity. And I would, a very good afternoon to all of you. On behalf of Startup Odisha, Government of Odisha, first of all, let me extend a very warm welcome to all the delegates present here. Secondly, that the views of the current status and the spirit of the startup ecosystem in our state has been very well represented by 3 founders who are present here from our state. And I must say that the entrepreneurial spirit, self-esteem in the state of Odisha has grown over a period of time. Today we are having a very strong startup ecosystem amounting to 1,570 startups with 27 incubators within this state, distributed all across the state. And we are working very closely with the academic institutions, R&D institutions, technology domain organizations, so that the entire capacity that we have within the state can be channelized and can be used by the startups within the state. I must say that the kind of vision that has been given by the Honorable CM of Odisha, that we have to become one of the top 3 startup destinations in the entire country. And it was also a vision that we must ensure that we become inclusive. And we must ensure that minimum 33% of the founders of the startups are women. And I'm very glad that we have, as of now, about 43% startups which are founded by women. One of the founders are either co-founder. And therefore, as far as inclusivity is concerned, we have achieved that target. Government of India, DP, IIT announces the performance of the startup ecosystem of a state every year. And we are time and again getting recognized as top performer. That proves that we are not only a very conducive state, we are not only having a very aggressive policy to support the startup, but we are also implementing those policies in a very industry-friendly manner. I must say that I have listened to the esteemed panelists, and I must say that in our state, we are trying to do the things in a best possible manner. We have a state incubator, we call it OHub, which is close to 4 lakhs square feet of space. And by January 2024, it will be dedicated to the state, and it will house at least 800 startups at a given point of time. I would also say that we will have different domain-specific incubators within this OHub. We will have center of excellences in various technologies. We will have a super fab lab for promotion of maker culture in hub and spoke model. We are revising our startup policy, which is being recognized top performer, even though it is under revision. We are trying to make it best policy in the entire nation. We are also If some of you might have visited our recent request for proposal, which is still in finalization, and we are trying to develop a platform that is going to be a corporate innovation platform, corporate connect platform, mentor connect platform, startup community platform. We are also working with trying to rope in agency which can help us develop the Odisha Venture Capital Fund. We are also trying to evolve or create a growth stage fund. This is the kind of ambition that the state has for the startup ecosystem. We believe, we understand that an state has to bear the cost of common infrastructure. It has to enable, it has to bear the cost of common infrastructure, it has to create best of the policies, and it has to create an environment where the startups and entrepreneurs can develop their product and they can be handheld and supported throughout their journey. And all these aspects we are working together. We are trying to, we also understand that funding and access to the capital is very important. Therefore, right from angel investment to venture capital, at all the levels we are trying to develop our own fund within the state. And therefore, I must say that as far as policy enablement is concerned, as far as ecosystem development is concerned, we are doing our best. And I must again reiterate that the startup ecosystem in the state of Odisha has attained critical mass. It is attracting mentors, it is attracting investors from all across. And therefore, with the push, with the thirst that we have in place, in times to come will eventually become one of the India's top 3 startup destination. One of the panelists was mentioning about, I think Sangapriya was, that from tier 2 and tier 3 cities startups are coming. I think they are leading example. They have made their place, starting their incubate startup from in Bhubaneswar. I must say that during 2022 itself, India produced close to 21 unicorns, and 12 unicorns out of 21 are from tier 2 and tier city. And therefore, I am very encouraged. We are excited that in times to come, places and state like Odisha will also house certain some unicorns, and that will be the time when we'll get our due and get due recognition, and the startup ecosystem in the state will do its best and bring prosperity and wealth. Thank you for this.
Thank you, Dr. Omkar. Given the presence of the founders and all the enablers, we thought we will open up for any interaction with the students or the audience here. Before we open that, I just want to leave 2 thoughts with you. It is for both for the panel and for people in the audience, just to think through. In medicine, for example, if you do a degree or a master's, you are expected to serve in that region for a couple of years. We don't have such a requirement for engineering and MBA. So for those institutes which work on inclusivity and innovation, they do student projects as pilot projects, and they leave and they go and join a Wall Street bank afterwards. So the projects will get stalled and next batch will start all over again. So the debate is, or the question is, why can't we have a similar one to continue such projects, or kind of a regional presence for those people who graduate from those institutes? It can be debated either way, but I just want to leave that thought with you. The second one is a question actually on organizational design, which will of course impact mostly the business schools, but I would say even the role design in T schools. In today's environment, we have the Gen X as the exos and Gen Alpha in the team. So you can see the number of generations mixed. They differ in culture, they differ in digital skills, they differ in social skills, they differ in their value system sometimes, and maybe the subcultural variations. Will the organizational design, which is based on a hierarchical model of homogeneous skills, either verticalized or horizontalized, is it still valid? Given you have a mix of online and offline as well, and global, something to think through. With those 2 thoughts for your consideration, I would like to open up the session for any questions you may have for the promoters.
Vijay, I have a point. I mean, Omkar sir, just to share with you, I mean, as far as unicorn is concerned, you mentioned, this is my commitment and we are on the path of it. Next year, probably Booking Genie will be the first unicorn from Bhubaneswar.
Now, for the first question, let me just tell that at National Institute of Technology, Rourkela, we at NIT Rourkela, we have really had a new modification to the curriculum which allows a student, engineering student, per se, any other student also, to have 6 months internship, means to start with, and then there is time, there is no time limit as far as the internship is concerned, which is more like towards trying to take the students to the industry and then try to understand what exactly industry wants. It's more like the medical field, professional. The engineers at NIT Rourkela, in the new curriculum system, they have the 6 months internships as a part of the curriculum.
Can we get some questions, please, from the audience? Yeah, if you can get the mic.
So I'm Lieutenant Commander Varun. I have a question that after 1991 policy, India has liberalized and startups are now an outcome of that liberalization. How far I feel we have some young entrepreneurs here, how far we are very much simpler in access to government's policy, how far there is simplification of forms, taking approvals, government sanctions, and is there some bottlenecks where we have to work on? And if there are some bottlenecks, what are the suggestions from young entrepreneurs which are there on the panel that how can these procedures be overcome and it be made very people-friendly, Aam Aadmi-friendly procedures? Thank you.
Is this for a particular panelist or it is a general question for the panel?
I think, let me
General question, ma'am.
Yeah, as an entrepreneur, I can just share with you, entrepreneurship is all about, making your way out, right? So it is not dependent on a government policy or they can create an ecosystem definitely which would thrive. For example, a decade ago, the term called startup was not so popular. Today, everybody knows, like some of the panelists were saying. But entrepreneurship is all about making your own way. It's undertaking that project or that vision that nobody else can see, you could see, and you have to pursue it, even if the government supports or doesn't support. So, policies are just here to give an ecosystem to boost. But most of us entrepreneurs would not have thought of a policy and then started a business out of it. So we started a problem, solved it, and then probably we looked at policy, well, will it support or not? Even when we started, I didn't know GST exists. I think many of would. So somebody would have said, you have to make a GST bill. We didn't know PF exists. So these entrepreneurs will find their way out, and as we go, so for example, my first investment was a foreign investment, like Singapore Angel invested with us. I never knew that we have to file a RBI, that even I don't know that term FCNR or something, foreign currency. So there was an objection, RBI gave me a letter. So then we have to go and file it. So now I can write thesis on how to handle foreign investments.
Yeah, and just to add one point, picking up on that particular idea, in fact, navigating through ambiguities, that itself became idea for some of the Indian startups. And many startups today, they are actually on the path of unicorn because they help proactively MSMEs, because MSMEs were, facing those challenges, and through their, the platform approach, as a service approach, their idea actually clicked. So essentially, it would go through entrepreneur, any particular idea, it would go through certain dedication, it will go through resistance, it will go through ambiguity before, they see the acceptance.
Just want to add, since I do serve on the DPIT panel for startups, so I understand the procedural issues. I can comment on BIRAC, IDEX, many other. I think in most of these agencies which give grants or invest or source startups for innovation, the panels include many of the startup founders or experts. So I think that is the real difference, I would say, from maybe the last decade to this decade, I would say, that the involvement and the screening is done by people from the same community. So if you submit a proposal for, say, drone or surveillance, maybe some of us who are actually there, so we do understand what you're saying. So I would say there will be a procedural overhead in any government one, but I think the screening and the selection and allocation is actually determined by the industry experts, which is very participative. So I would say I think it's good to know.
Now that all these young people are saying all these things, I'm reminded when I started few decades ago, I must tell some of you that we didn't have a credit card to spend, and we are not supposed to book air tickets from outside. And when I went first to RBI to get foreign exchange, you have to apply for it. So they said, why do you want foreign exchange? You are not doing any export. I said, Sir ji, export karne ke liye pehle foreign exchange chahiye. So those were the days. So these guys are much lucky, but I'm sure there are a lot of issues still at a ground level which we continue to improve. I'm sure government is taking all the steps, but I think our job is to make life easier for all of them, and that should continue.
I'll just add the last part. You know, the two incidents I'll mention. The big IT companies like Infosys, all of them started when there was no IT policy in this country actually. But then at the one end, you'll see the renewable energy sector, it flourished after a particular government policy came in, JNNSM, Jawaharlal Nehru National Solar Mission in 2009. So over a period of time, the gap is reducing. Government policies and schemes are getting more approachable, more close to entrepreneurs. The accessibility is increasing. And thanks to information technology, and the information is flowing so smooth, we don't have to go to an office to find out some information. We can find a lot of information in the open sources and about the schemes and the benefits. But there are two incidents I mentioned. So the company like Infosys, who are giants in the IT sector, they all started when there was no IT policy. At the same time, we have, grown in the renewable energy sector because of certain policies and schemes. So thank you.
Actually, I want to request our students to please pose some questions, because the whole idea of having this in this institute was for you to participate and gain some knowledge. But I'll request students to please put your questions. Niju ko aage introduce karo, tapore question pachari paribo.
My deep sense of reverence to the esteemed dignitaries present over the dais. I am A. Joshna from Raida District, Raida Autonomous College. So my question is, how to develop ethos in ecosystem where an individual feels encouraged to come up with a startup which would ensure sustainable development in the future?
Let me answer partially your question. So now, once again, NIT Rourkela, we have one non-profit company, that is FTBI, Foundation for Technology Business Incubation. Here, it is not just limited to the students of NIT Rourkela. It is open for all the students across the country. It is not, again, there is no boundary for that one. Anybody, whoever has the idea, whoever has the concrete idea and an intention to try their ideas, those ideas can be incubated at our institution. Today we have 52 the startup companies at NIT Rourkela, and then more than 200 job offers have also been done. At NIT Rourkela FTBI, it offers the hand-holding to these startup companies, and then we try to create a platform where all those who have been successful in these startups, recently ma'am was also there addressing the students who have to give them the idea of what exactly are the hurdles they are likely to face. So now whatever the possible help for a student to really incubate their ideas, there is one institution in the state of Orissa, and that is NIT Rourkela. You are always welcome to incubate your ideas and then give it a thought so that it becomes a startup, and then this startup becomes you become an entrepreneur, and then it becomes an enterprise. I hope I have answered your question. And then
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah. So adding to sir, I am an alumnus of NIT, and as he mentioned about FTBI, it's an incubation cell, and it's a great opportunity for students to incubate startups, and it's NIT agnostic. I mean, any student from all across Orissa can go and incubate there. But similarly, in other parts of the country like Bangalore, Hyderabad, Chennai, there are a lot of incubation bodies. There are a lot of NGOs also, a lot of incubators and a lot of accelerators who are helping startups. The only bottleneck is you have to reach out. You have to ask for help. One way to ask for help is, through your college. The other way is through social media. When I started off, even I was very immature. I did not know anything about entrepreneurship, but I connected to the ecosystem of mentorship, ecosystem of funding, ecosystem of, how to even go and file your basic documents to ROC when I started, the basic taxation stuff. So LinkedIn can be one such platforms. Besides the physical incubators, LinkedIn can be a very active platform for you to reach out to maybe startup founders or mentor network. There are communities like Aspire, there are communities like Shiro's, communities which have been built just to focus on entrepreneurship and to nurture the startup ecosystem of the country. So besides the college network, you have access to outside network. You just have to ask for help through any social media channel, let's say, or through connections. And now you're students, you just have to go out and, seek collaboration. So the first step is saying, I don't know, can you help me? And I'm sure there will be 10 people around you to help. People like us who have gone through the grill will be ready to help you. And a lot of other founders who have already gone through that grill in their life will be ready to extend their helping hands to you.
Thanks a bunch, ma'am.
There are two students on the right.
Good evening, everybody. I am Bivu from Birla Global University. So, as we are staring at a probable startup funding winter ahead, what is the effect that will be happening on India and specifically the eastern part of India? And on the second part, I would like to ask, is the government going to intervene in the future regarding this?
He's asking about
You asked about the funding part.
Startup funding winter we are staring in the future.
Okay. And second is government intervention.
Is government going to intervene in the future?
In funding?
Yeah, in funding.
So a good question. In fact, if you talk about Odisha Startup Policy 2016, I would say that it is one of the policy which is being implemented very industry-friendly manner. So it is easy to access. We have 20,000 rupees per month founders incentive, which is available for a year. So it's a kind of a stipend which you can use to actually sustain yourself for 12 months, so that you are not bothered about your monthly expenditure and all. Once you have created the prototype and you want to convert this prototype into a product, and you want to access to the market, so we are absolutely having a grant-based funding. So we give you 15 lakhs rupees in case you are from general cause, and if you are a women or socially disadvantaged community, this incentive is more. This is all grant. You are not required to return. Third is that need-based assistance. In case you are developing a deep tech project, or it takes longer time to develop your product, it requires a lot of R&D and all. So there is no limit on funding. So it is a need-based assistance. And we don't have any ceiling on the amount of the grant that is required to be given. Apart from that, we are also supporting these incubators in the state. We have 27 incubators. Eventually, we have planned to take it to 50. So one of the students asked question, where do I get this support from? So I think it's ideal to reach out to an incubator where you will get everything that you require. So these 27 incubators, we incentivize them in case they graduate a startup successfully out of their incubator. So this is the way the incentives have been built. And you can access by getting registered with the Startup Odisha. It's very easy to register. It's a portal-based registration. You are not required to come physically to the Startup Odisha, so it's absolutely faceless processing of your application. And thereafter, all your applications are processed facelessly through a kind of committee which is manned by the experts from the startup ecosystem, as you said, from the same community. And therefore, evaluation becomes very objective. So come and try Startup Odisha, get registered, try to, okay?
Thank you, sir.
Good evening all. I am Sneha from MSCB University Baripada. I am top 10 finalist of Startup Odisha Yatra 2.0. So now I am a incubator of our university, but our incubation center newly inaugurated, or it is not connected with Startup Odisha. So can we get benefit from Startup Odisha or angel investors?
Absolutely. In fact, you are not required to get incubated with any incubator. You can directly apply, make an application with us. And in case you are not getting good mentoring or other handholding support from your incubator within your academic institution, you can approach to us. We will redirect you to some appropriate domain-specific institution where your idea can be mapped, right? So you can make an application directly, and it is all open for any startup to apply.
And our incubator, वो भी हमारी स्टार्टअप ओडिशा से ही है.
Okay. So see, there are different kind of
yes,
startup.
yes.
I mean, incubators having different kind of degree of efficiency, degree of quality. So like they would evolve over a period of time. But in case you are finding any constant there, then you can approach to me, right? And my email address is, you can write down. You write to me and I will really reach out to you.
I have that, sir.
Okay, then you write to me. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, I would like to add. So it's really good to see like students from Raigada, students from Moyurbhanj, Baripada are actually coming out and wanted to build their enterprise. Even I am privileged, like I come from an engineering background, and the girl, like she's top 10 idea of Startup Odisha Yatra, and when the first edition was organized by Startup India and Startup Odisha jointly, and Startup Odisha was not there, Startup Government of Odisha jointly, I was studying in my university. So I was also part of that journey, part of that Startup Yatra, and now it's good to see that students from general background, students from remote part of the Odisha are actually coming out and wanted to build their enterprise. So it's very, very important. I just want to add something. So he asked about funding waiter, and she asked about what are the policies, and he also asked about what are the startup ecosystem available. It's very, very important. So we are not actually discussing this forum on Bangalore or maybe in Delhi or maybe in Mumbai. So it's Odisha, and we need to act accordingly. So it's historically the eastern part of India actually lacks, particularly in terms of business. We lack somehow in building new enterprises. So when we start as entrepreneurs, we start as student entrepreneurs particularly. I myself as a student entrepreneur, I start my enterprise right just out of my university campus, so I can relate those problems more. So like when somebody wants to, build an enterprise from the university, so incubation center, maybe the government policy is not only the solution. So it's about mindset and it's about support. It's support from the family, support from friends, support from the circle. So because we are from Odisha, we are not from Gujarat, or we are not from Bangalore, that the ecosystem is already there. So ecosystem doesn't mean the incubation center, ecosystem doesn't mean an venture fund, ecosystem is also family support, ecosystem is also your educational support. I'm glad that NIT Raulkal has introduced a 6-month internship period, and I myself, like when sir was actually asking how you were able to build that technology, how you get connected with the ecosystem. In the back in 2013 or 2014, I used to travel to Gujarat a lot, like frequently, at least like 100, 200 times in a year. And because of that, I used to get backlogs in my attendance. And my university doesn't support that. And so when you also wanted to become an entrepreneur, you just want to build something new, you definitely go through that roller coaster journey. And that backlog, attendance backlog, is also my part of bad experience. But somehow I got connected to the one of the matured ecosystem, the Gujarat startup ecosystem, and learned something. And now I'm glad that Odisha is also in that direction, and Odisha is building similar ecosystem in the state. And this is how, so this is why the students, particularly from the Odisha and particularly from the backward states, backward districts like Raigada and other KBK districts, it's very important that we build such kind of also the community level ecosystem, not just the funding, not just the technical due diligence, not just government handholding. It's also the psychological and the family support we need to build. And if you are actually want to build something, and there is so you don't think like every startup will get funded by VC, so it doesn't work out that way. So there is a lot of government policies. Sir has mentioned something, and also the government startup India has a lot of policies. They are actually coming up with 25 lakh seed grant. So I also come from a very non-business background, and none of my family members are actually associated with business. But somehow in the 5 years of journey, somehow we are able to build our enterprise. So it's only because when we started back in 2018, we were able to gather 1.5 crore worth of government grant from different prize money, and that actually acted as a seed money to start our business. So it was otherwise it was impossible. I could have landed in a corporate job, and now I would have continue my 9 to 5 job. But somehow, because of the government policies, because of the government support, and because of the Startup India and Stand Up India policies, we're able to start our own venture. So for the students, I'll tell you, so it's very important you come up with an idea, you have the courage, because without courage you cannot come up with a new idea, you cannot think of building something new, but definitely leverage whatever available from the government resources, the fund, the grant, the support, whatever the technical due diligence, whatever the handholding supports, right? Like sir mentioned about NIT, FTBI. So we have in the states, in Odisha, we have almost like 50 plus state-run incubators. So you can definitely take help from them. And we have almost like 10 plus startup ecosystem in Odisha, and the ecosystem and the community particularly not just active in Bhubaneswar. We have actually deep penetration to our Sambalpur, to our Raigada, and also in the Baleswar. So as a being an entrepreneur, so I'm just not building my startup, I'm also part of building Startup Odisha ecosystem. That is how I believe in giving back to the society. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Given the questions about the local ecosystem, I request Omkar Roy to give his closing comments, and then we conclude this panel.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would say that I can see a lot of energy among the students from our state. And I must say that Startup Odisha is very active on the social media. So you can reach to me or to anybody in the Startup Odisha through social media apps, LinkedIn, Twitter, or with the direct mails. And be rest assured, we'll get back to you. And for the girl from Raigada, I must say that you can write to me, or you can even send me direct message on my Twitter, and I will definitely get back to you. Any of you facing any difficulty in terms of access to the incubator, access to the policy support from the state, please write to us and we'll reach to you. I think I will also visit some of the institutions. What is the name of your institution in Raigada?
Mayurbhanj, sir.
What?
Mayurbhanj, Baripada.
Raigada. Acha, Mayurbhanj and Raigada. Okay.
Maharaja Sri Ramchandra Bhanjdev University.
Okay, okay. So I will definitely visit some of these institutions and personally meet all of you. So thank you for all these questions. I think I am so encouraged.
You have best summarized. I don't want to add. I can only say to all of this, when we, Infosys and Mastech started in 80s, There was none of this what is available, not even 1%. So please imagine if we had stuck by all this, we would not have been existing today. So don't worry, there can't be a better time than today. Best technology is available, best customers are, and cultural part, by the way, is much, much better. When we were starting, my mother asked me, what is you are doing? You are passing out from IIM Ahmedabad and you are doing business? You must have gone crazy, she said. You must join Citibank. Nobody is saying that now. Everybody is proud of you of becoming startup. So there is not a better time than today to start. Please go ahead and start. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just add one line as part of concluding thing. And this is what Swami Vivekananda, he is youth, symbol of youth. And he said, we have to grow inside out. And this G20 is all about growing inside out to show the world. So essentially, if you are talking to yourself at least once a day, right, then you are connecting successfully to one of the most intelligent person in the world. And that's the motto with which we would progress. Thank you.
Thank you so much for all those excellent deliberations. And I'd just like to add here that as a woman entrepreneur myself, based in Odisha, I can vouch and reiterate what Dr. Omkar Rai said. Indeed, the state has created such a coherent ecosystem for not just women entrepreneurs, but for entrepreneurs in general. And this is really the best time to start a new startup, and especially in Odisha, the entire ecosystem is extremely cohesive and very encouraging, especially for women entrepreneurs. So with that really positive feedback and deliberations, we would like to now conclude this session, and may I request everybody to give an extremely great hand for the very inspiring stories. And now I would like to request session moderator Mr. Vijay Kumar to do the honors to present the mementos to all our speakers. And requesting everybody to please remain with us. We have a very interesting presentation, and that will be of interest to everybody. So please remain with us. May I request speakers to kindly come forward. So can we now present a memento to our session moderator? And request speakers to please come forward for a group photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, as we have heard from all our eminent speakers today, it's evident that technology holds boundless potential. And as we look to bring these concepts to life, our knowledge partners for the event, Deloitte, will be conducting an emerging technology demonstration, providing a glimpse into the possibilities of these technologies to revolutionize industries and highlight future-oriented applications. In the demonstration, we will see how mixed reality, when applied in training and skilling, can help overcome certain barriers of access and availability while ensuring the essence of the real world remains alive. With this, I would like to now invite Mr. Ashish Nene, who's a Senior Director with Deloitte, and Mr. Mohit Ramani, CEO and founder of Digital Agents, to exhibit the potential that technology can offer. And meanwhile, if I may request everyone to kindly clear the stage.
Hi, hi.
Good evening, everyone. It's Sunday evening. How's the Josh? And if the Josh is not so high, I can guarantee that by the time my colleague is done, it will be an extremely interesting demo. And when Mohit is done with his demo, the Josh is going to be extremely high. I can promise you that. Okay. So what are we going to talk about today? And by the way, the previous session, extremely interesting because both of us have been tech co-founders in the past. He continues to run his company successfully and profitably. So great sessions and great inputs as well. Okay, so what are we going to talk about today? So we're going to introduce you to a lot of interesting technologies today, where the real world and the virtual world are slowly moving together. So we're going to talk about AR, VR, MR, XR, and the metaverse. So what are all these technologies? So all of us have been using the internet on our PCs, on our mobile phones, buying stuff online. We have been making payments online. We have been WhatsApp online and so on. So that is something that even the kids can do today. So as we move along, there are a lot of interesting things that are coming into play. For instance, AR, VR has been also around for a while, but it is more prevalent in the industry and a few applications like gaming. So let me demystify AR, VR first, and then MR, and then we will go to the next version of the internet called the metaverse. So what is AR and what is VR? So VR is virtual reality. That is a time wherein we wear our headsets and we move out of our real world and enter into the virtual world. Once we are in the virtual world, it can be curated based on what you're trying to do there. You could be shopping, you could be learning a new language, you could be learning a new technology, or you could be simply playing games, single player games or multiplayer games. What is AR? AR is augmented reality. It gets more interesting. Here, we are taking the digital world and bringing it into our real world. To give you some examples, so let's say you're driving, and let's say you're driving an EV, and you want to know when your next EV charging point comes in, and within your app, you'll have virtual indicators coming in and telling you, hey, the next EV point, your car is running low on battery, the next EV point is coming up. Another example, immersive shopping. Now, when you go to a shopping store, you're looking for discounts. So as you move around, you can get immersive shopping experience by having real-time coupons being thrown at you for taking real-time decisions on whether you want to shop for that item or not. Now let me mix it up further. So as we go along, the real and the virtual world are merging. So then we come to something called mixed reality. Now, 3 years back, I had the opportunity to, or actually longer than that, to attend a Microsoft partner event in Toronto. And at this event was the first version of something called a HoloLens, which was demonstrated to the world. And what is HoloLens? You had a hologram of an aircraft engine projected in front of a stadium of people, and you had engineers who could move around the hologram. They could open up the engine, look at every sub-part of that engine, and you could actually simulate multiple operations of an aircraft engine without actually having an engine, right? So remember Star Trek, Star Wars? We've all seen this growing up, right? So then as we move on to the realm of the virtual and the real world converging, we have something called the metaverse. And our friend at Facebook has even gone on to rename his company as Meta now, betting his future onto something called metaverse. So metaverse is the future of the internet, or internet 2.0 if you have. What are we going to do there? We're going to create our digital avatars, which are going to be doing everything that we do in the real world in the virtual world. We're going to be shopping, we're going to be playing games, we're going to do conference meetings as if we are physically sitting together. We're going to be traveling, we're going to experience stuff which otherwise we could do in real world, and also probably buy and sell using digital tokens. Is it fully safe? Is it fully secure? Time will tell. There is lots to do there, but that's what is coming to us next. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to introduce you to a few business areas where this is already being used or it is going to be used. Now, I come from the manufacturing world. So to give you an example, we have done a lot of work, for example, in the space of digital twins. So what happens is, if I want to, let's say, set up a new manufacturing plant, I don't want to set up the plant and then to start doing fine tuning. So what I do now is I create a digital twin or a digital map of my entire shop floor operation, including extending it to my supply chain operations, map all the equipment, figure out all the processes digitally, simulate a lot of processes, make those corrections, and once I'm satisfied, I can then use that to create a real factory. In that process, I've saved millions of dollars. Okay, now I'll stop talking. I'll hand over to Mohit, who, as I promised earlier, is going to do some magic for us. So he's going to actually demonstrate some of that I've been talking so far. Over to you, Mohit.
Thanks, Ashish. Hi, good evening, everyone. So before I move ahead, I just want to touch upon the manufacturing, piece that he spoke about. So we did digital twin. We planned our factory. We've launched it. But the metaverse doesn't end there. Imagine there are daily activities, daily inspections. Everything has to happen, and training has to happen on a day in and day out basis, right? So where do you do that? You could continue using the metaverse that you built, the digital twin that you built, and put it for use for your trainings and for improving your skill force. All right, so that's on the that's the same slide. So that's on the metaverse, but I'll skip that for now because today's demonstration is about mixed reality. Now, for me, if I have to put mixed reality in the simplest of terms, it merges the physical and the digital world. Why? Why do we need it, right? Now, I can guarantee that more than 50% of our daily tasks today happen on our mobile, which means we are day in and day out, each and every moment of our lives, we are connected. So we need digital interfaces. We have been using, we've been using mobile phones for a long time. I can tell you, in 5 years from now, we would be having devices like this. Of course, not this bulky, because today they're still in R&D. They will converge into something as small as our regular reading glasses. And in about 15 years from now, it'll definitely turn out to be as small as lenses. So you won't be having your phones, but rather you'll be wearing those lenses and interacting with the digital world. That's how things will change. And what impact does it make? I think if our interface with digital world changes, it'll impact our work life, our day-to-day activities. In fact, everything that we do, the way we learn, the way we play, everything is going to change. So without speaking further, let me just bring on to the demo. Just bear with me because it'll take a few seconds for me to set it up. Just give me a moment.
So while Mohit is setting up the demo, can we have a quick show of hands from the audience? How many of you have actually heard of AR, VR, immersive technologies before you came to the event today? Okay, good to know. Because then we don't have to demystify it totally for you. So that's good to know.
So, okay, what are you seeing? Can you see a machine in front of me? Yeah. And it's not just a machine that I've kept there. It's not, a gimmick that we're doing. I can actually interact with this machine just how I would do in a real world. So this is basically a CMP machine. It's a nanofabrication process which we have built to upskill the workforce, or to train people who doesn't have access to such expensive machinery. So let me first, do my first step. I can pick up objects. This is a PPE that I'm wearing. Of course, we can't make everything in virtual, so we give some instructions on how to do.
Go to the pumps beside the CMP machine and click on the pump to turn on the valve.
So I have to turn the valve on.
Go to the display on CMP machine and click on pump 1 button.
I am able to interact with digital content without this machine being actually there. And I have to perform some steps on this screen.
Click on Start button. Click on Conditioner button. Click on Head button. Exit the display and click on the machine doors.
So I have to open the machine doors now.
Pinch and grab the wafer to collect it from the table. Then place it on the head in the CMP machine.
I can literally perform everything that I would do in a real world, right? The next one is also pretty interesting, right? So this is a wafer. It's a silicon wafer, you can see, right? I can pick it up. I have to actually install it there. Best part, if I just open my fingers, it'll drop. So I have to pick it up again. That's what happens in real, right? So I'll pick it up. I have to carefully install it. And it's giving me instructions.
Click on the machine doors to close them. Click on the green button named Chucking next to the display.
and I have to turn this process now on.
Go to the display on CMP machine and click on previous button.
The reason why you're listening all these instructions is because I wanted to demonstrate how this can be utilized for trainings.
Click on Auto Mode Operation button. Select any recipe from the list. Click on Start button. If you want to skip, click on it in the hand menu by looking at your palm.
It's a 20-second process. I won't skip it so that I can show you how things are working. And I can move around. I can see the machine from all the angles.
Exit the display and click on the machine doors to open them.
The best part is it'll stay here. I can go, walk around, do whatever I want to do, and come back, and it's still there. It's persistent.
Click on the green button named Chucking next to the display. Grab the wafer from the head using pinch and place it on the table. Click on the machine doors to close them. Go to the pumps beside the CMP machine and click on the pump to turn off the valve. Go to the display on CMP machine and click on previous button. Click on idle mode. Process was successfully completed.
That's it from the demo perspective. But I'd like to emphasize on one aspect of it. I mean, you saw me interacting with a digital machine right now. Right? This is one of the use cases. Another use case is that there could be this real machine, and I'm performing the activity for the first time. I don't have any other skill in performing this activity. A technology like this can identify and understand what machine I'm working on, and give me the right instructions to perform those activities. Which means, there are MROs activities that happens on a day in and day out basis in the aviation sector, in the defense sector, in the railways. All the workforce does not have to be trained for enormous amount of hours before sending them to force or before sending them to field. They can be given a system like this and can be sent to field maybe in 30 days of training. So that's the power and that's the benefit of something like this.
And the beauty of this technology is that since this is a seminar on skilling, you can make any number of mistakes, any number of times, and learn from those mistakes without actually damaging any machine. So therefore, imagine you're setting up a greenfield plant, a manufacturing plant, and you have 20, 30, 50 manufacturing lines, which are actually being integrated. And then while you're waiting for that plant to set up, you have 300, 400, 500 skilled people you want to be ready with by the time the plant starts. These kind of technologies can actually be deployed for the skilled labor to be ready by the time the plant is commissioned and it's good to go. Otherwise, you're going to be wasting months and months of training and hands-on training, which otherwise takes a lot of money and a lot of cost. So, yeah. So, I will now want Mohit to talk a little bit about some of the actual implementations he's done in the defense sector, in the education sector, and so on, so that he can also, not just virtually, but also share some of his experiences on having implemented these technologies, not just in theory, but in actual living live examples. Mohit.
Sure. So, as mentioned earlier, I'm the founder of a company called Digital Agents Interactive. We've been around for almost 8 years now. We've been working on this technology and harnessing the power of this technology along with virtual reality, gaming, and bringing them into the businesses. We were fortunate to work with the defense sector through this, in the manufacturing sector. And one of the use cases that I want to talk about is, the MRO aspect that we're currently working on a project where, and it's for the defense, where like on a daily basis, there is an inspection that has to happen on a machinery, right? That inspection is quite complex, and it takes hours and hours for a person to first train to remember all those SOPs, because the actual performance has to happen on the field You don't have books, you don't have the time. So you have to do those activities on field. How do you train those forces quickly? That's the challenge that we were thrown at, and we're implementing a technology like this, which we hope is going to be helpful for our forces. Um, Similarly, we are working on a number of other projects in the manufacturing sector. Another example is that there is an assembly line. There are of course sensors today attached to each and everything. But still, for me, as a person who has to go, I have to still go and read the values of each and every sensor that is coming in. But by wearing a technology like this, instead of going down and seeing something, everything can be popped up. So while just walking around, I can see what is the value of A, what is the value of B, and if something is not correct, it can be flagged. So something usually which is coming out as green will come out as red. So these are few applications that we are doing in the manufacturing and defense sector. And the one that you saw, we are actually implementing this there's a professor in the US with whom we are building this. His vision was to actually democratize nanofabrication learning. He understands that the access to nanofabrication labs is very limited, and hence he decided to build this, and we were his supporting partner in the technology aspect. We first implemented this on web, then we implemented it on tablets, VR, but then once we tried this, it made the most sense, because you do not get obscured from your reality. You bring the machine in the real world. So clean rooms, there are these empty clean rooms that they have created, and we bring these machines in those clean rooms so that they get a sense of what it takes to actually do these processes. So yeah, so any questions if you have, we can take that up. Otherwise, we'll move to our next part.
Yeah, a little bit of paucity of time, so maybe we can have a couple of questions before we conclude.
I think it was quite explanatory.
Okay. All right.
I take the credit.
Yeah, so I'll quickly conclude. So firstly, thank you for your patient hearing. We'll happy to meet you offline in case you have any questions. So while these technologies are great, they are futuristic, they are coming, we cannot avoid them. But there are certain key elements that we need when we are deploying these technologies. Number one, they need to scale. The adoption has to go up. And because if the adoption goes up, then obviously the cost is going to come down. To give you an example, most of these technology, AR, VR, MR, etc., HoloLens, all these things that we talked about today are great to talk about, but we've not seen as much adoption of these technologies in the implementations that we do, for example, in manufacturing, as we would like, let's say, a tier 2 or a tier 3 or an ancillary company manufacturing components for a large conglomerate. We are not seeing the adoption as much we would like to see. The second is, since again, this is a skilling seminar, great technology for upskilling and cross-skilling and new skilling as well, if adopted. But for these adoptions to happen, the cost has to come down and the scale has to go up. And what we have seen so far and some examples we are given are, we are only touching the tip of the iceberg. There are millions and millions of more use cases that we can come up with, actually apply these technologies and then scale out. So with that, I'd like to thank you again for this opportunity and hope you enjoyed this session.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. May I request you to please remain with us on stage? Thank you, Mr. Ashish Nene and Mr. Mohit Ramani. I mean, a few years ago, we'd see these in sci-fi movies and be wowed by it, and to really think today that this is actually happening. May I now request Mr. S.K. Behra to please join us on stage and present the mementos to both our presenters. Can we have a big round of applause for them, please? Thank you, Mr. Behra. I now invite Mr. Debashish Mishra, partner Deloitte, to kindly do the summarization for the day.
Yeah, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's a proud moment for all of us when India assumed the G20 presidency with the universal theme of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. And very proud that in my home state, in my hometown, today we are hosting the third education group, working group meeting. And we are very proud that Deloitte is associated as the knowledge partner for this event. I'll not take much time in summarizing this event, but I'll start from the last session. This is a very fascinating subject. When Honorable Minister Pradhan was the oil and gas minister, you know that we had this incident of one helicopter crashed when 5, 6 ONGC engineers were going to the Bombay High. And I was closely advising him as the energy sector leader for Deloitte in India. And he told me that, can you not do something, technology intervention, which can make sure that human safety is ensured and also less number of humans are exposed to extreme conditions like a platform in the Bombay High. And we had actually at that time had a workshop on realm of possibility in digital technology, particularly creating a digital twin of an oil platform, how they are swaying AR, VR, but just exposing couple of people who are having wearables and rest sitting in the onshore location so that less people are exposed. But overall, what a fascinating day. You'll agree with me that the agenda was set by the Honorable Minister in the beginning, and he said that the economy, it will be a knowledge-based economy going forward, and probably every fourth person in the working group population by 2047 will be from India, and that gives us a huge opportunity as not only the knowledge-based economy, it's also a digital economy. And he mentioned that demography is destiny. We had Shri Atul Kumar Tiwari, Honorable Secretary, Skill Development. He mentioned Prime Minister Modi's vision that India has opportunity to become not only the knowledge center, also to become the skill capital, and the skill capital that can drive the engine of growth. You'll be amazed that, in the area of knowledge and services economy, India is already the mega power in today's world. And we all have, and I will be amazed that every fourth employee of 340,000 workflows that Deloitte has is based out of India. We are more than 100,000 people doing all kinds of services, serving global top clients sitting in India. So the immense possibility of the knowledge economy and where India can play a role is limitless, and we are just scratching the surface. So we had fascinating sessions. One was on the prospects of semiconductor. We all realized that what happened during the pandemic, there was complete disruption of the supply chain, and countries are realizing that in the 70s, oil security, energy security was critical. Now this semiconductor and chip making, that's there in every aspect of our life. And there are ecosystems which are developing, and they realize that it is not possible to depend too much on the outside world. And recently, and skilling will have a major role to play in that apart from manufacturing. Recently, I think the US Secretary Commerce, Gina Raimondo, was there in India. She met the Commerce Minister, the Electronics Minister. She also met Honorable Minister for Skill Development, Shri Dharmendra Pradhan. One of the areas that India and US are talking about is really cooperating in the area of semiconductor skilling, and that itself will become a fascinating subject with immense potential how information technology was. We also spoke about one session on the entire digital economy, the use cases in different industries, and immense possibilities, and where India today is really taking a big leap in terms of the UPI, the India stack. You have the CoWIN app, which is like really a jealousy of the world. We actually can flash out our vaccine certificate, where I have seen my colleagues from US, UK actually still carrying that paper certificate. So we really, are way ahead in terms of when it comes to making sure that these digital technologies are used in public delivery. Finally, I really must say that the startup ecosystem, a startup and an ecosystem session which was run by Vijay Kumar, it was fascinating to see these entrepreneurs having these big dreams coming from small towns, and really, the possibilities of these ecosystems, continuing contribution to the India's growth to a $5 trillion and $10 trillion economy is immense. They were talking about things like what is the access to the ecosystem. We at Deloitte, we have a Tech Fast 50, the fastest growing companies in that smaller category. Also, later this week, we are having Entrepreneurial Summit. What we do is we bring in 30 of these entrepreneurs, and we bring in around 50 investors, and we do the matchmaking. So in that context, I would say that we, prompted by the state government and Honorable Minister Pradhan, we opened a 1,500-seat center for Deloitte in Bhubaneswar. And probably we are thinking, after hearing this, I'm thinking that one section we'll probably have to give access to this local entrepreneurs, startup entrepreneurs, to the entire world of finance, tax, and whatnot, access to technology. That will be our contribution to the local ecosystem. Finally, thank you very much, the organizers, the ministry, for giving Deloitte the opportunity to be the knowledge partner. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Debashish Mishra, for summarizing the proceedings of today. And we would like to now finally request Mr. S.K. Behra, co-founder and managing director, RSP Transmissions, to kindly make his closing remarks.
Thank you. I'll not take much of the time because already it is delayed by 1.5 hours, this program. Thanks to audience, their patience, mainly the student, they have listened a lot of technological advantage of the subject which they have narrated. The program started with our Honorable Minister, Shri Dharmendra Pradhan ji, and Secretary Shri Atul Kumar Tiwari ji was there. He is the Skill Development and Entrepreneurship Secretary. And interesting was the startup program, and from 4 people from Odisha. They have done the startup, and very interesting, their subject. I hope the students have learned a lot from them. Mr. Bipin Sondhi was the chairman of today's program, and with them, Charanjit Banerjee, our Director General of CII. This program conducted by the G20 from the government side, and same time CII collaborated with them as a B20. So we together developed this program. These 2 days, today and tomorrow, will do the same. But the program, what we did today, it was really eye-opening for the students mainly who are the come for this program. I hope they have learned and they go back and think for some startup and do in their area. Thank you very much, all the audience, patience listening to all. People are, because of delay, people are gone. And thank you very much to all of you.